The girl across the room held out her hands and asked if Rinya was ready. Bright flashes began to flicker, after which she apologized for dragging him into this. Rinya walked over to the portal the girl had opened and turned to her. The goddess said that she would hope that the boy would be very lucky in his next life. Hanugi Rinya passed away peacefully at the age of 94, but when his soul went to the goddess, she sent him to a parallel world. The guy stepped through a portal and found himself in the middle of a forest. The guy started looking around, thinking it was another world. The sky was very clear, and the guy thought that other than that, things hadn't changed that much. That reassured him, though appearing in the forest made him a little uneasy. The lad had almost no memories of his past life. He looked at his shirt, and then said that he didn't know how safe this world was yet. Rinya wasn't sure if the clothes he was wearing were considered normal here. The guy wondered if he should get another one, then casually opened the inventory. The guy started to study the information panel and realized that this was where he guessed Rinya could store various things. He also saw that the young man had a level 10 Sinai as a weapon. The Sinai was considered an artifact as it was written in its specifications. The class of the item was not specified, which made it even more mysterious. Rinya wondered what artifacts did in this world. Suddenly, the young man could find a help menu, which he immediately opened. It said that artifacts were lost crafts that had not been created by a human after reaching level 10. Also, all artifacts were assigned a certain classification. Rinya understood this, noting that he was more comfortable in this body. He put on his gear, continuing to look at Sinai. Something came up again in the help menu, after the guy asked why Sinai. It said that originally the goddess wanted to give him a sword, but all of his stats were level 10. The angels forbade the goddess from doing that, and since the guy had mastered kendo in his previous life, she assumed he knew how to use a sword, so she gave him Sinai. Now it all made sense. Rinya also thought it would be nice if he could continue to live in this world. At first, the guy thought he needed to find some people and ask for directions. Cursing the goddess, the guy thought that she had thrown him too far into the desert, getting out of which would be another task. Now he had to choose a direction, right or left. Rinya found a small branch, which he placed on the road. He thought it was a bit of an old-fashioned way to determine direction, but he couldn't think of another yet. The boy began to move his hand away from the branch, further choosing the direction the branch would fall in. Suddenly, Rinya heard a scream somewhere to her left. Rinya looked away, wondering if his ears were deceiving him. The young man clenched his fist and wanted to curse when he saw what was ahead. Two armed girls, also dressed in armor, stood in the middle of the road. They were surrounded by several men. One of the girls with a sword was known as Shin Fatal Woman. Her companion, the blonde girl with the mace, was Rona Chevalier. The man asked them not to pretend to be so offensive. Someone else in the crowd started waving, telling the girls that they just wanted to play with them a little. The two surrounded ladies were a bit speechless. Shin threateningly ordered the robbers to stay away from them. Suddenly, the entire company heard the voice of a young man addressing them. Rinya started to move closer, asking if the men were ashamed. He called them a bunch of grown men who were clinging to the two young ladies. The girls silently continued to watch what was happening. Rinya thought they didn't understand him. The guy thought he couldn't ask people anything if they didn't even know what he was talking about. The man, who Rinya felt was the leader of the others, turned to him completely and said she had no idea who Rinya was. The robber asked if the guy had any problems. Rinya immediately replied that he didn't have any problems. At that moment, Shin turned to Rinya, calling out to him. She said that she didn't know who he was, but the guy better get out. Shin also added that the guy wouldn't be able to handle them. She immediately explained that they were soldiers from the mercenary kingdom. The girl insisted that Rinya should forget about them and run away. The mercenary leader approached the young man while clenching his fists. He confirmed everything that Sheena had shouted out earlier, and then said that right now, they were very busy with their business. It was for this reason that he immediately offered Rinya to leave and get lost from here if he cared about his life. Rinya said that he refused because if he ran away now, what kind of person would he be after that? The mercenaries started laughing loudly, saying that the guy was probably just jealous. Someone else said with a chuckle that so be it. He would share if the little girl was that worried. The leader said he already thought Rinya was a sneaky brat with a stick pretending to be a hero. After all, if he had grabbed that stick, the kid would have been killed instantly. Rinya looked at the mercenary leader with surprise and anger. Rinya visibly frowned and changed in his face. He squeezed his side eye tighter, then took a few steps closer to the mercenaries, and in particular their leader. Rinya asked him to repeat the words the royal mercenary had just said about his stick. The man didn't understand at first, and then said with a haughty smirk that if he grabbed it, the young man would be finished. Rinya raised his weapon upwards, aiming it at the leader of the royal mercenaries. He was surprised, after which he immediately asked the young man what he was doing now. Rinya said that he would do as the leader wished. The young man would let him take the stick, and in return, he would beat the nonsense contained in the mercenary's head out of him. The head of the mercenaries started laughing loudly, saying that this guy was a true suicide. He really thought that the young man in front of him was crazy or stupid by nature. In response to all the ridicule, Rinya remained silent, clamming up. The mercenary suddenly grabbed him sharply, saying that he did it. After that, he asked what Rinya was going to do now. Rinya abruptly turned the side eye in his hand to free himself from the mercenary's grip. After that, once the weapon was free, the guy pointed it at the mercenary's caddy. All the head of the mercenaries managed to do was smile stupidly and marvel at what had happened. Sinai kicked him hard in the neck, cutting off the bandit's breathing completely. The mercenary quickly began to fall on his back, offering no resistance. Rinya completely neutralized him, which shocked the two defending girls and the rest of the mercenaries. One of the men said that this couldn't be happening. Rinya calmly said that it would serve this insolent man a good lesson in life. Tension began to build up very quickly. The mercenaries started swearing and then started grabbing their weapons. All of them had aggression in one of them. Raising his knuckles said that now the guy was definitely screwed. The big guy rushed into the attack, grouping up a bit to knock Sinai down. But Rinya was a very experienced fighter and had good reactions. He managed to turn his Sinai towards the running man, after which he swung around and hit the man in the forehead. The blow was so strong that his skin immediately vibrated and his eyes began to move in different directions. Realizing the power of the weapon the goddess had given him, Rinya smiled widely, then said that it wasn't some stick, but his full-fledged weapon, which he called a sword. After realizing that they shouldn't attack one by one because the guy was really good with his wooden sword, they started to surround him from four sides, saying that they were not to be trifled with. They kept cursing the guy, pouring verbal mud on him. They also taunted the young man, but Rinya merely told them not to approach him. That was a pretty serious warning. Rinya felt one of the mercenaries rush towards him, after which he immediately received the same blow to his neck. Rinya started waving Sinai around, after which he said he was ready to take on the next one who decided to. With the three of them left, the mercenaries realized that their chances were still high against one guy who was swinging his stick well. The next one decided to attack and immediately got hit in the face with the stick. Rinya said next again, urging the mercenaries to attack or stop. The remaining two finally decided to act on the spot, shouting for the guy not to dare to be arrogant. Shin and Rona seemed to be frozen in place. The girls opened their mouths slightly in surprise as they continued to stare at the young man who had just defeated 5 mercenaries from the kingdom. Rinya continued to remain in the center of his circle, where he fought back. He slowly lowered Sinai, then exhaled. The mercenaries lay on the ground, groaning heavily. Clipping his sword to his belt, Rinya told the mercenaries that they didn't seem to be listening to him at all. The guy added that it might not look much like a weapon, but it could be traumatic. After looking around, Rinya went on to say that it was generally illegal to stab before a certain age, and it wasn't out of sight. Suddenly, Rinya looked around, hearing footsteps. It was Rona and Shin. Rona immediately apologized, thanking the guy for saving them. The girl added that he was the only reason they hadn't been touched. Rinya smiled shyly, saying that he didn't do anything special. The guy even said that he felt like he was in the wrong business, but he couldn't do anything else either. Rona bowed her head and told the guy not to be modest because he really helped them. Looking at her, Rinya thought that he really understood why these guys were hitting on girls. Shin also walked up to Rainier and in turn thanked the guy. She said that the two of them would never be able to handle a threat like the 5 mercenaries. Rinya started to feel uneasy. The guy said that those 5 weren't even armed. Shin explained that the warriors of the mercenary kingdom are masters of grappling when it comes to hand-to-hand combat. The only thing the guy could say was to ask again if that was really the case. Shin said that the guy was a bit strange. She continued to stare, justifying her assumption that he didn't even know anything about the mercenary kingdom. Rinya averted her gaze and said that he was an alien. The girls were surprised, saying they had heard of such a thing before, but had never met one before. Rona put her hand to her chest and said that although she was doing this a little late, it was definitely worth introducing herself to the girls. The blonde with long straight hair introduced herself as Rona Chevalier, a novice nun. The brunette continued by saying her name is Shin Femme Fatal and she's a sword fencer, also a novice. The guy smiled and said his name was Kanugi Rinya, and he could just be called Rinya because it was more comfortable. To the girls, this name seemed very strange, so exotic. After that, Rinya looked at the mercenaries and said that it was time for them to get out of here. These guys are just unconscious, but if they woke up, they could be in serious trouble. The girls supported the young man. They started to leave, and Rinia, who was still completely ignorant of the local rules, asked the girls if it would be okay if they left these 5 alone. Rona said it was very dangerous to be in the forest, but they started first. Sheena began to talk about their world. It was called Iredora and was divided into 5 continents: North, South, West, East, and Center. They were now on the eastern continent where the humans lived. As the girl continued to talk about how each continent had a different clan with different races, Rinia kept thinking about the mercenaries who could be eaten by monsters if they were gone for more than 10 minutes. The guy knew he was acting too calm for someone who had just killed 2 people. Who was he in his past life? Suddenly, Ronia distracted him by asking him how long the guy had come to this world. Rinia replied that it was very recent, literally just recently. Rona opened her mouth in surprise, but immediately covered it with her hand. The girl said that it was very impressive. Rinia asked why it was impressive. Shin said that aliens were usually confused when they first got here. They were impressed by the fact that the guy was able to orient himself quickly. After all, once he arrived, not only was he extremely calm, but he had beaten up a gang of trained warriors. Rinia wanted to address Rona, but only managed to utter the first syllable of her name when he turned his head. When he called the girl Ro, she smiled and said that was what her family called her. Rinia covered one eye, carefully trying to hide his emotions, then said he understood. Confused, Rinia started to ask the girl what they were doing here. Rona replied that they were members of the Adventurers Guild of the Principality of Trident. They received an assignment from the guild where there was a decree to scout and capture a goblin settlement. Rinia thought that he had been receiving a lot of messages lately. The guy opened the panel and saw that all the messages were about goblins that were stalking a single growing village from the edge of the forest. Looking at the characteristics, Rinia saw that goblins were pretty weak alone, but became a problem when they grouped together. It was a humanoid monster and they could increase the population to 100 individuals. Rinia read everything about goblins very carefully, and then started to question the girls if the 2 of them, being newbies, were really planning to subdue goblins. Shin suddenly turned around, and Rinia saw that the girl had a saddened look. She said that there were originally 8 of them. Rinia seemed to start to understand something after that. The guy started counting quickly while curling his fingers, and then he started saying something. Shin realized what he was talking about and waited for a question, immediately saying that the mercenaries were also part of their group. Rinia smiled a little awkwardly, after which he said that it must be pretty hard to work with guys like that because they were stupid. Shin clenched her hand into a fist and said that Rinia seemed to read her mind. Rona joined the dialogue, turning to Rinia. The girl said that in any case, instead of staying in the village, the guy should take a carriage that would arrive in a couple days. Rona insisted that the lad should go to the principality. Rinia asked what the girls would do. Shin said they would stay and continue their research on goblins. Rona smiled and said that apparently there was no way to subdue the monsters, and so they should at least gather information because they wouldn't be able to go back. Rinia told the girls that he thought that idea was also so-so. Shin said that if they came back empty-handed, it would be problematic to find another job for them in the future. Rona supported them, explaining that if they were scorned, it would be the end of their job as adventurers. And if the goblins scattered too much, the villagers would be in trouble. Rinia stopped smoothly and began rubbing his chin. The girls looked at him questioningly. Rinia said that everything was settled and he would help Shin and Rona complete the task. Rona asked in surprise if Rinia really wanted to help them. The girl explained that since the guy wasn't a guild member, he wouldn't get any prize money for it. Rinia smiled and shrugged, saying that he didn't care. In turn, the guy just wanted more information about the world he found himself in. Shin looked a little embarrassed and started gesturing with her hand. She said it wasn't a problem, but the guy was asking for too small a fee for going to risk his life. Rinia smiled even wider, saying that he was completely satisfied with that, since right now he doesn't have any information about this world. At this moment, this is more valuable to him than any money. Rona smiled, winking at her friend. She said in a very calm voice that everything would be fine. The girl also added that she could tell from Rinia's words that he was a good person. Shin lowered her head, snickering a bit, and then said that Rona was probably right. This was how he, Kanugi Rinia, met the 2 beauties and started his new life, which already promised a sea of adventures and new acquaintances in another world. Soon a small village appeared on the horizon. It began to emerge from the forest thicket, which was quite large. Shin smiled and announced in a satisfied voice that they were already there. Shin turned to Rania and said that this was not an easy village for a girl. It was the place where they had once grown up. The village itself was very small indeed. Rainia finally spoke, adding that they were born here and still live there today. The nun also added that Shin had already recovered from that encounter, which was good because the girl wasn't very good with men. Rona continued to stare into Rainia's eyes, noting a little nervously that they seemed to be his age. Shin had already walked a little ahead, so she didn't hear this conversation. After Rainia's words, Rainia replied a little awkwardly that their ages were indeed close. In fact, Rainia thought he was 94 years old, but she would never believe him. While Shin was talking to some man working in the field, Rainia continued to ponder. He thought that in his past life he must have been some kind of weirdo, and that's why he was reborn here. And now a picture began to flash before him of how things had been the day he died and what he saw afterward. A very young girl with a wreath on her head spread her arms and began to congratulate Rainia. Confetti flew around, and the girl announced that she had received the right to be reborn in another world. The girl started giggling, covering her face with her hands, and then asked if Rainia was happy. Without waiting for an answer, the girl said that he was probably happy, so she was always at his service. Snapping her fingers a couple times, the girl shouted to the angels to sing together and bless Rainia before sending her off to a new stage in life. Rainia didn't understand what was going on here, and the girl began to tell him everything. She explained that Rainia died at the age of 94 and he too had amnesia. She also said that Rainia had lived quite a long time, but had never been able to find a girlfriend. She said that she was also quite old and had never met a boyfriend. Shocked, she asked if it was difficult to find someone at that age. The girl then said that Rainia would have knowledge from his past life and from his new one, and they would help him. After rebirth, the guy would look like an 18-year-old in body and soul. This amused Rainia, and the girl asked if he felt young already. Continuing to smile evilly, she said that it was pretty cool because Rainia was an older man. Rainia didn't like such a joke a bit, after which he slapped her with a swing. The girl didn't even have time to finish her sentence and immediately flew off in the other direction. Rainia began to lose his temper, saying that he was already fed up with her. The young man clenched his fist and asked her not to talk about him without permission and to shut up. He then threatened the girl that he could explain everything to her in detail again if she wanted. After that, Rainia asked what else he wanted to know where he was. The girl said that there are no humans here, only they, the angels. All these are the domain of God, and right now he has a one-of-a-kind beautiful goddess in front of him because she is the creator of all things. Rainia exhaled, completely nonchalantly saying that everything was cool. The goddess didn't really like his bad reaction, so she said the guy could be surprised for decency's sake. The girl raised her index finger, whereupon he said that Rainia would be reborn in another world and live there, so let his second life begin. Rainia looked at the goddess in shock, asking why him specifically. The girl grinned, saying that his soul had been chosen and so the guy was incredibly lucky. The goddess told the guy that they were now behind the wall of the universe. Only some spirits can cross over to other worlds. Usually a soul passes through the wall and goes to another world, but Rainia's soul is special. His soul bounced off the barrier, giving the boy a chance at a second life. The goddess pointed her finger at Rainia and said that he managed to resist the wall, so she would give him a second chance. She then extended her hand to him and said joyfully that his body, thoughts, and spirit were completely cleansed and the new soul would go to another world. As it turned out of all 5 million people, Rainia was chosen to be the hero. The goddess kept congratulating him, saying how individual Rainia was. The guy was silent for a while, after which he started to slowly say that he understood the goddess. Rainia looked at her and said that they could now assume that his soul would go to another world. The young man wondered how the goddess intended to use this further. The girl stared at him, succinctly saying that there was absolutely no way out. It was an unexpected turn for Rainia. Rainia continued to stand silently for a while and then finally lost his temper. He grabbed the goddess by the head and told her not to joke with those who had already died. The goddess began to convince him to stop, saying that they had already been reborn in this world, just like him. She also said that there was a reason why he had to be reborn. Rainia was not appeased, saying that he had lived his 94 years with dignity, and she was starting to piss him off here. Rainia said that maybe he doesn't even need a new life and a new body. The goddess asked Rainia to finally let her go and then she would explain everything. When the young man broke away from her, she raised her finger and said that she was willing to give up a special resource in exchange for rebirth. Rainia asked the goddess in surprise what resource she was talking about. The girl said that resources are everything that exists in a world, including human souls, water, and air. In the new world, everything is made of resources, just like in the one where Rainia lived. She pointed to a map and said that the young man was headed to a world called Eldora, and there was a severe shortage of resources there now. Now the races living in that world would be shown on the map. Eldora has southern, northern, western, eastern, and central continents, and they are inhabited by dragon tamers, humans, elves, demons, and beastmen. She poked at a certain square and said you could play in your lands and attack other people's territories. But to tell you the truth, it's become quite common lately. There are a lot of wars going on out there right now. Also, each territory has a leader who is revered as a god. The war is fought over resources, which are constantly in short supply right now. These 5, who are revered on their continents, serve as army commanders. They control their people like puppets with no brains of their own. Rainia lost his temper again because he was sick of listening to this nonsense. He grabbed the goddess by the head and asked why he cared. The girl screamed for him to stop again. Rainia let go of her and the goddess fell to all fours. The girl had said it earlier as she had said it before. She had sent 5 people there and made them commanders of each race. Now she didn't know how to stop their mess at all. Rainia said that these people must be beneath a god. In his opinion, they could just be kicked out and that would be the end of it. The goddess scratched her head, which ached for the young man, and then said that she could certainly take away their power, but then 80% of the world would be destroyed. Despite her reluctance, Rainia's words somehow gave her food for thought. She said that, in principle, she could do it right now. The goddess opened the panel, but Rainia immediately asked her to stop. Folding his arms across his chest, Rainia began to think. He still didn't understand how all of this could be related to the lack of resources she mentioned earlier. The goddess cheered up a bit because she saw that Rainia was starting to show interest, then immediately continued her story. The girl said that in the new world, souls are called Linus. The world is organized in such a way that these souls are constantly going through the process of rebirth. For this reason, if Rainia died in battle, he would simply be reborn. All of this also applies if, for example, a dragon eats him or simply crushes him. There are also goblins and orcs that can also kill him. Anyway, the souls were being reborn over and over again. Now the Lushies started to refuse to go through all of this. Many souls started coming here, but they don't want to be reborn even though it is necessary. Because of this, the resources of the world began to deplete rapidly. The goddess said that they began to ask for help from special souls who, like Rainia, stood out among the rest and were the chosen ones. But the results were not too rosy. In the end, she managed to convince 5 of them, and they all became commanders in this world. All you had to do was guide this world in the right direction, but it would take time. The goddess clasped his hands to his chest and said he wanted to ask Rainia for a favor. He needed to stall for time until she reached an agreement with the commanders of each race. In other words, she was asking to go to this world and save it. Rainia scratched the back of his head, saying that he understood everything now. He also added that he didn't have to deal with all this. The goddess rushed towards Rainia, grabbing him by his shoulders. The girl began to squeeze them tightly, saying that Rainia was her only hope. He was the only one who could supposedly save this world. With tears in her eyes, she begged him to be reborn, saying that he simply had to do it. The goddess spoke of the weak inhabitants, the women and children of this world, who would inevitably perish if he did not intervene. Rainia kept suspecting that something was wrong here. He asked the goddess to confess everything, but the girl again said that they had searched for a long time for the chosen one among all 5 million people, and it was very difficult. Rainia did not believe the girl and again lifted her from the ground. The goddess started shouting that she was apologizing, and if he let her go, she would tell him everything. The young man said that she was already pissing him off. Sighing heavily, the guy said that the girl was a goddess. He urged her to break away from where she sat and come to his world to restore order there and stop the wars. The girl said she was a goddess, so her power was too great. One sweep of her fingernail would be enough to wipe out the inhabitants. Even the monsters think she's just super strong. Simply put, the world will be destroyed if she interferes. Rainia exclaimed indignantly that he doesn't want to rule the world and he doesn't care about the problem of his resources. The goddess thought for a while, then said that Rainia, as far as she could remember, had liked to eat good food in her past life. The girl said that there were many delicious things on Eldor that could not be found on Earth. At first it was all cheap, but then it turned into expensive delicacies. The goddess said it was a good suggestion, but the ingredients would have to be sourced from all over the world. Now one of the goddess' main arguments and beliefs was just that, to try to fill this life with new experiences that the old one never had. Rainia said it all sounded enticing, and the goddess caught it when she told him about the goodies. The girl was delighted, splashing her hands, but then Rainia added that it still wasn't enough. Rainia spread his hands, then said that he had a hunch about super cool powers in this world, which didn't prove to be insufficient. The guy said food was good, but he'd need powers to seek it out. The goddess snorted, saying that the guy didn't care about resources being depleted. She then said she didn't care and would consider it an added expense because she was a god. The girl said she agreed. She then formally turned to Rainia, asking the guy what abilities he would like for himself. Rainia smiled, squeezing his hands together. Suddenly, he was distracted by a voice that kept calling out to the lad. Coming to his senses, he turned around sharply and saw Shin calling him. The girl wondered if Rainia had been listening to her all this time. They entered a small courtyard where children were playing. Shin said they were already there, but they still couldn't relax. Rainia apologized, then asked what Shin was talking about. Shin waved her hand, then repeated that they would have to deal with a group of goblins. She then pointed to the one Rainia had used and said that they would need a suitable weapon for that. Rainia surprisingly picked up his weapon that he appeared in this world with and said that he already had his sword. The boy didn't want to part with the weapon the goddess had given him. Shin raised her index finger and said that Rainia was certainly good with that sword because she realized it when she saw the guy in action. But the elders told the adventurers to bring real swords with them or else the goblins would definitely finish them off. With Sinai, the guy would quickly run out of breath, and besides, he might break. Rona lowered her eyes a bit uncertainly, then said that she thought that if it was Rainia, it would be fine. And she wanted to believe it, although she kept adding probably when she spoke. After that, Shin said that if a guy could wound a goblin with that sword, then let him use it. After that, she added that Rainia was pretty strong, which made it easier for them to do things together. Shin also said that there was something else. She thought that their soldiers might need equipment, and those things in the bag stunk and were useless to them. She decided to give it all to them. Rona exclaimed happily that they wouldn't have to spend any money. It was decided that it was time to change. Rainia folded her palms together in a mouthpiece, then thought that these two really can't stand men as long as he's okay. After that, Shin herself approached Rainia and said that she had decided to give him her spare sword. That was the conclusion she had come to, because if the guy's Sinai suddenly went down, he would have a safety net. Rona stood and watched from the sidelines, adding that it would be the right thing to do. After all, at least you won't have to worry about the guy getting lost in battle. Rainia took the blade out of its sheath. Shin watched with amusement as the young man evaluated her blade. Soon she squeezed her hands lightly and asked how he liked the sword. Rainia continued to scrutinize the blade, saying that it seemed quite good to her. Rainia himself thought it was as sharp as the Japanese ones. Who would have thought, because you could pierce an enemy through with them. The sword also had an excellent solid hilt, fully engraved with dragon patterns. Rainia said that this blade looked quite expensive. Shin smiled, laughing lightly. The girl said that this sword was a family heirloom. The blade itself had broken more than once, so it was often replaced. Shin also apologized for giving such a sword to Rainier. The guy said that there was nothing wrong with it. It's just a sword to him, so he would gladly take it. The guy pressed something and the sword started to disappear. Shin, seeing this, began to wonder what kind of Rainia was the owner of the bottomless vault. She said that he was just lucky and she was jealous of him. After that, the girl asked how to get the sword back now. Rainia again started driving her hand through the air where its panel was. The guy said it was done the same way because the sword was just lying in his inventory. Shin said they call it a bottomless vault and it's very rare. Rainia stared at the girls, starting to listen to them. Rona joined in and said that she had heard that there was no limit to the amount of items stored in it. Rona was also jealous because she had to carry a bunch of stuff in her bag. Rainia smiled and said that if the girls wanted, he could help them with their stuff on the way back. Shin thanked the guy, saying that she wouldn't have to carry them anymore. Suddenly the guy felt something that made him jerk his head to the side. After the guy suggested going out to look for goblins, he jumped up to the window and looked out into the distance. Shin and Rona tensed slightly, then cautiously began to approach the window where Rainia was now standing by. Shin asked what was wrong, to which Rainia replied that she didn't know yet. The boy had obviously sensed something, some kind of aura emanating from the forest. Shin wondered aloud if it was some kind of alien ability. Rainia, too, stuck to the window in surprise. Rainia explained that the goblins had already made their move, and there was no doubt about it. But then he added that unfortunately he couldn't see anything yet. Shin immediately turned to the nun, calling out to her. Rona immediately understood everything and folded her hands together, clasping them to her chest. The girl began to pray, asking the supreme creature to show them their enemies. A barely noticeable aura began to emanate from the girl, which quickly spread through the house and began to move farther and farther away, making its way into the deep thickets of the forests. It was as if Rona had entered some sort of astral, after which she was able to observe what was allowed to happen to her in spirit form. The girl said that Rainia was right and there was indeed something hostile in the forest. Rona also added that there were quite a few of them, but she wouldn't be able to say for sure. It seemed to her that the number was close to 50. She also saw more monsters, but they were too far away from her. Rania pointed at Rona and started asking Shin about what was going on right now. Shin said it's an art of monks who serve the gods, and it's called law. Wielders of this class can use the research spell that Rona was using right now. It helps to examine the area for danger. After that, Shin suddenly became angry, saying that the group of 50 monsters, even if they were goblins, was much larger than usual. Since there are so many of them, they probably want to take over the entire village. Things were bad, and it was compounded by the fact that such a large gang of 50 people must surely have a commander. A group of 15 people always had a goblin leader. Shin became agitated, after which she swallowed rather loudly. Although she realized that the threat was great, she had to act because this was their village. Shin started handing out instructions. She immediately told Ro to go to the village, gather everything and distribute to the women and children to start hiding. And all the men needed to be ready for battle. Rona headed for the door. Rania walked over to Shin and immediately heard from her that today was clearly not their day. She apologized and asked if Rania was sure he still wanted to help. Rania looked out the window again, whereupon he said that he would definitely stay here because he didn't understand how he could leave the girls and the tenants in such a situation. Rania asked what he should do. Shin said that the enemy is ready for battle and is armed. Because of their numbers, they definitely won't get help from the military, and besides, they have a commander who is stronger than the rest. Hence, they need as many men as possible. But alas, there are only 10 men in the village capable of fighting. Meanwhile, Rona has already alerted everyone so that people can enter the houses and close the doors. The monsters greatly outnumber them, and only the brave ones would go to the front lines. Shin added that he would be as honest as possible if he said that the fight would not be easy. Rania immediately asked the girl what would happen if they suddenly lost. Shin immediately changed in her face as if she was starting to remember, but then said that she wouldn't want to talk about it. It was pretty obvious because the villagers would be turned into food, and only a mountain of corpses would be left. The young women would probably be eaten or worse. All in all, Rania would witness people dying before his eyes. The guy thought about it and remembered that the goddess had asked him to try not to die. It was okay, of course, but the lad would forget everything when he woke up. Rania put out the elbow he was resting against the window with and added that according to his intuition, this would be pretty fun. Shin immediately said that this was no time for jokes because this was very serious. The lives of a lot of ordinary peaceful people were really at stake. Rania thought that this was just a battle, and fighting on the side of the weak was right and sometimes necessary. Shin suddenly looked at the young man who continued to stare out the window. She bulged her eyes at him when she saw Rania standing there laughing evilly. Shin didn't understand the reason and cautiously asked the guy about the reason. The goblin army gradually began to approach. Rania could still feel that sinister aura. He thought it was to be expected because monsters always attack after sunset. The young man felt that the presence of evil in the forest was growing by the minute. Rania also thought that the fight promised to be quite interesting. As he shifted his gaze, he saw the locals shaking with fear. Rona had gathered everyone she could. There were about 20 men and young men. They handed out some weapons and clothes they had found at home, but many fought in their usual peasant clothes. 2 girls new to the guild and 1 lost person in the person of Rania. The opponents were fairly small, but they were goblins and there might be too many of them. And besides, as we said earlier, they have a commander 100% of the time. Most likely, taking over a village with different food for the monsters is the whim of that leader. Rania said that they had to be reckless to win with such a difference in strength. It was obvious that everyone was excited. Shin responded to the guy's words by saying that she still couldn't calm down. The girl thought that Rania must be used to this kind of situation. Rania closed his eyes, holding his head. After a couple of seconds, the guy said that he didn't know exactly, or rather, he didn't remember it, but he is absolutely sure that they will win. Shin exchanged glances with her friend Rona, then began to calm down a little, exhaling. The girl said that such words calmed her down and it looked like they should rely on Rania again. Their peaceful dialogue didn't last long. The conversation was interrupted by a quick sound that immediately drew attention. It was an arrow that fell a few meters away from the group of defenders. But the arrow was not the only one fired. This, the first one, it seemed to be assigned to the inhabitants. Soon, they saw the hail flying from above, after which they immediately prepared for battle. After scattering a bit, the group began to lose morale little by little. One of the men yelled out that they were in trouble. Rania only smirked and said he would see now. A horde of goblins came out of the forest and were already heading towards the village at a fast pace. The goblins were armed with bows, swords, shields, and clubs. Rania thought it would be really difficult, as he expected. Shin turned to the peasants who were behind the vanguard and shouted that the battle would be fierce. The girl ordered everyone armed with a bow to open fire. The archers of the village began to load their bows with trembling hands, which slowed them down considerably. One of them swore for a long time after realizing that he had broken his bow. Shin watched the whole pathetic spectacle, realizing that their men were completely unprepared for battle. The girl reprimanded herself, then looked forward, gritting her teeth. Rania turned around, smiling slightly. He said that under these conditions they should go on the attack, because it was the only way they would stand a chance. The guy said he was going to show you how to defeat goblins. The guy didn't wait for anything else. Rania just rushed forward, bringing his axe over his side. Shin started shouting the guy's name, not realizing what the crazy guy was doing. The goblins, seeing the guy rushing right into their hands, stopped and started making faces, talking about something in their own language and laughing nastily. They thought the young man would be easy prey. As Rania approached the horde of goblins, he raised his axe sharply and struck one of the roaring goblins with a chopping blow. His head immediately flew off his shoulders, rolling slightly on the ground. Some of the goblins continued to laugh, but those standing next to Rania began to open their eyes wide, not realizing what was happening. The monsters began to realize that the battle scene was changing drastically. Rania continued to smile aggressively, telling the monsters that their laughter and enjoyment really made him angry. Therefore, Rania added that now let him laugh and enjoy himself just like the goblins did. After saying that, the 4 goblins rushed to attack the guy. Shin, who saw all of this while staying with the rest of the village defenders, thought that Rania was standing right in their way. She thought he was too crazy and probably wanted to die. Suddenly, Shin heard Rania shout loudly, warning that the goblins were attacking from the other side. About half of the horde ran towards them, and the girls prepared to meet them. Rania, on the other hand, seemed to go into a battle rage. His eyes followed his opponents very fluently, and the young man himself took out the sword that Shin had given him and continued to cut down the goblins with both hands. Pulling out his sword, the boy noticed that the goblin was still alive. Rania was a bit saddened that his sword didn't pierce that worthless heart. Swinging it again, the lad struck them in the head, saying he would just chop them to pieces. As the young man finished off the goblin, he looked around, realizing that the goblins were no longer attacking him on their own. Rania began to provoke them, telling them that if they didn't attack, he would take care of it himself. Rania rushed into the very center of the crowd again, continuing to chop down the goblins. He shouted that he was their enemy and had come here specifically to entertain and kill. Indeed, it was beginning to appear that Rania was drawing courage from this. It was probably best for Shin and Rona not to see it, so the guy went to the gap alone. He kept repeating and repeating, pointing at the goblins, calling for them next, followed immediately by instant death. The guy slung his sword over his shoulder and continued calling for the monsters to attack him. Meanwhile, Shin and Rona were also fighting the goblins. The village men retreated back to their houses a bit, deciding to intervene only in case of a desperate situation. Suddenly, 2 goblins rushed at Shin at once, attacking the girl almost simultaneously. Dodging the first one, Shin put out Brock's sword, holding the blade of the second goblin. Shin pushed back the goblin, who was still inferior in strength due to its size. The girl convinced herself aloud that she wasn't afraid of killing, then cut off one of her attackers with a sword strike. The next goblin decided to try to attack the girl in a jump, but Shin had time to react by stabbing him in the stomach. Since the girl was already a bit exhausted, she left the blade in the monster's stomach at the moment of impact. Rona gave a finishing blow to the goblin that was still alive after being hit in the stomach. When the mace strike was delivered, Rona urged Shin to be quick and careful. Shin, slightly covered in sweat, apologized to her friend for her carelessness. Thanking Rona, the blonde replied to the swordsman that it was too early to tell. Rona clenched her mace tightly, which she raised a little higher, saying that they should get over it. The goblins began to gather around, after which Shin said that they would definitely try, while he continued to deal a crushing defeat to all the goblins that could only dare to attack Rona. Suddenly, the boy heard the whistling of metal in the air. He soon realized that it was his blade, which Shin had also warned him about. Yes, the family heirloom had broken again. At that moment, one of the goblins rushed in with a knife, but Rona was on guard. After dealing with the threat, Rona finally took a closer look at the sword, exhaling heavily. The guy thought the sword still worked and was useful. Suddenly, he saw someone in his field of vision more than the rest of the crowd. Rona shifted his gaze and smiled, saying that finally there was someone who was really strong. A muscular goblin who was 2 or even 2.5 times taller than everyone else stood silently looking at the young man. Rona figured it was their leader. The monster let out a deafening roar, causing the goblins and the fighting newcomers to turn around. Shin shouted that it was the leader of the goblins. The girl asked Ron to get out of there immediately. She saw that the guy's sword she gave him had broken. After that, she immediately said that it would be impossible to fight with a broken sword, and Shin assured that she would fight the monster herself later. Rona continued to hold the fragment of the blade that remained in his hand. The young man smiled and said that Shin shouldn't be stupid if she didn't finish her fight. Who would take care of the leader? Wiping the blood from the wreckage, Rinya stared at the leader, waiting for further action. The monster looked around and then began swinging his large saber. Rinya realized that his opponent was rather slow, even too slow for the young man. The only thing was that he was strong and wielded a long sword that he could reach him with from a great distance. As the sword hit the ground, Rinya managed to bounce back, but he also felt the momentum coming from the weapon. The guy thought again that it was a very heavy and slow attack. This is precisely because of the length and width of the sword, as well as the effort and size of the goblin. If it hit even once or lightly touched Rona, it would be fatal. But it was necessary to try. Rainier's main objective was to shorten the distance, as his weapon was now only about 20 centimeters long. As the guy rushed forward, he immediately noticed that the goblin leader started to launch an attack, and a horizontal one at that, which could cause the guy a lot of problems. However, Rainier was able to dodge by ducking to the ground and then rushed forward. The guy thought that he should attack quickly, and then immediately went into the leader's back. But something unfortunately didn't go according to the plan Rainier had already envisioned. The guy suddenly noticed that there was another small one behind the huge goblin. Rainier managed to react appropriately. With the rest of his sword, he accurately struck the small goblin's armed arm, after which the guy managed to intercept his opponent's blade. Moreover, Rainier was able to do it so quickly and with a certain automatism that the leader still had no time to regain his senses and turn around. At the same time, the lad delivered his blow directly into the commander's bare back. It was possible to pierce his flesh, and quite easily, but it wasn't enough. After delivering a couple more point blows, the leader could no longer stay on his feet, then collapsed to the ground with a clatter. Rainier threw his leg over his shoulder, saying that he now had no way to protect the lower half of his body. Rainier wasn't sure if the goblin understood him, but at the same time told him that it was bad to have a sword like his. The boy knew that the goblin's blade couldn't even leave a dent. The young man then shifted his crazed gaze to the part of the Shin family heirloom that was able to defeat the goblin leader. The guy said that the same horrible sword could chop, unlike a long sword. After saying those words, the guy stabbed part of the sword into the goblin leader's neck. This blow undoubtedly cut short the life of the leader, who didn't even have time to scream. Rainier then reached for the goblin's long sword. Picking it up from the ground, he said that he would now use this trash to end the fight. The guy smiled madly as he looked at the goblin's remains, then said that it wasn't over yet. What is this? This is another world where you can see frightened faces and blood, and moreover, the hoarse sounds of the goblins before they die due to the stabbing blow, and their faces that express horror, pain, and fright with their entire appearance. Rainier began to shred everything in her path again, begging to share it all with him. They shared the pain, terror, and fear he had immediately encountered in his first days in the new universe God had sent him to. But Rainier wanted it more and more. A few hours later, dawn slowly dawned over the village. Rainier slowly rose to her feet, wondering if her friend Shin was still alive. Shin was still out of breath sitting on the ground. The girl said it was a miracle, smiling slightly. The adventurer's appearance was badly battered, but the important thing was that they had survived. Shin looked at Rona, then shifted his gaze to the clearing where the main battle was taking place. Shin slowly said that they were still alive for only one reason. The villagers and the two newcomers were saved thanks to Rainier. For Rainier at that moment, it really was a separate kind of fun. It was as if the guy was punishing the goblins for wrong attacks. Throughout most of the battle, the guy kept talking to them, calling the goblins stupid, and also notifying them when he attacked someone from behind. Meanwhile, the goddess watched from her divine space at the young man they had chosen. She grabbed her head, screaming that it made her very angry. The goddess lowered her head onto her palm, after which she said that she thought so. The girl was already starting to question if it was a good idea to erase all the memories from her past life. Watching the guy, it was clear that with his current abilities, even 100 goblins wouldn't be a hindrance to him. Defeating such an army was a mere trifle for Rainier. She suddenly remembered the moment when she had asked Rainier what kind of ability the young man wanted for himself. Rainier stood silent for a while, then announced the list. The first thing Rainier chose was health. The boy claimed to have appeared in a new body, so he wanted to keep it in that form for longer. The goddess said a little dismissively that Rainia chose health over other abilities. She poked her finger at her panel, asking the young man what else he needed. The lad then thought that if he were a taster, he would need a strong stomach and good kidneys, and he also wanted a good appetite and the ability to consume strong drinks. The goddess suddenly said that Rainia was very greedy. The young man immediately started losing his temper again, demanding that she shut up. Rainia said that a cold exterior would not fill his stomach. Rainia thought about it and realized that at some point he would need to pay for food, so he needed the ability to get around that. The guy said that this world used swords and magic, so there would be a lot of battles. The goddess said the lad's guess was right, so he would need some equipment. She also said that Rainia was more of a swordsman, so he would have a sword. Rainia immediately thought about it, saying that he didn't remember anything from his past life at all. Nevertheless, the boy agreed. The goddess assured him that everything would be fine. She was counting on the fact that it was Rainia's body that remembered how to use the sword. Therefore, he would immediately understand everything when he fought. The goddess also thought for a while, then immediately said one important detail. The girl noticed that there is no sword more exquisite than a Japanese sword, so she will appreciate his blacksmithing skills. Rainia said that if there was magic in this world he wanted to wield it. The goddess asked what kind of magic the guy wanted to master. Rainia thought it was just magic, but it was all divided into elements: fire, light, water, air, darkness, and earth. The goddess then asked what the guy thought was more important, strength or agility. At first Rainia thought it was agility, because strength never really mattered, especially in his situation. He laughed a little because he had an idea in his head about that. He closed his eyes, then laughed once more and said that he had the young body of an 18-year-old boy, so he could train to get stronger. The goddess smiled at him as she continued to make adjustments to her menu. She said that with her divine power, the guy would be able to get results pretty quickly and easily. The girl also said that one of the mandatory features she will add is the language of the other world. All of this comes in addition to the auxiliary ability. The guy then received a small notification that his body had been illuminated with a divine blessing. The goddess said that the guy could now use his abilities that he had chosen. The girl continued to watch the cruelty that her chosen one was displaying. She realized that the changes in his body also made him more violent. The goddess concluded that she would not show a way to use the magic he had chosen. She smiled sadly, saying that she could probably tolerate it a bit since he was the chosen one they had chosen. And besides, the goddess had studied his past life. Based on all that, she believed that everything would be fine. Shin and Rona stood up and looked around the village that had become visible under the still pale, if visible at all, sun. Shin said there were 2 men who had survived the defense of the village. Shin lightly rubbed her arm, which had been grabbed by one of the goblins in the fight, and said that they had to leave this village, to their mutual regret. She also added that the survivors that remained at all were a miracle in themselves. It was because of the alien they met that the village remained intact. The nun added that she did not want to carry corpses after the war. Looking at Rainia, she said that she wished she had a body and spirit as strong as his. Rainia continued to pile the bodies in one pile so that he could burn them later, and not be satisfied with the smell of rot for the next week. Shin told her friend that she had heard about a lot of good people in the world. Anyway, they all ran away because this guy was on their side. Rona kept looking at Rainia, after which she said that it was true. The girl kept her eyes on the alien woman. Suddenly, she started to say quietly that she had thoughts about Rainia before and they were confirmed as she thought. The villagers had brought a large pile of chopped firewood on which they dumped a calf. As Rona approached, the boy turned around and asked if he was doing the right thing. Rona said yes. There were too many goblins, so they decided to burn them little by little. Rona suddenly said that was a problem. Although, if they weren't burned, they could resurrect and attack humans again. Rainia was surprised that monsters were also susceptible to constant resurrection. Rona called out to Shin, who was to set the bodies on fire. The girl straightened her arms and said that she was ordering the red dwarf to dance. After these rather strange words, fire began to burst out of the girl's hands, which immediately made contact with the dry wood. Rainia asked Rona in surprise if she could do the same. Rona smiled shyly, saying that she was still just an apprentice, but she would definitely become a priestess one day. A certain class has its own special spells. Watching Shin continue to stoke the flames, Rona said that she could use a spell that gives her divine power. However, as payment for that, she can't use other magic. Rainia said that was a surprise to him. The guy turned to Shin and said that he thought the girl specialized in fighting. Rainia laughed, saying that it was true. Shin started to lose her temper for some reason. Rona then said that this kind of magic was a basic level and absolutely anyone could learn it. Shin jumped up, starting to get indignant. Shin asked her friend how dare she say that. Afterwards, Shin herself said that she recognized the fact that her magic wasn't very good. Rainia thought about it when he heard that. He thought of magic and then realized that he needed to ask that little girl about how he could use it. Shin looked at the boy and said that maybe even he could use it. The girl folded her arms proudly and said that when she returned to Kyukurika, she would introduce him to the wizard who had trained her. Rainia suddenly pulled out a small pouch that jingled loudly. Guy held it out, saying that he had some magical nuclei here that he had collected from goblin bodies. The guy wanted to know what to do with them. Rona obediently folded her hands and said that they should provide these cores to the guild as proof that they had completed the task. Guy took out one of the stones and picked it up. Looking at the way the crystal core glistened, Rona said that there were different ways to use them, but they were useless to them right now. Shin happily looked into the distance. She saw several horse-drawn wagons traveling through the forest towards their field. She exclaimed that transportation would be back from Kyukuriki. The girls took Rainia with them to show him as much of the world as they could, discovering new things for him. They were on the road for several days until they reached the right point. And the right point turned out to be the small trading town of Kyukuriku that Shin had mentioned earlier. And now, finally, they were home. They stood in front of the gate, and Shin solemnly pointed her hand forward. The population was quite small, around 10,000 people. The front edge of this city was not far from the forest. 2,000 soldiers under the direct control of the principality were defending this city. The three of them walked along a clutter of small stores and low houses. Shin raised her hand up, saying that various goods were sold here, but there were no specialty items, although their business was booming. They were approaching a small checkpoint where several heavily armed guards stood. Rainia looked around the city and thought it looked rather elegant, but the wall didn't look sturdy. After surveying the scenery and architecture, Rainia quietly walked on. Suddenly, in what came as a huge surprise, 2 pikes of guards standing at the entrance to the city crossed in front of him. The guards started saying that they had never seen this guy before. Another said that the young man should show his ID. Shin immediately intervened. I apologized to the guards. The girl added that it was a lost man. Rona also quickly jumped up to the guards and said that they were in trouble when they went on a mission from the guild. Pointing to Rainia, the girl said that this guy had helped them. The guards loosened their grip on their spears a bit. Rona humbly said that she fully vouched for this man. The guards cleared the passage and apologized for the rudeness with which they had behaved. Rainia quickly made her way over the city wall, stepping closer to Shin. He smiled and told the girl that they were here as the city's elite. Shin smiled, saying that they are. Rainia looked at the 2 girls, then thought that as it turned out, being an adventurer was a pretty wonderful thing. He asked the newcomers to the guild about it. Rona immediately said that the guy would have to register too, so he wouldn't get into this kind of trouble again. Rainia was surprised, not understanding why he needed to do all this. Rona smiled sweetly as always and said that the Adventurers Guild registration card could serve as an identity card. With all that said, registration was very quick and easy. Rainia thought that they were right and agreed since that was the case. Shin also said that they would also go to the guild to turn in the assignment. The young man thought that he had fallen into a good company that had guided him. Soon, Shin, Rona, and Rainia finally reached the building they needed, the Adventurers Guild. It wasn't that hard to find because there was a massive sign hanging above the door, clearly visible from the street. The girl behind the front desk accepted the request, scrutinizing her notes. After a couple minutes, she said that according to her information, the forest research assignment was to be completed by 8 people. Rona became alarmed and asked if the situation that happened to them needed to be reported. Shin turned her head to the girl behind the counter and asked if the problem was that there were actually fewer of them. The girl said the task was done, and that was good. She pointed to a door at the end of a small hallway and said they would have to go through and wait in that room. Shin immediately asked the girl to help with something else. She pointed to Rainia and asked her to help with registration. The girl also mentioned that they asked the guy to help with the assignment. Shin also added that the guy seemed lost since they were called here. She waved her hand and entered the room. The girl behind the counter handed Rainia a piece of paper, asking her to fill out a registration form. Rainia was a little embarrassed, then tensely asked a guild employee if the guy could fill out the form in Japanese. The girl asked him about it, making a slightly confused face. The guild employee said that she didn't quite understand the young man. She then asked him to fill out the questionnaire according to the instructions on the paper. Rania began to write, after which he noticed that his hand itself was producing characters very similar to Japanese characters. The guy thought that language skills were proving to be very useful. The guy started to reread the list of guild rules, and they seemed a bit strange to him. The first point was that killing guild members was basically forbidden, or there had to be a very good reason for it. Rule number 2 was that members had to contribute to the guild, and it could be material or not. Third, if something was unclear or someone didn't know something, you could ask the secretary. Well, the fourth rule stated that the main rule in the guild was that the head of the group could defend his rights. That was it. Rania thought it wasn't much and then handed the paper back. The girl smiled and said that there were also quite a few small rules, but creating a lot of rules for adventurers who specialized in combat was considered pointless and troublesome. Rania smiled back, after which he said he understood. The girl announced that his application was accepted and now the guy could sit and wait for his card to be ready. Rania sat down on the bench, after which he was a little embarrassed. It was actually very simple, as Shin and Rona had told him earlier. Now the guy would be able to get at least some sort of document. After the girls left, Rania immediately asked if they were done. Shin said yes, although it took some time to find out. The girl said that they should get a good reward. As a result, they received 12 gold coins, and that was their reward for completing the task. Here, 1 gold coin was equal to 100 silver coins and 10,000 copper coins. Bread, for example, could be bought with 10 copper coins. Rania asked if that was too much. Rona smiled and said that the quest was originally designed for 8 people. They also encountered a lot of goblins and ended up defeating a great many of them. After the girls conferred, they decided to give half of the reward to Rania. Rania felt very awkward, after which he exclaimed that it was a lot. The guy said that he didn't do anything to get this award. Shin started to calm the guy down, saying that they were asking for his help. In fact, thanks to the guy, they completed the mission and stayed alive too. Shin added that according to her calculations, even a group of 6 would not have been enough to handle such a large horde of goblins. Rania almost single-handedly defeated the entire horde. With all that, the guy even managed to deal with their leader. Rona said that they wished they could give him even more because 2 people wouldn't be enough to defeat a horde of goblins either. As the young waitress headed towards them, Rona said that they had one more small request. If Rania didn't mind, of course. Rania looked at the girls in surprise. Shin looked confidently into the guy's eyes, put her hands together, and then said that she and Rona would like Rania to join their group and continue traveling together. For Rania to take such a step was a serious responsibility. He had a task in this world that the goddess had sent him to fulfill. While he was pondering, Rania didn't take her eyes off the guy while sipping her coffee at the same time. To smooth things over a bit, Shin smiled softly and said that she was rather short-sighted, so she would appreciate it if he helped them. The girl said that she usually relied on Rona. Rona also smiled and said that she fully supported Shin's opinion and they would be much more comfortable traveling with a guy in the group. Rania protractedly said that he was clear, after which he started scratching the back of his head. The guy thought that even so, how could 2 girls trust him so easily? Shin replied that they don't care about that issue anymore. She also added that if the guy was unreliable, what would be immediately revealed when he was running away from a horde of goblins. Shin continued that, as she said earlier, she will tell everything she knows about this place. And also, it's more efficient for adventurers to hunt together than alone, so they decided it was a good idea. Rania couldn't make up his mind for a long time. But he couldn't say he was a messenger of the goddess either. He scratched the back of his head again before saying that it would certainly help everyone to gain allies. After sitting still for a while longer, the guy shifted his gaze from Ro to Shin. Before ending the conversation on the topic, Rania said that he needed one night to think about it. The girls showed Rania where to rent an inn. They had always lived here themselves, so they put the young man next to them. It was already getting dark, and meanwhile Rania was applying compresses to his aching body. Being Japanese, the lad realized that he would not feel clean unless he washed in a bath. He would also like to resolve this issue in the near future. But putting aside all domestic matters for now, the guy still had to decide what to do about Shin and Rona's group. Of course, they were inferior to him in strength, but he could use allies. However, those 2 were good people, and he knew that because they had been together for the past 2 days. Still, it looked like they were trying to hide something. Suddenly, there was a knock on the room. Rania couldn't figure out who could be bothering him at this late hour. He hid his blade under his pillow just in case. When the boy got a little out of bed, he asked who was at the door. A female voice said it was Ro. The girl apologized for coming at such a late hour. After that, she asked if she could talk to Rania. The guy covered the blade with a pillow, then told Ro to come in. He also added that the front door was not locked. When the door to the room opened, Rose slowly began to slip into the room, approaching Rania. It was obvious that she was very confused and nervous. The boy thought, this just can't be happening. He immediately noticed the clothes that Rose was wearing. Just a nightgown and nothing more. Rose started to climb onto the bed, slowly approaching Rania. Her breathing slowed and at some point Rania began to feel his warmth. The girl slowly asked Rania if he knew what she wanted from him. Rania remained silent, also confused and nervous. She moved closer, saying the boy's name. Rona was very close and kept cornering Rania with her attraction. Rania realized that this was not what he wanted right now. Rona asked if Rania realized what she wanted right now. Rania smiled and said that he had no idea. Rona leaned into his ear and said that he was the one who had gotten her this far. The girl asked the young man not to be nervous, saying that she would be able to please him. Rania said that he didn't realize anything because suddenly Rose sharply laid her eyes on him. Rania only laughed in response, blushing a little, and then said that a woman's heart is a very cruel thing. Rania realized that he would act a little differently, so he decided to let Rose move closer. Rania said he agreed, after which he gently placed his hands on Rose's waist. The girl stretched out, saying that Rania finally understood, after which she climbed a little higher. Rona slowly started to reach for Rania's lips, giggling softly. She also added that she really liked obedient boys. Rania thought that he didn't expect anything else from the nun. But their kiss didn't happen because Rania kept sensing a catch because Rose started it all very suddenly. He punched her in the side, thus putting the girl to sleep. It wasn't long before Rona began to come to her senses. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling that she didn't feel very good. When she lifted herself up a little, she immediately realized where she was. She was still there, in Rania's room. The guy was standing over her already in his clothes. Seeing that Rona had gone to her senses, Rania started to move closer, saying that the girl was already awake. Rania pulled out a chair and sat on it, watching Rona intently. His gaze implied that the guy was clearly waiting for an explanation. Rona felt very embarrassed and said that her plan didn't work. Rania cheerfully said that if he had been much younger, Rose's plan might have worked, but it was too imprudent of her to mess with an old man who was 94. Though, of course, he had to admit that his body had reacted. After saying that, Rose sat down quietly, making a completely impenetrable face. Rose immediately leaned back, starting to laugh loudly. She screamed hysterically that this was in no way appropriate for Rania. Rania stopped realizing what was going on at all. Rona said that she couldn't even think that Rania would be so serious that she would let go of such a joke. After that, she added that the only thing left for her to do was to give up. Rania thought to himself that he wasn't really joking. Of course, he didn't tell me the details. After Rania said that Rona wanted to surrender, it was time to say what she wanted to accomplish by that. Rona said that she just really wanted Rania to accept the invitation to the group that Shin had announced to him. That was it. Nothing that would hurt the guy. Rania looked at the girl with a very serious look, after which he asked what would happen if he declined. Rona just smiled back at him. Rona said that she just wanted Rania to join their group. Rania started to ask why him. Because the guy is sure that there are others that Rose could invite. Rose started to relent, saying that Rania was being very funny. She pressed her hands to her cheeks, after which she said that she was just crazy about Rania. The young man started to get angry, asking Rose to answer seriously. Rona did have a few reasons why she thought Rania was almost perfect for their group. The first one being that the boy had demonstrated excellent skills in the battle with the goblins. Shin had also confirmed this by being a greater warrior than Rose. It wasn't just combat skills, but also personal skills because he showed bravery. The second reason was that he would never leave a girl in trouble. And of course, the third one is that Rania never openly flirted with them even though they are very beautiful. According to her, these three reasons make him the most suitable candidate. Rania realized that they really see him that way. The guy said that on second thought, Rose had guessed a lot of things, then why was she trying to seduce him? Rose shyly laughed, saying that she just wanted to put a little pressure on her sense of responsibility if the guy went too far. However, she said it was best to put that conniving aside for now. Rania said that he has a couple of questions too because he wants to know more about Ron and Shinya. He also added that depending on the girl's answers, he might even forgive her. Rona smiled again, looked confidently into Rania's eyes and said that she was ready. Rania hesitated a bit, remembering that it was better to ask first. Rania raised a finger, whereupon he said that the first question would be to analyze the situation at the first meeting. She was too suspicious because a group of 6 obviously questionable types and 2 female travelers. Rania said that, in principle, it was rather difficult for him to let that happen. The clothes Rona was wearing at the time only suggested that the girl wanted something to happen. It seemed like she was actually begging to attack them. After that, Rainia looked at Ro a bit indignant and asked if all the nuns in this world were like that. This conversation made Rona blush even more. She squinted one eye a little and told Rainia not to look at her like that because this guy was making her blush more and more. Rainia continued, moving on to the second question. The guy said that they both have last names and Shin has a middle name altogether. That might have something to do with standing in society. After all, in the place where Rainia himself was from, such people are more often than not the scions of noble families. Suddenly, the guy remembered something else, after which he pulled out the sword he had taken from Shin. Rainia held it in front of him and then said that if one were to set aside the quality of the blade itself, the pattern on its hilt was of very high quality. Shin said that it was the most ordinary sword. Rainia said that no matter how you look at it, using such a sword as a backup weapon is somehow too wasteful for an ordinary person. The fact that Shishin continues to use this sword while keeping the hilt suggests that this is a very important detail. Rainia said that he suspects that this decoration is some sort of family crest. Ro started looking at Rainia with great interest, saying that the guy has an eye like a diamond. She decided to make a joke by saying that Rainia has already looked at it to sell it to someone. Rainia asked for silence because he wasn't done yet. The young man said the next detail caught his attention the most. Mentally, he immediately remembered the reaction of that guard when they entered Kukurika. Rainia hadn't been allowed inside then, and after the intervention, his reaction was definitely too polite. Rainia had said that never in his life would an amateur traveler like Ro be allowed to be a bail bondsman for someone as suspicious as him. Rainia didn't mean to say that, of course, but he could hardly believe that travelers were so honored here. That's why he thought there was some other reason he was being so polite. Ro leaned back on the bed, saying that the guard had just fallen under her spell. The girl also added that she seemed to have tasted sin by following the righteous path. Rainia clarified by saying that there were guards here, something like the elite. There were also a few other things that bothered him, but they were less significant, so he would omit them for now. Ro stretched out that she understood. Now the girl was wondering what Rainia was going to do now that he had told her all this. She wanted to know what he was thinking right now. Rainia said that if you take these 3 points into consideration, he comes to the conclusion that they are both of noble origin and quite famous. Moreover, there is a certain reason why they can't say that. At this moment, Rona began to listen more closely to his words. Rainia said that he thinks it's some complicated nonsense related to their high social status. Rona said that such curiosity would definitely not have added to the young man's popularity. She also added that he should have joined the military police. Rainia replied that she could continue to make fun of him and mislead him, but he didn't care. Continuing to sit on the chair with his arms hanging down, Rainia announced that as long as he had these suspicions, he would not consider their offer to join because he would prefer not to get involved in other people's problems. A tense silence hung between them. Rainia continued to stare at Ro without closing her eyes. It was obvious that the girl was gradually starting to feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, Ro exclaimed, rubbing her head and exhaling. She recognized that things had really gone wrong. She really believed that she was such a good actress. Afterward, Ro said that it was okay. She would tell everything because Rainia would find out sooner or later anyway. She couldn't try to play on his thoughts about her body anymore, which probably made the guy even more trustworthy. Rona put her hands together and then said that now Rainia would find out the truth he wanted. She offered to forget about her for now, saying that Shin did come from a noble family. In any case, there was nothing more the girl could say. Rainia said that apparently she wasn't a nun. Even if she was, what was the point of that stupid power she used earlier? Rona smiled and hesitated a bit. She later admitted that she had indeed lied when she said she worked as an apprentice to a monk. She is a knight and her main job is to protect Shin. Rona also added that she has more than enough military experience, at least to handle those 6 unarmed mercenaries with ease. Rainia then asked what was wrong with Shin, because she couldn't have handled it alone. Ro said that she was just playing her part so that Shin would develop a sense of danger, and Rainia was also right about her clothes. Now Rainia was ready to present the full picture. He said that the case was this. A wealthy girl who had long dreamed of traveling had decided to go on a trip. But her family needed someone to take her home, so they decided to send Rona or something like that with her. Rona said she couldn't answer that question anymore. Ro said she would only add a little about Sheena. The girl found her too carefree. Suddenly Rainia remembered that he killed all those guys. Ro also said that if Rainia joined their group, she was sure that gradually things would become clear to him. The young man grabbed his head, thinking that he wouldn't want to get involved in all this. Rainia also remembered that he only wanted to live peacefully for himself. Suddenly he jumped up, saying that Shin was apparently part of the plan to break into his room as well. Ro immediately stopped the young man from getting confused in his thoughts again. Ro said that Shin was a pure and innocent girl and she probably truly believed that Rania needed her. After that, Rona turned away and said that that was the reason why she had to sneak in here, because of Shin. But without her knowing, the girl also added, averting her gaze, that it would be best to keep this topic between them. Anyway, Rona summed it up by saying that if Rania joined their group, she would have much less anxiety about Shin. Rania brushed it off, saying that he had already figured it out and Ro could stop talking like that. Rania began to weigh the pros and cons, because it wasn't such a bad suggestion. After all, no matter how cool he was, traveling alone, 2 heads were better than 1. Rona also winked at the guy and said that the most important thing for him was that he could get the right to fall in love with her. Rania's face changed, refused, and then told Ro to get out. Rona turned away, clearly upset. The girl said that was pretty cruel, and if Rania kept talking like that, she would leave here and run all over the hotel shouting his name in that outfit. Rania realized that he seemed to have gone a little too far. The guy agreed and then said he was giving up. Rania slowly added that he didn't know if he could live up to their expectations. Guy was slowly starting to get to the point where he was ready to try to join Shin and Rona's group. Rose smiled widely and said words of thanks to Rainier. In the end, Rona threw it out for Rania to be nicer to her. The guy immediately couldn't stand it and yelled at the girl to go back to her room. The next day started with emotions and requests that Rania wasn't going to hold back any longer. After Rania left, he thought it over well, after which they all went down to breakfast together, where Rania began to voice it. The guy put his hands together and nervously started saying at the communal table that he needed money, lots of money. And also the guy wouldn't mind a regular paycheck. Shin was surprised to hear this from Rania for the first time. The young man continued to insist, saying that the first thing to do was to create a suitable basis for action. He clenched his fist as he continued to stare at the incomprehensible girls, then added that he puts up with this shack where they were now. But there were no facilities for even basic needs. Rania exhaled heavily, then slammed her fist on the table. The young man added that the food here was also terrible, and the beds were terribly uncomfortable. Besides, there's nothing like it from the bathroom nearby. Shin covered her mouth with her hand, then said that Rania seemed to be in a bad mood. She still didn't understand what he was talking about. Ro laughed excitedly, saying that the young man didn't seem to like the place. Rania also added that you shouldn't look down on Japanese people, then slowly shifted his gaze to Shin's eyes and said that if you rent a normal apartment, you'll need at least 1 platinum coin. Hearing this, Shin became even more confused. They realized that there was definitely no such money right now. 1 platinum coin was equal to 100 gold coins. Rania crossed his arms on his chest and said that he had thought about it and was probably too naive to think that he could handle everything alone. Further, he also said that since he was not from this world, he didn't know much and he had absolutely no acquaintances here. It would also be quite difficult to find like-minded people at this stage. Shin made a surprised face, gradually starting to realize what Rania was talking about. The guy announced that he had come to the conclusion that it would be much easier for him to work together with those he already knew. Shin awed, followed by an impatient urge to ask herself if she had gotten it right. Ro calmly drank her coffee, realizing that the guy hadn't fooled her yesterday. Interrupting Shin, Rania decided that since he had started, he should finish his speech himself. The guy looked confidently at the novice swordsman and said that in other words, he wanted to convey that he was now with their group. Such a turn of events wasn't that surprising to Shin. She had probably had high hopes for such a response after spending half the night in her thoughts. She began to shiver as she tried to say words of thanks to Rainier, before she couldn't stand it and jumped up, grabbing the young man's hand. Shin shouted happily that she was very grateful for the decision. Rainier was slightly taken aback by such sincere joy. He clarified if the girl understood him correctly, because it was only until he found a place to live. Shin continued to smile, saying that he was right. After that, the girl herself said that they needed to get a base for themselves. Shin said that honestly, she was tired of living in hotels too, so their goals were the same. Rona had changed her behavior after that night and Rona was already perceiving her differently. Ro remarked to Shin that it was quite successful. Shin agreed, saying that she didn't even know what she was going to do. As the girl continued to cheer, Rona called out to her, asking if she was listening to him at all. Suddenly, Shin said that the guys were already home, for which she thanked God. Ro sharply called out the girl's name. There was an awkward pause, after which Ro grabbed her head, wrapping her arms around it. Shin started waving her hand nervously, trying to explain the meaning of the words she had said earlier. Rainier repeated what the girl said about some guys who were at home. He smiled and said that apparently the girls had other companions. Shin started laughing nervously, saying that of course not. It was funny, but she continued to stand her ground, saying that Rainier must have misheard. Bro thought that now Shin was making her feel uncomfortable. So, with some disbelief, Rania set out to find his place in this second life that he never wanted for himself. At the end, Shin talked about magic again. While the newly formed group is in this trading city, Shin suggested that Rania finish their conversation about magic by finding out if the guy knows how to wield it. They came to the wizard that Shin had mentioned earlier. The woman handed Rania a small crystal ball that fit boldly in his hand, after which she told him to try to visualize a bright light. This was how one could tell what type of magic a particular character possessed. Soon, they all saw the glow, to which Shin and Ro reacted rather ambiguously. Rania continued to stare intently at the crystal ball, which now had a small green light burning inside it. Shin leaned closer, saying that his kind of magic was wind. The only Kurukirian sorceress, self-proclaimed of course, was Carol Villiers. The woman folded her arms and said that based on the results, Rania's magic was indeed wind magic, and it was very strong. After that, Carol added that there was one detail. Unfortunately, the guy has very little mana, half as much as is normally normal. Rania continued to stare at her in amazement, asking what else she could tell him. The enchantress added that the color of the glow that the crystal ball was showing was perfectly fine. It wasn't often that she got to see such a beautiful glow of pure magic here. Carol held out her hand, indicating that she needed to return the ball. On the way out, she said that technically the guy's glow power wasn't enough for the potential he possessed. After Carol concentrated a bit, the room was immediately illuminated by a bright light. She said that in the case of an ordinary person, the orb would shine dimly, but if there was a talent for magic, the light would be blinding like this. The brightness of the light was indeed on the verge of being annoying. Carol added that there were also records of some crystal balls exploding when touched by heroes. Shin smiled shyly, dropping her eyes down sadly. The girl spoke rather quietly, but after she picked up the ball, it was clear that the object was barely glowing. Carol tried to reassure the girl, telling her that if she used magic, her mana supply would gradually increase, and how much would only depend on training. With such a small starting level, there wasn't much to expect. Rania suddenly asked what it would take to properly do these very trainings. After asking the question, the sorceress' hand immediately reached forward and began to make an understandable gesture. Carol told the boy to prepare 7 silver coins if he needed information. She then held out both hands with a piece of paper, asking Rania to hold out hers in return. She grabbed his wrist, then said she would dash the lad a light. The room lit up again with a bright light, then a seal appeared on the sheet of paper in the young man's hand. The sheet immediately began to burn and Rania received a notification that said he had not been granted an elemental skill. Rania was also given a choice on the panel, so he could either accept this gift or decline it. The guy clicked accept, and Carol and Shin were surprised to see the guy waving his finger in the air. Carol sat down in her chair and then said that the spell was activated as requested. Rania must invoke the spell of light, after which he must ask for the spell's power to be granted to him. Rania's hand itched a little, but the boy continued to listen intently without distraction. The enchantress said that after Rania invoked the light, a small bright clot should appear. Carol also added that to be effective in learning and pumping your magic, you can just keep conjuring the skill, and the skill will start to grow on its own. Rania suddenly remembered the same green glow in the orb, after which he immediately asked what about his predisposition to wind magic, because he'd be better off receiving spells of that element. Carol only firmly said that Rania was not ready for it. The enchantress assured him that she could teach him wind magic, but it was unlikely that he would be able to use it. It should also be said that if the guy managed to increase his mana level with training, he could come to her again and she would grant him some wind magic. Not for free, of course. All this magical demonstration and training seemed to give Shin some energy. The girl quickly moved away from the enchantress, continuing to hum something. She moved around, dancing slightly. Rania couldn't help but take notice and of course asked Shin about the reason for her suspiciously joyful mood. The girl laughed, saying it was simple. Now Shin realized that there were some things where even Rania, who seemed perfect to her, turned out to be bad in the end. Rania looked at her in surprise. Shin went on to say that what she meant was that she was just as bad at magic as he was, so they were somewhat alike. Rania swung her hand, hitting her forehead, and then told her not to compare herself to him. Rania sighed heavily, then said that he would like to ask Shin to wait a bit anyway, about a couple days, before accepting him into his group. The girl misunderstood him a bit, after which Rania turned around and said that he didn't know much about magic, but he also didn't know much about his abilities in general. Shin continued to rub her forehead where Rania placed his palm. The girl didn't understand what Rania was trying to tell her now. It was hard for her to imagine how a person could not know such a thing about herself. Rania scratched the back of his head, saying that to be honest, when he arrived here in Eldora, he immediately lost most of his memories, so he wasn't sure of himself yet. Shin turned around in surprise and asked if Rania had amnesia. It was also hard to believe because when they met him, he didn't look confused. The girl put her finger to her head, remembering everything, and then added that it just so happens that the guy is one of those people who are reported missing. Rania said that it was true because he had indeed lost his memory, but for some reason those words were still echoing in his head, and he has no idea why. It was probably best not to mention that strange girl. In the end, Rania decided it was better to keep silent altogether. Shin suddenly broke the silence that hung while Rania pondered. She said that people without memories are very mysterious. Rania thought that Shin wasn't very smart and that sometimes played into his hands. The guy said he wanted to test what his body and himself were capable of. To do that, they needed to find a place where Rania could practice quietly and peacefully since he was still not well oriented. But he wanted to entrust the search to Shin. Shin said she understood Rania's request perfectly. They went outside the walls of the city where there was a small lawn free from prying eyes. Rania stretched, saying that he would test his stamina first. Actually, Shin said that the area in the north of the city would be perfect for him. The monsters there are weak and the soil is barren. For that reason, even if Rania demolished everything there, no one would mind. Rania rushed forward, gradually speeding up and adding jumps while running. He looked down at himself, realizing that his body seemed very light. The boy looked forward and thought that a young body was great. Soon Rania reached the wasteland. Guy looked around, realizing that here, it looked like he could train in peace. Shin had mentioned earlier that it took a couple hours to get here, but Rania had gotten there in about half an hour. This place already looked like it had been destroyed. Rania examined his hands and realized that he didn't even have shortness of breath. Well, it looked like he could already be confident in his abilities, so it was time to move on to the next stage. The boy quickly drew his blade and swung it in front of him, simulating a chopping blow at an imaginary enemy. At first glance, Rania was not bad with a sword. Did his body really remember something from his past life? The attacks came through with the same ease as Sinai's. After checking his strength and weapons a bit, Rania picked up his sword and looked at it contemptuously. Rania thought that this sword was so-so, really, but there was nowhere to go now. Rania continued to swing the blade, honing his striking technique. He also thought that with a sword like this he shouldn't let his guard down, but it would be nice to wave it back and forth. The young man decided that when he calmed down a bit, he would make his own sword. After all, he needs to use the blacksmithing skill he got from the goddess, so the practice of melee combat could be finished. Now magic could be started. Rania remembered the words of Carol, who had advised him to simply summon light for the effectiveness of his training and to increase his magic level. Rania stood up and held out his hand. The young man did it all slowly because, firstly, he still thought it was strange and unfamiliar to him, and secondly, he was afraid of doing something wrong. The boy remembered that he had to cast the same spell for it to work. Rania, still standing with his arm outstretched, commanded the spell of light to grant him its power. Suddenly, Rania started to feel bad and didn't even notice his eyes closing. He kept thinking that he had done everything right. After that he started to remember that the spell was light. But then why was it so dark in here? Suddenly he heard a woman's voice asking if he was alright. Rania quickly opened his eyes. The first thing Rania saw was the white underwear that belonged to the voice from above. The girl continued to stand over him, slightly covering the young man from the scorching sun, and asked how he was feeling. There was someone above him now, or rather, it brought the guy sharply to his senses. Rania jumped up from his seat very abruptly, grabbing his blade. He moved slightly away from the girl, crouching down on his feet. The girl had not expected this turn of events at all, so such abruptness knocked her off her feet. Rania looked at the girl, asking her who she was. She shook herself off and said that she was a traveling merchant. The girl was walking nearby when she saw Rania fall. She smiled afterward and said that she could already see Rania regaining consciousness. Rania continued to hold the blade, asking if he had really fallen to the ground. The merchant girl looked warily at the young man who was holding the blade in his hand and answered him that it was. He didn't stay long, of course, but she managed to make it. Rania was angry, thinking it was because of magic. He had no talent, of course, but to faint like that. Now there was another point, a more important one. The big question was, where did this girl come from? Rania realized that he should be more careful of his surroundings now, because this could all be related to Shin. The girl freely waved her hands, saying that even if the guy didn't defend himself, she still wouldn't do anything. She also added that trading was part of a salesman's job. Rainia asked if the girl was really a vendor. He didn't see any of the bags of goods that a vendor of various goods should carry. The girl only smirked contentedly, after which she said that Rainia must have heard good things about her. She is a great merchant who crosses continents and owns one of the rarest empty vaults. The girl said her name was Isekai'd. She then placed her hands to her sides and said that this must be very surprising news for Rainia. The young man replied that he had never heard of her. Isekai'd started shouting, saying that she considered this chance encounter as fate. That was why she was willing to offer him a look at her wares right now. Rainia interrupted her, asking the girl to listen. Isekai'd simply continued to say that she dealt in a wide range of items, from military hardware to jewelry. As Isekai'd advertised a certain knife made from the fang of an emerald dragon, Rainia continued to lose patience with not being listened to. He was ready to leave this girl anywhere, but bottomless storage was indeed a great skill for a merchant. The girl opened the store before Rainia could notice many things. She had already sat down on the ground and was busily advertising the merchandise. Rainia suddenly noticed that the girl was showing a lot of her weaknesses. There seemed to be a possibility that she was dangerous, and it wasn't like she was lying about her job. The girl also said that Rainia, if anything happened, should not hesitate to take the goods into her own hands to see if they were useful. Unexpectedly, Rainia did notice something. Rainia bent sharply over the merchandise and immediately picked up a Japanese sword. Taking it out, the boy realized that it was quite long and it must be a chigatana. Chigatana was also called a type of katana. It was used by samurai in the feudal era. After examining the blade itself, Rainia realized that it was a very sharp sword. Rainia also remembered that according to that little girl's story, there could be no Japanese swords in this world. The little girl noticed the young man's interest and then said that she knew about the Japanese sword. Isekai'd held out her hand, saying that this weapon, in memory of her, was left by a long ago missing person. This blade was very valuable as a work of art. Since there were no people to use it, it looked like the most ordinary trinket. The girl wanted someone to be able to appreciate it and take it for a reasonable price. Rainia put the chigatana back into its scabbard, then returned it to its place. It seemed to the girl that the boy didn't like the sword. She said she would lower the price if he bought it right away. Rainia said that the sword was amazing. He thought it was a marvel. He was also sure that there was no one in this world who could use it better than he could. But right now, he didn't have any money. Isekai'd was very surprised when she heard Rainia's words. She was surprised. She said that his words meant that the guy was a lost man. After that, she said that they could organize an exchange. Isekai'd asked what the guy had when he arrived in this world. She also added that anything that couldn't be obtained here was of great value. Rainia opened his vault with a light poke of her finger and then started pulling out the shinai. Rainia said that even if she had said that, he only had this with him. Isekai'd's eyes immediately lit up when she saw the shinai. The girl spread her arms out to the sides, loudly asking if it was an artifact by chance. At first, Rainia just looked surprised at her reaction. The girl held out her hands, asking him to lend her the shinai for a while. Rainia was surprised when he asked if she knew what it was. Isekai'd examined the item with a wide smile, saying that she had nothing to show for it as a merchant lately. She was willing to trade the shinai for a Japanese sword. Rainia clutched his Japanese sword, after which he couldn't speak for a long time. After a couple minutes, he asked if Isekai'd was sure, because in his opinion it wasn't a very equal exchange. The vendor said it was fine. Since Rainia had given her the artifact, there was much more demand for it from collectors willing to buy it. If you value it as a commodity, it would certainly be much easier to sell it. Rainia wrinkled his face slightly, saying that he didn't think so. Isekai'd said that shame awaited her then. The girl also said that while they were in the process of exchanging, could Rainia show her how to wield a sword? She thought that after that, the likelihood of it being sold should increase. Isekai'd said that she would still make a deal with Rainia. The boy thought about it and said that if that was the case, it was fine. Stepping a little to the side, the girl leaned on a small wooden pole. Isekai'd exclaimed that this was now his target. Rainia only smiled, seeing how tensely the merchant was waiting. The boy exhaled, then said that since she was waiting for a demonstration, she would do it. If Isekai'd really wanted someone to do it, that would be fine. After a bit of preparation, Rainia, who was standing in front of the column, first stepped out and then very quickly grabbed his katana from its sheath. He managed to strike several blows in an instant. The log they had prepared for testing instantly split into 3 evenly cut pieces. Isekai'd was silent, her eyes wide open. This was the first time she had ever seen the use of her sword. A quiet wow sounded from the side. Isekai'd said she didn't see the blow at all. Rainia examined it again, saying that it was a really good sword. The guy also added that he felt like he already knew him in a way. Jakiri smiled as she saw that Rainia had apparently reached the final result of their deal. The girl smiled and said that they had decided then, and she was willing to trade the sword for Sinai. Rainia was overjoyed. He said it was a great exchange. The merchant said it was time for her to go, and now if he ever saw the great Kiri again, he should let her know. As she left, the merchant chimed in that everything was right. It was just as the prophecy said. Rainia asked in surprise what prophecy she was talking about. The girl said that the boy had fainted due to lack of magical power. She suggested him to start practicing in safe places like his room, for example. After that, the girl said that it was just an angel, or rather a merchant's intuition. After that, the girl said rather quietly that everything might fall apart because of it. But since it was him, Rainia would definitely become an amazing mage soon. As she continued to walk away, Kiri waved her hand, saying that they would see each other later. Rainia started to suspect something, saying that it didn't seem like a traitor's intuition. Rather, what the guy meant to say was that the girl said he had passed out when he used magic. She was a bit strange because she had spent so much effort on it. Should he consider himself happy now? When Kiri was out of sight, she hid behind some large rocks where she couldn't be seen. The girl raised her left hand and said that Gil was starting to report. The girl said her mission was accomplished. All this while she was addressing the goddess, adding that she was able to take Sinai Kanugi Rani without any problem. The goddess sat in a chair in front of her panel. The girl said that Galero had done a good job. The angel immediately corrected her, saying that she was an angel because that's what the goddess herself called her. Gil began to scream, saying that it was entirely her mistress's fault that she had to change her name and do something so unpleasant. Angel accused her of thoughtlessly giving out attributes like Sinai. After all, the goddess had made Sinai indestructible. It was stronger than a diamond, so if someone wanted to break it, it would die. If Rainia had been careless, he could have destroyed anything. That's what could happen with the weapon of mass destruction given to him to practice with. Gil also said that while they were at it, the goddess was planning to split the balance of this world. The goddess started yelling back, asking her to stop all of this. She asked indignantly about how she could keep track of so many small details all this time. The goddess was seriously enraged, saying that, one way or another, Jill had to make sure she handed the guy a replacement. Jill confirmed it. The girl said that she secretly took that Japanese sword from Rainia's grave after the proposal. Since she was doing the divine will, it didn't matter much. The goddess smiled and said that it did indeed. After that, the girl said that she was just sure that this Japanese sword must be very easy to use. The goddess misspelled her assistant's name again after congratulating her on her excellent work. Jill got angry again, saying she was going to quit. Goddess smiled back and said that she had been really honest and open with Jill. It really was a great job on the brunette's part. After he returned, Rainia stood in the kitchen and prepared the morning drink for the whole group. Shin suddenly burst into the room saying that they had finally gotten the request from the guild. The girl ran closer to the young man, shouting out his name. Rainia simply said that he could hear her. He then added that Rainia would drop all the details and Shin could call Rona instead. Rainia finally finished, after which he joined the common table with his mug. Rona was already there too and was ready to listen. Shin, after everyone had gathered, said that this place was south of here. Some team had gotten into trouble, and apparently a new living dungeon had been discovered. The query was conquest. Rainia stopped her a bit by asking about the living dungeon. Shin was a bit stunned, then said that a living dungeon is a type of dungeon where abandoned mines, caves, or abandoned buildings are filled with demons and monsters. A dungeon that can completely remake everything around what is called the core of the dungeon. The core is full of monsters and treasures, and adventurers who enter it often die while the core absorbs mana. Shin later said that even if he left the dungeon alone, it would still absorb mana from the environment. It always grows at the expense of everything else, and since the dungeon is crawling with various monsters, which is a pretty strong level, they were asked to reduce their numbers depending on the successful completion of the mission with the goblins. Rainia was a bit surprised, appreciating its strength and danger. The guy asked if the guild had really only made a request for the 3 of them. Shin waved her head, saying that it wasn't. The girl smiled, then put up a finger and solemnly said that this time they would go there with the other 4 members of the adventure. The scheme was as follows. The guild had prepared a horse and carriage to transport them. However, they had a time limit, which was 2 days for the round trip and 2 days to search the dungeon. As a result, each side would have to get 6 gold coins plus expenses. You can also get an additional 10 gold coins for destroying the core. Ro and Rainia exchanged glances. Rona smiled shyly, saying that she didn't see anything strange here. It all sounded like the request was indeed true, and given all that, it was worth paying attention to. Shin became more confident, then asked if all the preparations had been completed. She added that they would be leaving tomorrow morning. though they would need to meet up with the rest of the group before then, at sunset. Rainia and Rona exclaimed in surprise. They were clearly unhappy that they needed to be ready to leave at sunset today. Rainia even spilled the coffee he had prepared. Rona felt ashamed of her ward again. Rainia calmly started telling Shinu that next time, you should consult with the others before accepting a request. After that, Rainia shouted even louder that they needed to do things like preparing to leave or like gathering information. They still had a lot to do. Shin kept trying to justify herself very confusingly, inserting sounds of surprise between the guys' words. Rainia didn't calm down, saying that they had their own circumstances too. He then added that even if she was their leader, such things were still discussed before doing anything. After that, everyone started to look at each other in surprise. Shin said that in her opinion, the leader in their group was Rainia. Ro supported her by saying that she was sure of that too. Rainia looked at the girl in surprise. After that, the guy grabbed his head, saying that he was a missing person. Did they really think someone like him was fit to be a leader in a world unknown to him? Ro looked at the young man and said that if Rainia became their leader, it would be of great help. She began to plead with the boy. Looking at Ro, the boy immediately realized what she was thinking. With Shin as the leader, Ro saw a future full of problems, so she wanted someone else to be the leader. Rainia realized that otherwise the girl would say that he snuck into her room at night and blackmailed her. Closing his eyes, he kept looking at Ro, saying that he understood everything. He also asked Rona to stop looking at him like that. Rainia put his hands together, then said that if he was their leader, it only made him agree to an already horrible job. The boy added that they had to pack food and gear for 3 people before they left. However, they needed time to do that. Shin lowered her head guiltily, saying that Rainia was indeed right and the girl herself had exaggerated a bit. Shin tried to hold back the tears that were starting to appear in her eyes. The girl apologized and said that when she tries to be careful, Ro does everything for her. Rainia added that she should be grateful to him for that. After that, the guy said that they didn't have much time left to prepare for this job anyway. Yeah, I had to hurry up. The guy turned to Rona, telling her to go to the store and get everything ready because she was probably used to this town by now, and Ro agreed. After that, Rainia turned to Sheena and said that the two of them would go to the meeting. The guy asked if she had any information about the other contestants. Shin confirmed it, saying that she could be assigned that task. Shin realized that she could indeed be helpful in this matter. She waved her hands and said that she knew almost every active group in town, because Rainia could just ask. Shin said that they would definitely be the best this time. After that, she went to the Silver Cup Tavern, which was not far from the guild. When they got closer, Rainia noticed a signboard with the same color scheme and style as the guild's. Shin said that this tractor was run by the Adventurers Guild itself. When the guys stepped inside, most of the people sitting at the tables inside immediately turned around and looked towards the unknown newcomers. No one had seen them in the inn before. Rainia didn't avert his gaze as he continued to look at the people around him. Afterwards, he secretly told Shin that apparently everyone was already in their seats. The man in armor stood up from his seat and then said that everyone present had already heard from the guild that they had gathered everyone here who was going to take over the dungeon. Rainia asked Shin about why this guy suddenly stood up and started talking. The girl explained that this guy was the leader of the group carrier of the Flaming Lotus. His name was Heart's Risen, and he was a B-rank adventurer who wielded 2 swords at the same time. This traveler was most likely the highest rank among the people present. Rainia asked about the rank, assuming it was some sort of classification in the guild. Shin said it was more or less that. The girl said that everyone had a ranking from S to F, and since they are new, they are currently at the very bottom. Also, a guy who was sitting at another table and was hugging his girlfriend. He's the leader of the band Sharp Fang, and his name is Zest Fatality. He looked unpleasant. Because of his horrible behavior, the guy is only C rank right now. He wields a long rapier. Since the guy was strong, it was like he was B rank, that's why he is ranked that way. Rainia thought of Shin's emphasis on the last leader's behavior. It was noticeable because Zest was acting very cocky towards his girlfriend in a public place. Shin continued by saying that these guys would be next, pointing to the far corner. They were members of a group of explorers, and rather unusually, their leader was a wizard. He had red hair and was wearing a robe like Honda, rank D, and the 4 clad in armor act as a shield when the enemy attacks. At the same time, the mage himself finishes his spells to crush the enemies. Rainia didn't even know how to react to the fact that she knew so much. Shin replied that she said that if he wanted to know about anyone, he could always contact her. The girl also added that she wouldn't fail to check out the groups in that city. Rainia said that it was clear to him, but he thought she was just like the people who follow their idols. Zest was outraged, yelling at Rhaenyra and Shin. He asked what they were talking about, looking at all the groups with a sneaky glance. Shin was a little startled, staring at the leader. Zest Fatality looked disdainfully at the newcomers, saying that there were only 2 of them. The guy didn't even know how they were going to survive in the dungeon they were all going to be sent to. Rainia calmly replied that they still had a fellow priest. She was absent due to the latest preparations. Shin confirmed that, but Zest only said that they seemed to be laughing at him. After that, Zest said that he didn't talk to him at all. Hearts intervened in their conversation, calming Zest down. The Lotus leader said that they would only get into trouble with that attitude. Hearts subsequently apologized for potentially rudely confronting the boys. The fencers then explained that they wanted to do their job properly, so it would be better if the rookies just left that concern to them. Zest grinned, saying that those 2 had some kind of amazing world in their heads. At that time, Hearts pointed his finger at the boys, saying that they were the last to arrive and they should introduce themselves. Rainier remained calm, saying that their group didn't have a name yet. They had formed it recently, and he himself had also recently joined the guild himself. The boy gave his name. When the guild veterans heard this, Guffaz went up to the inn. Worms said that their group had won first place. Rainia said he got it right. Zest spread his arms wide, shouting to the entire inn. He said the guys were just a bunch of F-rated scum. He also called them leeches, saying he would finish them off himself before anything started. Shin did not remain silent, after which she slammed her palms on the table. The girl said that the request didn't mention anything about rank. There was also no limit on the number of people, adding that she had the same F rank as the guy with her. Zest started laughing loudly after hearing the same thing. Zest continued to laugh loudly before abruptly grabbing one of the bottles on the table. He launched the glass projectile directly at Shin. No one even had time to object to the arrogant leader of the Sharp Fang group. His entire group continued to sit motionless while the bottle flew, sputtering along the way. Shin had time to see an object flying at her, but the only thing she could do in response was simply cover herself with her hands. Rainia was more nimble and reached for the flying bottle. Rainia defended her group member, not even knocking the bottle away, but catching it. Zest definitely didn't expect this and stared at the F-ranked guy in surprise. Zest stretched out words of surprise after Rainia placed the bottle on the table in front of him. After that, Zest muttered through his teeth that the guy apparently wanted to put on a show. While Shin smiled happily, feeling a sense of mental relief, Rainia continued to be completely focused on the Sharp Fang group. The guy realized that it was as if he was invited to continue. The rest of the adventurers sitting next to their leader had already prepared in case of a commotion. Zest said that no matter how much trash he tried, he would remain trash, so enough of this nonsense. One of the group members, who had prepared some throwing knives under the table beforehand, abruptly stood up and launched several at Shin and Rainia. A general tension began to rise in the guild. The leaders of the other teams watched the scene with surprise and priggishness. Shin was consumed with even more fear. Rainia and Shin had already managed to sit down by this time, so the guy's mobility was slightly blocked. 4 sharp blades flew straight at him alone. Rainia turned towards the threat, then put his hands forward, and as soon as the blades came close to him, he spread his fingers a bit, after which caught all the blades. The guy and the girl who had attacked the guy screamed loudly, surprised at what this newcomer was doing. Rainia exhaled, then carefully swung the knives in his hands. Zest's fatality could only offend a guy who publicly humiliated his team and personal dignity. Rainia threw the knives back, and they stabbed into the table they were sitting on. Zest's girlfriend was a little startled when he saw the look Rainia was giving them now. Rainia later said that he had heard that there would be another meeting here. After that, the guy started to gradually change his intonation to a more threatening one, saying that it didn't quite sound like the description he had said earlier. Rainia also noticed that there was some sort of wrong mood in the tavern right now. Zest said that he was the one wondering who was to blame. The other leaders calmed down a bit, realizing that no one inside was likely to get hurt now. They dutifully turned away, deciding to let the situation play out. Rainia started to get up from his chair, saying that he understood everything. The guy also added that since they are saying that they are at fault here, it's time for them to leave this meeting. Shin confusedly started to tell the young man, but Rainia firmly told the adventurers not to expect them to cooperate with them in this request. He also added that they would not be forgiven if they failed. While leaving, Rainia addressed everyone saying that they will work in their own way, so others should also do what they want to do. Rainia thought this was the best solution, which he also asked the others about. The leaders of the other groups supported this decision. Hart said that they couldn't work in such a farce, and Ace, the leader of the explorers, added that he didn't want to be around Fang's group. As a result, all the groups decided that they would work separately. Zest was very angry. Rainia said that in that case it was settled and they were done here for the day. On his way out the door, Rainia heard Zest calling for him. The leader of the Sharp Fangs said with a wide grin that the guy should watch his back better when he was in the dungeon. Rania didn't turn around, but he didn't ignore those words either. Rania only quietly told Zest to watch his back as well. The entire group of Fangs started laughing like hyenas. Rania stepped outside and Shin immediately slipped in after him. The door of the inn slammed loudly as the new arrivals left. Rania continued to walk forward confidently. Shin was very embarrassed. The girl stepped closer to Rania and then began to apologize, saying that it was her request. The young man said that there was no need to discuss it further. The young man turned around and added that they had already had a conversation about the request. Rania also explained that the failure of the meeting was primarily his mistake, so you just need to leave it at that. Though the guy was really surprised at how quickly the mood in the meeting changed. Shin continued to weave behind her, bringing up the topic again. Rania turned around and said, asking to leave it alone. If the girl said one more word, he promised that he would smash her head. Shin was startled and immediately asked again what he would smash her head. Actually, Shin didn't need a second answer, they already understood everything. She was just very embarrassed. Rania also realized that he had gone too far when he talked to the girl like that. Rania turned to Shin and said that anyway, this was his very first job as an adventurer. Subsequently, the young man asked if he could rely on Shin at the moment. At first, Shin stared at the young man in surprise after realizing for himself that Rania was probably very nervous and this situation in the tavern had knocked him out. But for all that, the guy continued to pin his hopes on her, entrusting himself to her. Shin stood for a while, then replied that Rania could rely on her, and started to catch up with the guy. The wagons with the adventurers set off in the early morning, just as everyone had planned. Shin led the carriage holding the reins while only Rona and Rania were inside. Rona was very unhappy. She continued to gloomily stare at Rania almost from the beginning of the ride. Suddenly she broke the silence by asking if Rania had done it on purpose. Rania, with the same sleepy and gloomy face, asked the question in return, telling what Rona now meant. The girl said now we're talking about relationships with other groups. Ro said that she could certainly think that he didn't get along well with them. She meant that when it came down to it, Rania couldn't help but do so, then added that no, that would be impossible. Rania smiled nervously, saying that initially the atmosphere was terrible. Then the guy only did what he thought was best, given their rank, compared to the rest of them. Ro asked what Rania meant by understanding the word best. The guy turned away, saying that this way they avoided unnecessary conflicts and it would be better if they let them take care of everything themselves. Shin, on the other hand, slept very little because she had been worrying all night about the upcoming trip she had organized. The conversation between Ro and Rania continued in the carriage. While Shin had already started to close her eyes, yawning quietly, Rania listed the reasons. He said that as it was, they could just complete the mission these days without any effort, and be rewarded. Rona was indignant that this was some kind of strategy Rania had been following from the beginning. The guy kept showing 4 fingers in response as a symbol that they had now simplified their journey by 4 steps. Ro covered her face with her hand, saying that it would make farming easier. Rania looked at her seriously and told her to call it an effective life-saving strategy. Ro agreed, saying that it was probably the best solution for them, considering they were practically unprepared for such an outing. She realized that this way they could protect Shin without any problems. Rona added that she thought they would be fine. It turned out that they only had one strategy, so they should stick to it. Shin thought that those 2 inside were having incredible fun. Finally, she decided to address the guys inside. Shin turned to Ro and Rania, saying that she had been leading the horse the whole time. It seemed to her that they should somehow replace each other. Rania and Rona smiled strainedly, telling the girl that it was her punishment for agreeing to a mission she hadn't originally discussed with her group. Rona added that Shin hadn't been forgiven yet. They soon came to a stop, deciding that they were almost at the entrance to the dungeon. The road was very long, so it would be worth a good rest before going down there. The girls said they would set up camp right here. While Ro and Shin were getting the tent out, Rania stopped and asked if it was okay for them to camp so close. Rona proceeded to set up the stakes before replying that it was fine. She immediately explained that there were no monsters in the dungeons that were more than 10 years old that would come to the surface. Rona pointed to the place of descent, saying that otherwise they could see the monsters from here, and it was much safer than camping in the forest. Rania looked around the entrance in surprise, saying that there was even a ladder. Rona said that this way, she thought the dungeon was an invitation to living things. Rania asked a little shyly if the girl really had one tent. Rona replied that yes, since you have to stand guard, hence there would be plenty of room. Shin realized that Rania had a slightly different reason for the question. She giggled and then winked at the young man, cheerfully saying that they were comrades. After that, she asked if he would be bothered sleeping next to her and Ro. Rainier had already started to say that there was some reason for it, whereupon he immediately left, saving himself and Ro from unnecessary questions. Rainier replied sharply that it was fine. They then began preparing their camp together, hauling wood for the fire, laying out portable furniture, and preparing food for the evening. Ro looked at Rainier silently and thanked him for not saying anything to Shin. Rainier did the cooking, and he did it practically alone while the girls did the rest. Soon he invited them to the table, showing them everything he had prepared. Shin and Ro, hungry and tired, came to the table and stared at it with burning eyes, not expecting such comfortable surroundings. Everything looked delicious and Rainier knew what he was doing. On the table were stewed vegetables and rabbit, a small salad with fish, stale bread, some fruit and wine. The boy said that if they had had more time to prepare, he would have made something better. Rainier also added that he was going to prepare better for the next mission. Shin started to purposely huff, saying that she didn't need to be so hard on herself because it was all delicious. Rona looked towards the other group's tents. They had also eaten dinner, and the girl said that they had quite a bit of food compared to the other adventurers. The others even sat on the ground and ate dried meat with stale bread. Perhaps this was normal for this kind of travelers because everything was thanks to Rainier's void vault. The others watched with some envy at the kind of camp the budding F-rank adventurers had set up for themselves. It all seemed really suspicious to them. Ro tasted the food as well, starting to smarten up. The girl said that she was really very happy that Rainier had become their friend. The boy said that the two of them really had nothing to worry about in such company. Rainier himself felt that he didn't even have the right to refuse. When they finished eating, Rainier said that there was something else that he just had to tell the girls. Rainier cautiously looked to the side and told them to be extremely careful with that redhead's group. Rona turned her head back, realizing that Rainier was talking about Zest and his women. Rainier watched them sit and drink by the fire, then added that Zest hadn't shown it. But because of what happened at the meeting, he might be up to something. Rainier isn't as worried about herself because she'll be able to stand up for herself. But because of what he just said, the girls should be wary. Shin and Rona said that they understood. It soon became completely dark. Shin had already gone into the tent, and Rainier waited a bit for her to calm down before entering herself. Rona said she would stand guard first. Rainier adjusted his sleeping bag and began to climb inside, thinking that as long as Rona was on guard, he wouldn't have to worry so much about anything happening. Rainier began to slowly close his eyes, thinking that he should rest as well. They all had to get up early tomorrow, and Rainier was also going to make breakfast for the whole group. Rainier had already closed his eyes after lying like that for a few minutes. Almost falling asleep, the boy felt something soft next to him. Something was pressing on him, and at first he thought it was an enemy, but it didn't feel like it. Shin got out of his sleeping bag and started to climb into the other half, where Rainier himself was at the moment. Slowly opening his eyes, Rainier thought it might be Rona, but it turned out to be Shin. Rainier continued to lie in the zipped sleeping bag, unable to carefully get out. He thought that although it wasn't Rona, Shin had the same habit. Suddenly, Rainier came to his senses abruptly, remembering Rona's words. The guy started urging Shin to wake up. Shin, on the other hand, was sleeping very soundly and only replied that it wasn't Rona. Rainier was slowly getting angry because he couldn't move at all inside the sleeping bag. Shin continued to hold him down while making strange noises. Rainier knew very well that if Rona came inside now and found them in this state, he might immediately have a problem. Rainier kept whispering to Shin to wake up. Shin continued to keep her eyes closed, but she was talking in her sleep. Shin suddenly called Rainier by her friend Ro's name, after which she said that she was very warm. Rainier thought that Shin was sleeping so soundly that she couldn't even hear him. Suddenly the tent started to open and a woman's voice asked if anyone was calling her. Sure enough, it was Rona, who must have heard them outside. Rainier was about to start explaining everything, but Ro continued to walk in slowly, saying that Rainier looked so pleased. Rainier shouted for a couple more seconds that it wasn't what Rona might have thought. But when he realized that Rona kept walking towards him, he immediately remembered her first words in the tent. Suddenly, Rona started to lie down on the other side of Rainier. The young man asked her in surprise what Rona was doing. Rona replied that she was just showing her love. The situation was getting very strange and was still not settling in Rainier's mind. Rona added that she just wanted to join them and she also felt herself starting to fall asleep. Rainier twitched even harder. He was already starting to raise his voice. He asked what Rona, who would be guarding their tent from threats instead, was talking about. Rona had already closed her eyes and was smiling as if she was having some wonderful dream. She kept talking, telling Shin that it was very comfortable to lie here. Rainier realized that he couldn't even move under their weight. He didn't even realize how these girls had so much strength. Rainier raised his head and told the girls to stop fooling around and start getting up. Suddenly, Rainia noticed that he was seeing some strange fog. The young man's eyes began to close violently, and the last thing the boy thought was that someone was attacking them. But Rainia couldn't understand the instigator of this attack. In any case, it was very bad for them. Soon, several people started approaching their tent. Rainia heard a voice outside asking if they should do this right now. The voice definitely belonged to a girl, and it was only Rainia and Zest in the group. Rainia opened his eyes abruptly, continuing to listen to the conversation outside the tent wall. Another voice, already male, said that right now would be the perfect moment to take care of the little buggers. Rainia realized it all at once. He had heard that voice before, and it was familiar to him to the point of disgust. It was the leader of the Sharp Fangs, Zest, along with his female adventurers. One of the girls who held the staff said that she didn't think it was possible. It all depended on the magician because the hypnosis spell could be broken by pain and outside noises. She also added that if other groups found out and reported them to the guild, Zest's group would then solve a lot of problems that would pile up on their heads. Zest hugged the girl he was sitting in the tavern with at the time and said that she seemed to be jealous. Zest was a little drunk. The wizard started to reply something, but Zest immediately said he didn't have to be. The red-haired leader of the group laughed, saying that they could outrun this group if then set a trap. Then it would be even funnier. For all that, it would seem ordinary and plausible. A bunch of adventurers die in the dungeons, so no one would even suspect them. Zest was a little sad because he wanted to get revenge faster, but they had to leave. Rainia exhaled, thinking they were finally gone. Good thing that murderous Aura was able to wake him up because he almost found his knife in his sleeping bag. Rainia remembered Shin's words, noting that Zest seemed to have used a rapier in the fight. The young man realized he could defend himself, but the girls might have been in trouble. Suddenly, Rainia saw that Shin, who was lying on top of her sleeping bag in just her sleeping clothes, started to open her eyes. She immediately blushed, not realizing what was going on. Rona was lying next to her as well, which only made things more confusing for the girl who had succumbed to hypnosis. There was immediately a complete commotion in the tent, after which they decided to sort things out in the morning. When morning finally came, the three leaders gathered to discuss a plan of action. Orms immediately said that apparently Sharp Fang's group had made them hurry up and had already descended into the dungeon. Even their camp that they had set up yesterday was no longer there because they had packed it up themselves. Hearts was clearly not happy about this because as the strongest adventurer of the four groups, he probably wanted to take all the laurels. Hearts placed his hands on his waist before saying that, honestly, their group's goal was to destroy the dungeon core by themselves. The Lotus leader shifted his gaze and asked if Shin was alright. He also added that if they destroyed the core with just their group, the reward would be a completely different level. Furthermore, this dungeon was relatively new, so it wouldn't take long to explore it. After that, the man turned to Rainia and said that the young man was surprisingly calm. Subsequently, Hearts asked if the boy would be upset if he lost 10 gold coins. Rainia replied that he would not be very upset. Rainia also added that 10 coins was a reasonable price. The guy didn't mind at all if it would allow him to not participate in mopping up this dungeon. He would gladly accept the reward just for resting here. Nagas said he agreed. The leader of the explorers added that he would even write a thank you letter to that red-haired idiot. Az also said that when one door closes, another always opens. Otherwise, if required, they were ready to take over and begin the survey. Orm, listening to this, couldn't believe his ears. The guys continued to prepare that there would only be a couple monsters left after the Sharp Fang, and they would only have to avoid making the same mistakes. Rainia asked Hearts if everything was okay because he saw how his face changed. Hearts said that they should help the first group in the battle. Rainia and Az said almost unanimously that they didn't think so. Rainia replied that he personally wasn't going to clean up all the leftovers for those who chose to die of their own free will. The young man truly believed that they didn't need to do that at all. The mage thought for a moment and said that he could see the truth in the young man's words. He also added that even if they could only wound the enemy before dying, it would be a plus for them. Rainia smiled upon hearing the answer. He turned to the mage and said that he liked his train of thought. The leader of the researchers only winked silently at the young man. Hearts was left in incomprehension. He first asked the two men if they thought this was normal. After that, without waiting for an answer, the leaders of the other two groups went each to their own camp. Rainia was already standing next to Rona, after which he said that if they were to believe what Hearts and the others said, they should see some sort of sign by noon telling them how things were going on inside. He also added that their group had already decided on a safe route. It was for this reason that there was no need to get into trouble. Rainia pointed towards Shin, who was still bashfully kneeling and trying to realize what had happened last night. The young man asked Rona to take care of the girl and get her cleaned up. Rinya added that it would be more important to take care of breakfast right now, which he takes care of, but he would need the help of the two girls. Soon they had everything sorted out, but Shin continued to avoid Rinya. Suddenly the boy looked out onto the field and saw that Hearts had disappeared as well. He approached after which he asked him what happened to the group of Lotus Elders. The leader of the research group, chewing on stale bread, said that if Rinya was talking about Hearts, then he and his group had gone to the dungeon right after Zest. Rinya only grinned at that passage, then said that he still couldn't figure out if he was decent or greedy. Added that thanks to Rinya, his group could relax. The guys in armor from the maid's group said that for sure. Rinya looked at them all and then said they could sit down and eat breakfast in peace without any fuss. He knew he could make a nice gesture. Rinya said that they could all stay here and relax a bit because there was no way out either. After that, the guy said they could share the food. Looked at the guy in surprise, then said that he said things like that. The wizard asked if Rinya really wanted to say right now that he had enough food for 5 more people. Rinya smiled and said he wouldn't be impoverished if he shared just once. Said that would be great, but then asked how the guy was able to bring so many provisions with him. Rinya smiled, then said that they had bottomless storage. That was the reason why they could take as much food and water with them as they wanted. After that, the guy repeated that they had enough supplies, so they could easily prepare food for anyone who wanted to join if they wanted to do it themselves. Naga suddenly made a serious face, after which he asked Rinya to wait for a while. After that, he announced that he wanted to make a deal in exchange for breakfast and lunch. Rinya asked, a little surprised if Sis thought the young man was trying to poison them in this way. The mage bowed and said he didn't suspect him of anything. The man then added that taking something for nothing was not their style at all. Rinya smiled, saying that was quite decent, after which he immediately agreed and asked what would be in return. Moved closer to Rainier and said he could teach the guy the basic fire bullet spell. The mage then asked if they would be okay with that condition. Rinya said that it was a great offer, but is it an equal exchange? Rinya said that he would definitely be on the plus side because one basic light spell cost him 7 silver coins. Consoled the guy, after which he said that it was quite a decent price for the opportunity to try a hot meal in a place like this. He also asked that everything be cooked deliciously because his guys had been through a lot. It was clear that as a true leader, tried to take care of his team, especially in their group when they constantly had his back. Rinya smiled and said he understood. After everything was ready, both groups sat down at their tables and started eating. The condition was indeed fulfilled by Rinya, so after taught him the spell, straightened up and said that the spell should be cast as follows. In the name of my power, I spell, fly, release a bullet. He looked into Rinya's eyes and asked if it was clear. Rinya opened her panel again, then accepted the spell, said that the guy would be able to use it now, assuming he had enough magical energy of course. Then asked how often Rinya could use the light spell. Rinya thought for a bit, saying that the first time he used it, he was knocked out. Then he didn't even manage to retrieve the light before blacking out. After that, he spent a couple days in his room in a continuous cycle of spells and fainting, purposefully studying the light over and over again. Through trial and error, he finally managed to get used to it. Rinya could now create 16 beams of light per minute for an hour. Looked at the young man in surprise. Rinya continued to stand pensively, repeating it about 960 times. That was about how many times he could use the light spell Carol had taught him. Exclaimed that the guy seemed to be a swordsman. Rinya said that was the point. The girl who taught him the spell said that he has absolutely no talent. She also added that if he practiced hard, he could even excel a bit. Said that was incredible. He then added that if Rinya wanted to show off, he could have chosen something more realistic. Rinya immediately said he wasn't lying. The guy said that you could increase the amount of your magic energy if you used it often, even if he had no talent. Suddenly interrupted him, asking him to listen. The wizard said that if all this was really true, Rinya realized that still didn't believe him, thinking that it was really true. The wizard held out his hand, saying he would start his explanation with a frequency. Said that if he used light, he would be exhausted after 100 times. In other words, the magician pointed his hand at the guy. If his words are true, his magic energy is 10 times his energy, but he specializes in magic and the guy is just a swordsman. Continued by saying that magic energy can indeed be increased with training, but it still can't be achieved in one day. It doesn't increase 100 times no matter how talented you are. Rinya staggered a bit, realizing what was getting at. The mage said that this is where the inconsistency in his multiple summoning comes in. Az can do it too, of course, but is usually limited to only 2 bindings. The magician then said that he would now ask his second question. Az began to ask if Rinia could use high-level magic, such as parallel spells. The magician asked to demonstrate it to him. Rinia mumbled something a bit unsure, after which he said he didn't know about parallel spells, but tried to use a silence spell. This only made Az laugh out loud. The wizard laughed for a long time, almost bent in half. After panting slightly, he began to calm down. Rinia continued to stare at him, after which he asked what funny thing he said. Az continued to smile, saying that it was such a bad joke that even he couldn't contain his laughter. After that, Az said he could give the guy one piece of advice: he shouldn't talk about everything. After that, Az bowed his head and said that people might just think Rinia was a chatterbox. Rinia was angered by such criticism, but then calmed down after realizing where this was going. Rinia now fully understood that it was all because of the abilities the goddess had bestowed upon him in the beginning. Come to think of it, she had bestowed him with top-notch abilities. After that, Az said that if the guy really could summon 2-3 beams of light at the same time, then he shouldn't have any problems with the fire bullet. After that, he also added that if the bullet that Rinia would receive didn't start to become normal or large in size, then it would be better to think of a better way to use it. Rinia thanked Az-sensei for his advice, after which, after thinking for a bit, he decided to ask the mage something. The mage looked at him, slightly perturbed. The mage asked him not to give him any weird titles like sensei. The leader of the explorers simply asked him to call him Az. Rinia said he understood. After that, the boy looked towards the entrance to the dungeon and asked if Az thought the first group that had gone down there had stayed in the dungeon for too long. They took another look at the entrance together, and Rinia added that according to the adventurers who had come down, this dungeon was new, so it wouldn't take long. Thick black miasmas began to rise from the dungeon, visible to the naked eye. Somewhere inside could see the silhouette of a man who said that today would be a bountiful harvest. The man continued to laugh as he sat at his desk. He saw or sensed the approach of a new group of adventurers. The man said that new victims were coming to him. The adventurers gathered their groups, set up camp, and rushed towards the entrance to the dungeon. Rinia stopped suddenly, then turned to the others and said he wanted to clear something up first. He looked around at all the campaigners before directly asking what their main goal was. Shin replied that they should finish the quest first and then find the Sharp Fangs and Scarlet Guardians group. Rona also slightly raised her hand to show that she too wanted a supplement, after which she said that given their condition, the girl was thinking of finding them and helping them first. Rinia said that they don't even know what might have happened inside or what happened to the groups. Besides, they don't have any experience, so you shouldn't take on too much, as was immediately agreed upon. After a short pause, Rinia said that if the other groups were defeated inside, it would be logical for them to retreat. Ace stared at the guy, not sure what he was talking about. Ace suddenly said abruptly that that was pretty much the case. He also added that, after all, part of the assignment was to eliminate several groups from the guild. Many people, including Rinia, turned to Ace. He only laughed, saying that it was just a joke. Rinia said it wasn't funny, then thought that the people of this world were scary, let alone criminals. Rinia kept looking at Ace, then he asked if he really didn't mind if Rinia led the sortie because his rank was F. Ace replied without further delay that he didn't mind. The mage explained that after the incident that happened in the tavern, he had seen with his own eyes that Rinia was definitely above the rank he wore. After that, he also added that during the conversation with Hearts, all of his decisions were justified. Since he would entrust the leadership of the group to Rinia, the latter would be able to better focus on spells. Ace also turned to his guys in armor and asked them if his team had any objections to this. One of the men answered for all of them, saying that they were all in favor. Rinia said that in that case, she and Shin would go ahead. Rona and Ace would move in the center, exploring the area with the god sign that belonged to the girl. But the other four, who are well armed and wearing good armor, will cover the entire group from the back, removing the danger of attacking their mage. After Rinia had assigned the participants to their places, he asked if everyone was ready. Almost no one answered, nodding silently. Rinia said that in that case they were moving forward. Step by step they continued to descend into the thickening darkness. No one knew what awaited them inside. After they descended, the light from above stopped falling and allowed it to illuminate. At first Rinia thought to use a light spell, but at that moment he had a torch in his other hand. Shin called out to the guy, showing it to him. Rona laughed and they continued walking forward. The group continued to move forward. Rinia then suddenly turned around and asked if the others had seen anything suspicious or strange up ahead. Shin turned around and said that she hadn't seen anything like that, but in her opinion, that was to be expected from a new dungeon. She then added a little more quietly that it was for the moment. Rinia thought that Zest didn't seem to have planned any traps, and they still hadn't noticed any along the way. Maybe he was falling into them himself. Either way, they moved on all together. After a few meters, Az waved his hand, pointing somewhere. The wizard said there was something strange in that direction. It was a passageway, with 2 doors, wooden, built into the wall. Rinia began to look at it, thinking it was too far away from the entrance, which was strange indeed. Az immediately said that it shouldn't be like that in a new dungeon. Rona added that demons usually hide behind such doors, but they shouldn't really be here. Suddenly, Rinia looked down and saw a stain about 30 centimeters in diameter scattered on the floor. It was blood, he said, and it had already dried up but was still visible. Rinia leaned over, bringing his torch closer to get a better look at the trail. He suggested that the blood might belong to someone from Group 1. Rona said that it could indeed be, but the dungeon was consuming her. After that, the girl looked at the door and said that this path leads here directly from the entrance, so it was entirely possible considering how long it took them to walk here. Az started to reassure the others a bit, saying that it could have been the blood of the enemy. So, the answer had to be exactly behind the doors that were now in front of them. Shin looked up and said that she couldn't believe that Hearts and Gesture could have been defeated. Rinia remained in the same position, only raising her head slightly. Guy said that he thought that's what happened, because he could feel some kind of unpleasant presence behind the door. Az said that even if that was true, it didn't prove anything. It was too soon for them to back out, at least until they found something to help them make sense of it all. Some childish enthusiasm continued to overwhelm Shin, so she immediately agreed with Az, saying that they needed to enter the tiger's den. Everyone around them started to glance over more towards Rinia. Rinia agreed, but immediately made his intentions clear. The guy said that if he thought it was getting dangerous, they would immediately go back because safety was paramount. Everyone agreed with him and then began to take up positions. Everyone got ready and Shin, along with Rinia who was in front, stuck to the doors and began to slowly push their way inside. A small and unpleasant surprise immediately caught up with them at the door. An extremely strong odor began to be heard that hit their noses, making it disgusting. Many began to cover their noses. Rainier didn't even have to sniff because he immediately smelled rotten meat or something like that. He told everyone else that they were moving on and that the group should be wary. Rainier looked around realizing that there was a light on outside the door. He didn't understand the reason for it because there was no electricity in this world. Shin looked at the young man, wondering how he could be so calm. Something clicked ahead and Rinia immediately put his hands on his Japanese sword, notifying the team that there was someone ahead. Shin also saw a silhouette and began to feel nervous. The creature in front of them was indeed something like a man, dressed in a black shirt and white robe. It had long black-colored fingernails. He stood up from behind his chair with all his might, after which he said that they had come to see him after all. The man then spread his arms out to the sides and added that he was happy to welcome the group to his lab. He then began to grin frighteningly, referring to the people standing in the aisle as his lab rats. A closer look revealed his narrow demonic pupils. Rona pressed her hand to her chest, saying that the creature had dark skin, purple hair, and was apparently a demon. It was unclear why he was here, since this race inhabited the central continent. Rona also added that this was the first time she had seen any of them. It was known that this class was superior to humans in terms of magic power, and they definitely can't defeat it. Ace, who was standing beside him, whispered to Rainier that this guy in front of them right now is very dangerous, so we need to leave immediately. Rainier agreed, after which they heard the demon address them. The demon asked if his guests were going to leave already. He also decided to see if they thought it would be very rude of them to leave so quickly. Most of them were simply restrained by fear. Shin suddenly cried out, determined to find out where the other 11 people who had come here before them were. She wanted to know what he had done to them. Rainier started to stop her, but the demon was suddenly thoughtful, stroking his chin with his fingernails. He didn't understand what Shin had meant about the 11 adventurers. After thinking for a bit, the demon smiled widely and said that he had no idea. He also added that he hadn't seen anything, even though he had been sitting here the whole time. Shin continued to shout that the demon wouldn't fool them. The girl was pretty easy to piss off, but not the rest of the team who were more experienced. It was like the demon really didn't know what it was talking about. Rainier exhaled and then decided to ask in a different way. The boy asked where the other 11 guinea pigs that had come here earlier were. Rainier's voice changed, and the guy spoke in another language. The guy remembered the skill given to him by the goddess. The others looked at the guy in shock, very scared. The demon laughed, saying that Rainier was a pretty funny kid. He said twice in his native tongue that he understood, then immediately translated it to the others. Now he really understood everything. The demon took a few steps forward, then stuck his hand somewhere as if into a bottomless vault. He then pulled out Zest's body and said that they were probably looking for him. Zest's body was in a terrible state. He looked like a dead man, but it was as if he was alive because he kept making some mooing sounds. Everyone was very frightened by such a demonstration. The demon began to say that he had created this dungeon to gather the material he needed for his experiments, and he had already gained enough. This was the reason why he was able to make such progress in his research. All the adventurers went on high alert, realizing that their workshop mates had been killed and the same could happen to them. After the living cowards Zesta and Hearts came out, the rest of the group began to come out after them. It was as if they were still loyal to their leaders. Demon said that was exactly what he was just asked about. Demon also added that he needed these bodies alive for his experiments. He corrected his glasses and said that even though they looked like that, he was completely sane. Renia thought things were really bad. The demon began to calm the group down, seeing the disgust they all felt. He mocked them and told them not to be afraid. He then paused briefly and said that they would be joining these rabbits very soon. The zombies started opening their mouths and approaching Renia's group. The whole group began to scream. Renia turned around and ordered everyone to leave immediately. Az repeated his words, urging everyone to get out of here quickly. Renia turned to Shin and yelled for her to leave as well. Some liquid and thick black masses that resembled shapeless slugs began to block the door. They blocked the passage and then began to lunge at the Az Knights who tried to push them away somehow. One of the warriors shouted that the thing had melted his shield. The demon continued to speak calmly, explaining that these monsters were very fond of absorbing iron. He ran some tests that showed they also liked human blood. Renia bitterly thought that they should retreat, but with such a rear, they definitely couldn't win. Shifting her gaze, Renia thought that if they wanted to get out of here, they would have to kill this guy. Rona started shouting Renia's name, trying to get his attention. When the guy turned around, Ro said that Zest and the others were already very close to them, only 2 steps away. Zest's body had changed a lot. His empty eye sockets resembled rotten teeth, and his mouth was continuously leaking saliva. He tried to say something that sounded like help. He was the very first of the crowd, as he was probably the first to get out of the vault. The zombies were all rather slow. Shin started to back away, but Renia stood firm. Renia drew his Japanese sword and in one deft motion immediately decapitated Zest, who was approaching him. Shin had time to utter her leader's name as she hiccuped. The former Sharp Fang's leader's voice fell right at the feet of the demon, who was watching the whole spectacle with satisfaction. Renia shouted to the group not to hesitate, because there was no way to save these people. After Renia saw Shin's hands and body trembling, he told her that if the girl was worried about the former guild members who were already dead, they would join their ranks. Shin realized that Renia was indeed right. After that, the guy started giving instructions to his team, saying that Renia was leaving all the walking dead on Shin. After that, he added that Az would cover them with his defense magic. Rona would have to prepare a healing spell. The guy was going to take the demon himself. Renia also added that zombies were poisonous. The whole group perked up dramatically, stating that they understood the leader. Renia prepared the spell Az had taught him and fired 8 fire bullets at the demon. Shin was surprised, thinking that Renia had actually attacked with magic. Az was equally shocked. He saw that the guy had actually shot them all at the same time. The demon saw the fire projectiles being directed at him, after which he said, "Be my zone of power." A barrier immediately appeared around him that reflected the flying fire. The demon thought about it because it assumed that this young man was a swordsman. But Renia was also seen to be able to use magic, and at the same time, trying out a new spell, Renia looked forward, realizing that the fire bullet worked just like that. However, Renia realized that it was of little use in a direct attack. The demon fixed his glasses while looking at Renia and asked if the guy wanted to have a magical duel with him. After that, he reached out his hand and summoned an air blade. The demon directed this spell at Renia, after which several white dissecting blows of magical power rained down on the young man. The boy was definitely seeing this for the first time. The circle of magic blades began to narrow, getting closer and closer to Renia. Suddenly, the guy realized that his business was not good at all, and if he missed, he would be slaughtered immediately. Amidst some critical thinking, images began to flicker in Renia's mind, similar to memories from his old life. The guy suddenly focused on the blow flying at him, swinging his Japanese sword. The guy aimed the blow precisely in the direction of the magical power, and was able to dispel the blow as if he was parrying with a normal weapon. The demon stared at him, realizing that the guy was able to destroy his air blades with his weapon. This was the first time the demon had encountered such a practice, especially in the continent of humans. The demon's face began to change dramatically, realizing that the threat was beginning to grow into a serious one. already substantial. What bothered him more now was what was wrong with that sword in Rinnea's hands. While the demon hesitated and marveled at the actions of his opponent, Rinnea drew closer with each step. Soon the lad pushed back and rose up, bringing his blade over the monster. The demon realized that at some point he had lost concentration and got distracted. Having underestimated the group from the start, he began to shout out a new spell, but it was too late to act. Rinnea managed to get ahead of him, and the blade began to descend. The demon only managed to dodge backwards slightly, taking his body out of the attack. The mistake he made cost him his arm, which immediately separated from his body and flew in the other direction. Rinnea stopped, not realizing what it had just been. Rinnea saw that the demon had not resisted at all at the moment of impact. That attack should have killed him, but he continued to stand on his feet. The demon corrected his glasses with his other hand, then started laughing. When the demon raised its head, the young man saw a smirk on its face. The creature said that the boy had a very interesting sword and was now interested in the weapon. Rinnea smiled back, saying that he could say the same about his body. As expected from another world, this demon would give Rinnea a lot of trouble. Jillil also noticed what happened when Rinnea broke through to the demon. She suddenly screamed that his sword was able to destroy the magic. The girl emotionally added that only sacred objects had such a property. No other things could destroy magic. Jillil pointed to Sinai and said that she knew exactly what it was, so she personally brought it to him. That was what Sinai was like. The goddess was angered that the girl was being very noisy. She asked her to be quiet for at least a second. Jillil continued to ask loudly where Rinnea got this indestructible object from. The goddess said that she suddenly thought about it and realized that giving it to Rinnea as a gift to Sinai would be a bit odd, because it's really about something. Obviously Sinai can't be durable, and that's not cool at all. She also said that Sinai was just a bamboo sword in its essence. He started waving his finger. The goddess added that she also thought it was necessary to hide his superpower somehow. And then it finally came to her, because no one would be surprised if a Japanese katana was super strong. Well, that's just the way it is. Besides, such a weapon needs careful care. Jillil continued to be angry, trying not to show it. The goddess continued, saying that since she was so generous, she should have properly armed the messenger and sent him a torch. And on top of that, she had stripped Sinai of his indestructibility so they wouldn't have to worry if he was found. Jillil screamed that as an angel, she just couldn't turn a blind eye to all of this. Because of all the goddess's damned whims, Angel couldn't relax for a second. The goddess said that Goriel could calm down, whereupon the girl started screaming even harder, saying it wasn't her name. The goddess waved her fingers again, ordering her assistant to forget about Sinai already. After all, if a guy has a katana, no one would suspect that it's superpowered. Moreover, Rinnea is good at wielding it. And there was something else because the goddess also gave the guy an excellent working ability, so the rest was just a matter of time. In the meantime, Jillil said that this was the cause of her worry. In the dungeon, the demon stood in front of Rinnea and said that he had never seen such a weapon before and this sword must have some specialty. The demon held out his hand, saying that the guy had reflected his magic accurately. The creature found this very interesting and then he asked Rinnea to show him this blade. Rinnea looked at the demon and said he had no idea what the guy was talking about now. The boy refused to show the sword, adding that he had traded it from a passing merchant. The demon spread his hands apart and said that Rinnea was very harmful. He also insisted that it would be easier if he showed him the weapon. After that, the demon smiled and said that he had no other choice. The demon suddenly stretched his arm out to the side, holding his glasses with the other so they wouldn't fly off. From where the demon's left hand used to be, some black threads began to emerge. These threads immediately crawled after the demon's arm, which remained lying in the same place it had bounced off of. They dragged it back, and after a while, the arm was already fully in its place. Rinnea grinned, saying that this was going to be a real pain for him. The demon began to slowly move his severed arm, laughing at the young man's comment. He then said that he could say the same thing about Rinnea. With those words, he rushed forward, gaining tremendous speed. Rinnea managed to thrust her blade forward. Rinnea thought that this demon could regenerate, so trying to dismember it would just be useless. Some other way of fighting had to be chosen. Rinnea grabbed the scabbard of his katana and quickly shouted the fire bullet spell. Balls immediately flew forward, also in numbers of several. The demon was the first to think of it, seeing how the guy could use instant activation without using a spell. After that, and yelled that Rinnea was a fool because it meant nothing to him. Now Rinnea's plan became clear. The guy only wanted to distract the demon with magic. The young man took the scabbard and stabbed the demon in the chin with it, completely exposing the neck. The demon's last thought was of the shurize he saw. It was literally called a white scabbard, meaning the Japanese sword in the staff video. The demon wondered if it could mean something. The next moment, a chopping blow followed, for which Rinia had already prepared a masterful lunge. The demon's body immediately split in two and fell to the ground. He only had time to stretch out his arms, which, like the rest of his body, continued to shake. Rinia began to approach, toppling over his standing legs. The demon began to scream in pain. Rinia stepped closer to it, completely ignoring its screams, and began to bring his blade over its head to deliver a controlling blow. Rinia first chopped off his other arm, which was previously unharmed, and then raised his sword again and pierced his head with a stabbing blow exactly centered in the forehead area. It all started with an ordinary walk. Countless reports of demon and monster attacks are coming from Kukiria City, that's why there are so many adventurers here. Rinia excitedly said that she and Ro were also adventurers. The girl walked over to the bulletin board where she saw that the assignment listed known groups. Rinia knew quite a bit about them because the fame of these groups was already far ahead of themselves. The Scarlet Guard, the Sharp Fang group, and those who specialized in magic. Back then, she had thought that she could learn a lot if they took on this task, but it turned out to be a nightmare. Those whom Shin had so exalted had fallen, turned into tools of some demon. The people she had known before were nothing like themselves, though the demon had said they still fought the same way they did. Looking at those living bodies, it was hard to believe, and Shin seemed to break stereotypes when she saw the great adventurers being overthrown. But now it was necessary to come together, because Shin realized that they couldn't let each other down in the group now. Shin mentally apologized and lowered her sword, slicing her opponent in half as she walked ahead. She managed to pull herself together because now they were fighting for their lives. Ro called out to Shin, telling her that the amount of toxin was increasing. Ro asked Shin to cover her while the girl cast a spell to eliminate it. Shin was still a bit confused. It was clear that the girl had no face, but she continued to struggle. Shin nodded in response to Ro's request, saying that she understood. Meanwhile, Rinia finished splitting the demon into pieces, then began burning its remains to definitely rule out the possibility of its resurrection. Rinia looked at the burning body and thought that should be enough. The guy took something from the demon's body before burning it, a small white handkerchief made of good cloth. Rinia wiped the katana that now belonged to him with that handkerchief. He realized that she had managed to exceed his expectations, because despite her lightness, her blade was incredibly sharp and even resistant to magic. The very memory that had visited him the moment the young man had fended off the air blade came to mind again. What had it been? Did he have a life where he was a soldier? Rinia decided it wasn't that important right now. He decided he would think about it later, when he was calmer and safer. Rinia immediately rushed to the aid of the rest of the group and started fighting the zombies. All in all, there weren't many enemies left, as his team and Shin along with Rinia did a great job. The last person Rinia hit was a former member of the adventurer group. Seeing the blade of the Japanese blade, Shin immediately exclaimed, calling out the young man's name. It was obvious that she was very worried. Rinia asked if he was the last one. Shin replied that he was. After that, Shin asked where the demon had gone. Rinia immediately turned to where the demon had been sitting since the beginning. The fire was burning there, and the young man replied that he had taken care of the monster. Rona and Shin looked at the burning body in silence. Shin suddenly asked about how Rinia managed to defeat that demon so easily like that. Rona was also surprised, but Rinia looked around and wanted to know where Az was. Az wasn't very far away at the time. The mage held out his staff and began to cast a fire spell, calling upon the flames to become his power. Then he said burn, and the fire burst out in a huge jet. All the while they were fighting monsters that looked like black viscous slime. Az burned the last of the attackers. After that he said everything was on their flank. Az turned to Rona, saying that his guys were badly hurt. He apologized and then asked the girl to take care of his team. Rona agreed and headed over to them. The girl headed towards the research team, but almost immediately turned her head to Rinia, saying she would examine him in a minute because there was just a sea of toxin. Rinia smiled shyly at her, saying he would wait. Then he immediately noticed some movement with the edge of his eye. It was very fast, and something black suddenly hit Rona's back. Rona immediately started falling backwards. Shin and Rinia looked fearfully at the girl, shouting her name loudly. Rinia didn't realize what the hell was going on. Rinia turned his head in the direction of the threat. At that moment, he got really angry because he saw Rona suffering in front of him. It was some kind of black tentacles. They started attacking the rest of the team at the same fast pace. Shin and Az literally got hit at the same time, which, like Ro, knocked them down sharply. Rinia pulled out his katana again and heard the demon's voice. The demon said that he was very impressed with this guy, because at first he couldn't even think that the young man could bring him to this point. Rinya looked at the demon, pulling on a slight tired smile. Rinya let out a soft chuckle before saying that he had stabbed, decapitated, and burned him. The demon continued to laugh, pausing briefly before asking if Rinya was really sure this was his real body. The new bodily shell began to form from the void. When the demon reappeared, his legs started walking again and headed towards Rinya. He corrected his glasses and said that it could only be a part of his real body, for example. With a smirking face, he came closer and closer, asking if that was possible in Rinya's opinion. The young man thought that this demon was really causing a lot of trouble. He was even able to recover his clothes. Suddenly, Rinya heard someone calling out to him. It was Shin, who was trying to get to her feet. Her body was shaking, and it suddenly seemed to Rinya that the girl was able to block a blow with her sword. The demon looked at the girl in surprise, thinking aloud that he was wrong. After all, he thought he had sent the girl into a knockout. There were a lot of interesting things about these people. He later said that in the state Shin was in now, it didn't matter anyway. Shin gritted her teeth, looked at the demon and asked what he said there. At that moment, two black outgrowths controlled by the demon began to coil around Shin's leg and also began to grab the unconscious Rona. They lifted them up and then dragged them towards the demon. The tentacles held the girls' bodies tightly, coiling mostly around their torso, legs, and neck. Shin tried to relieve the pressure by wheezing Renya's name. The demon smiled widely, saying that the guy's name was Renya. Demon added that he liked the guy because he was really a very interesting person. The demon started saying that Renya is skillful with a sword, and can also use several spells at once without saying a word. He also makes cold-blooded decisions without a drop of doubt. The demon threw his head back, starting to look at the young man more evaluatively. He said that he didn't expect this from a human. The demon wondered who Renya was. He began to speculate that the guy might have been a hero chosen by God. Renya looked at him angrily while holding his katana, after which he said that he had no idea what he was talking about. After that, Renya said that he didn't even know who was in front of him to begin with. That was because he had arranged everything here and didn't even give his name. The demon suddenly said that Renya was right because he really didn't introduce himself. Renya quickly looked around, seeing the walls begin to disappear as if they were dissolving. But looking closer, Renya realized that he was absorbing them. Renya grinned, saying that it was clear to him now. The boy voiced his conclusion, calling this entire room part of the demon's body. The demon smiled back. He replied that Renya had hit the mark with his conclusion. He then added that his body could take many forms, and that was how he could avoid fatal injuries. The demon raised his hand up and said threateningly that his name was Emelri. He managed to modify his body through many experiments because he is a wizard scientist. After that, Emil said that he specializes in studying and modifying biological bodies. He looks for the best specimens every time, so he wanted to fully explore Renya. The demon stretched his hands closer, as if tasting the man's taste, then said that Renya could be his. If the young man agreed, the mage would give him a new superior body. Renya realized that such an offer did not suit him at all. With all that said, Shin and Rona remained in mortal danger, and they needed to get out of here. Renya rushed forward, quickly shortening the distance to his target. Once at the right distance, he immediately struck with his katana, but Emil managed to dodge. Emil then quickly bounced to the side, moving away to a safe distance. However, Renya managed to strike a bit, severing a small piece of the tentacle. Renya lifted her head up, looking at the mage, after which she said she was refusing. Renya also added that the mere thought of the man wanting to touch his body made the young man gag. Emil corrected his glasses, which had moved slightly off the bridge of his nose, then said that it was dangerous because Renya attacked without giving a response. Emil recognized that it was dangerous to be around Renya, and loosened his tentacles a bit. Emil said that he had originally planned to use 2 women for the experiment, but now he thought it would be better to start practicing with Renya. The demon began to grow, forming new tentacles that were now visible. He then smiled and said that in that case the demon was ready to continue their battle because everything was ready. The demon continued to stand motionless in its place, whereupon its 3 black limbs immediately rushed towards Renya from behind its back. Renya managed to see this triple attack. As soon as they caught up with him, Renya began to masterfully wield his katana in his own fashion, slicing through Emil's black and long tentacles. The magician continued to marvel and decided to change the outside conditions a bit. Suddenly it went abruptly dark and the tentacles disappeared, as well as Emil himself, from view. Renya was greatly surprised by this turn, but realized that he couldn't stand still. Continuing to focus his attention in complete darkness, Renya could have fended off another attack by cutting the tentacle. But something suddenly struck him from the side. Renya spat out some blood, then grabbed the spot where the blow had struck. The guy deftly bounced to the side and listened to where the attack would come from next. Your side was starting to hurt more and more. Renia heard Emil saying that the young man was doing a great job. The demon explained that he turned off the lights and used ink, but Renia avoided it perfectly. Suddenly Renia took his hand aside and the room became a little brighter. It really did feel like a dungeon now. 2 flashes of light gave the guy some visibility. The hardest thing that happened right now was the tentacle attacks Emil was making. He could control the strength, speed, and direction of his attacks. Renia knew that if he hurt him, the situation would become dangerous. Renia began to replay all the moments that had happened in the past few minutes. Shin managed to block Emil's attack, but Az and Rona were directly hit. It was necessary to get rid of them as soon as possible. In addition, Az's group had also been poisoned, so now they couldn't fight. Renia grinned, thinking that the situation couldn't be worse. Renia added some light to the room, then took the Japanese katana with both hands and mentally addressed the guys, asking them to be patient for a while. The demon once again noticed Renia's use of simultaneous activation. He was surprised at first, but he said that the guy only wielded light and fire bullet. Although those were basic spells, the way Renia performed them just annoyed Emil. Renia thought it was to be expected that a demon was capable of noticing such things. Emil started laughing, yelling at Renia not to underestimate him in any way. The demon then began to launch several consecutive attacks, which Renia dodged. Renia gradually dodged the blows to the side, gradually shortening the distance to the demon. Emil noticed this, thinking that Renia was moving much faster. When Renia got close enough, he suddenly jumped up, bouncing off the ground, and raised his blade high again, preparing to strike. Emil saw this, so he summoned an air blade. The demon angrily shouted to Renia to try to cut it off. But the young man didn't have time to react like he did that time, so he just defended himself with his sword and was thrown back. Renia was getting angrier and angrier by the minute. The demon only grinned, saying that he didn't want to tell Renia from the beginning. But he wasn't the only one who could use magic here without talking about it. Renia ran through his mind that he had thought of attacking him from above, but now he realized that as soon as he got closer, he would be attacked with magic. Renia realized that he needed to keep going and then he could. While the young man was furious but continued to take one step at a time, Jillil began to approach her mistress, also watching this fight. She asked if everything was alright. Jillil told her about Renia, adding that it was pretty bad. The boy, in her opinion, was too young to be dating a demon. The goddess said that the girl has nothing to worry about. The lady also said that everyone goes in a bundle because, after all, Renia has her blessing. Jillil said that was still too much because that demon wasn't even fighting seriously. The goddess scratched the back of her head, wondering if that was true. The girl thought that Renia might have just forgotten how to use her power. Jillil immediately exclaimed in surprise. Jillil immediately said that Renia might have been like that in a past life. The girl concluded that the young man hadn't even used the blessing skill. The goddess thought that might be the case. She looked at Renia, saying that he seemed to have high magic and physical stats. As a result, the mistake was a blessing, but no. The goddess turned to the angel and immediately asked him to stop. She asked that if she was interested in this herself, why hadn't she checked the source files herself? Jillil said that in her opinion it was all about the blessing. They continued to watch Renia gradually fall into a battle trance. At that moment, his face changes and he begins to feel courage in the face of mortal danger. Kanugi Renia was the 14th inheritor of the Edo Ryu style of the Kanugi school, the single sword school. By the age of 13, he had already become the best swordsman in the entire school. At the age of 15, he traveled to China where he learned stealth and assassination techniques. He was a member of one of the most armed and dangerous gangs in the underworld. He killed so many people that his name alone instilled fear of death in everyone. After that, he took part in World War I, where he also killed hundreds of people. By now, standing on a mountain of corpses that he had killed with his katana, the number of which could not be counted, everyone realized his diabolical power. His enemies and associates who heard and knew of Renia began to call him the Devil Swordsman. People in his home province were proud of the lad, even though his road to the news was strewn with dead men. The goddess continued, saying that he had been awarded many military honors for his services and had been sent to the battlefield more than once. There are 1 in 56 billion people like him because he is just something. After that, the goddess began to threaten him with her finger, saying that they probably shouldn't bother at all. Gilla looked at her mistress indignantly, then asked her if she really wanted to save the world. One stage of the battle had passed, and Renia had managed to survive. He waved his hand and asked what Emil was capable of. After that, he said that he could do anything that demons could do. Emil covered his face with his hand, after which he said that Renia was really something of a thorn in his side, and he still couldn't understand the reason why. Emil suddenly said that it was great. After that, he raised his head and walked out so that Renia could see his face for sure, and started laughing loudly as he continued to shout that he wanted more. Emil really seemed out of his mind. He began to spread his arms and beg Renia to let him see more. He intended to keep enjoying it. Renia merely called the demon a crazy lunatic, but then thought to himself that he was exactly the same. Emil provoked the guy by telling Renia to tell him what else the guy had. Renia got into a fighting stance, then told the demon to shut up. Renia then barely audibly swallowed and said that he intended to end it all with his next attack. Emil continued to smile, after which he said that he understood. If Renia was going to attack him as hard as he could, the demon had to put his best foot forward as well. Emil began to transform quickly, adding a bunch of extra tentacles to himself. He started laughing, yelling at Renia to attack him as hard as he could. Renia thought that the demon really had a lot of reserve left. Emil continued to provoke Kanuki, asking what he was going to do now, and Renia went on the attack. Renia started jumping on the tentacles from one to the other. They now had something like a mouth that was trying to hurt the young man. But Renia was precise and careful. Emil was still talking, saying that Renia was probably already tired from this attack. After that, he summoned his air blade again, ordering the spell to shred the guy. Renia put his katana forward, repelling the attack with magic. Emil could see perfectly well that Renia could only repel his air blade with his sword, but at the same time it was leaving gaps in his defense. It was now that Emil could attack Renia from behind, inflicting a long-awaited defeat on him. The tentacles rushed towards the young man, surrounding him, but Renia used a spell of light. The boy used the maximum potential of this spell he could achieve. Renia caused 16 simultaneous flashes of light in almost the same place. The demon immediately instinctively started to turn away, blinded by such a bright glow. He realized that this was exactly what Renia was trying to do. But what was he planning to do next? Renia suddenly appeared behind Emil, but the demon noticed it too late. Renia said he was much faster and more agile than the demon had expected him to be. Emil only had time to turn around, realizing that his enemy was standing at his back. He started to cast the beginning of his spell, trying to summon an air blade, but Renia shouted loudly that it was too late. Renia delivered several crushing blows to Emil's back, which should have left him no more chances of survival, because the demon had gathered all its power into one body. Being completely shredded, Emil tried to regenerate again, rebuilding his body. Renia saw this immediately as he watched the demon closely. Renia dealt a few more blows with his katana, and then pulled out his arm and used the fire bullet spell. The maximum number of projectiles immediately fell on Emil. The demon's entire body began to burn in an instant, and from there, from the fire, only heavy breathing and groans could be heard, which belonged to the scholar mage. It truly felt like the end of the battle. Renia crept through the fire, getting closer to where the demon's head remained. He was shaking and covered in blood. Emil spoke hoarsely, asking him not to tell him what the attack was, because Renia seemed to know what he was up to. Renia replied that he was just waiting for his counterattack because he only needed one burst. Emil said he had figured it out, and it looked like he had indeed lost. A demon like him had lost to a human, and worse, a human using basic spells. The demon asked if Renia found this amusing. Renia looked threateningly at his enemy, who continued to lie on the floor, and asked if he was really asking for mercy. The demon should be grateful that he would die painlessly. Renia then switched back to Emil's native language and told him that since he would no longer be able to regenerate, he would have nothing left. Emil stared at Renia in surprise. Renia had already drawn his blade when he suddenly heard Emil's hoarse voice. The demon said that was the reason why he fell in love with him almost immediately. Renia was surprised, after which Emil said that it was indeed his boy, Renia. It was simply impossible not to fall in love with him, and that cold gaze was completely devoid of a drop of mercy. Meanwhile, Emil's limbs were slowly growing, and he was beginning to gesticulate. He said that his body was trembling, but he was upset that Renia was human. After that, he said again that Emil could turn him into a demon and then Renia would be his. But Renia was already tired of hearing the same thing in the second round. When the katana pierced the demon's body, Emil started screaming, asking Renia to stop. He wanted the young man to give him a chance to finish and listen to him. Emil continued to scream, saying how much it hurt him. The demon begged Renia to stop because he was serious, but Renia said he didn't want to hear anything else because he was disgusted. Emil wheezed that he wanted to propose a deal. Renia looked at him in surprise and asked him again. Emil smiled and told the guy to look around. He wasn't a fighter anymore. The demon continued by saying that after Renia played with his body, Emil was completely exhausted. Trying to enslave Rinia was a bad idea, so he openly surrendered. Emil added by saying that Rinia still had enough strength to finish him off compared to his comrades. They've been dispatched, and I wonder if they'll live to see the guy get to the city. Rinia knew the demon was right. If he left his group here, they would definitely die. The demon said he had everything he needed to save people, and that was why he was offering a deal. Rinia was to let him go alive, and he would heal everyone's wounds so they could make it to the city. Later, he asked Rinia what she thought about it. Furthermore, he said he would give the kid the dungeon core. Emil didn't need it. After that, he said that seemed to be Renia's original goal to destroy the core. The demon said that he thought he was offering a good deal. Renia bitterly asked how he could trust the demon after what he had done to other groups. Renia just couldn't agree because those people would never be the same again after Emil turned them into zombies. Emil was still lying on the ground, twitching his limbs. He said that Renia did have every right to not believe him, but he didn't have to worry about that. Emil smirked and said that right now all he wanted was Rainier, and he wouldn't change that. Even if he turned the women into zombies and made them attack him, the poison was unlikely to work on him. Emil told Rinia to make a decision before it was too late. The boy must realize that he couldn't save them now, and besides, Emil didn't think he could abandon his comrades. Emil asked if he was saying the right thing. After that, he raised both of his hands that already looked whole and said that was why he wanted to hug Rinia right now. On the other hand, so that Rinia's group wouldn't find out that he was helping the demon, Emil could prepare another body that met all his expectations because he wants to touch Rinia. Rinia struck the demon's head with his katana, after which the demon said that Emil was somehow too generous. After that, the young man remembered his words to the demon because Emil said that he wasn't interested in humans. The demon grinned and said that Rinia was special, and then Emil said that he had mentioned it more than once. The scientist had just fallen in love with him, so dying at his hands wasn't so bad. But then what will Rinia do next? He doesn't have anything with him that he can help his colleagues with, and it will be impossible to enthrall everyone. Therefore, Rinia would still have to decide something. He just stopped talking and stood there for a long time, staring stupidly at the demon. In his head, the voices of Shin and Rona continued to echo in his head, thanking the guy for joining them in the group. Rinia lowered his sword and said he would have one more condition. Emil looked at him in surprise, and Rinia said the demon would help him carry the bodies to the wagons. Shin was lying in a thin sleeping bag and suddenly began to open her eyes. She could hear the pounding of hooves and wheels, but still had a hard time understanding where she was. After she opened her eyes fully and looked around, the girl realized that she was in a carriage and Rinia was sitting across from her, holding the horse by the reins. Shin abruptly started to stand up, shouting out the guy's name. Suddenly her whole body shuddered in pain. The girl immediately asked to straddle her body. Rinia turned around, glad that Shin was finally awake. He told her not to worry because he had killed the demon and destroyed the core of the living dungeon. After that, he started waving one of the core fragments around, saying that he didn't expect that himself, to be honest. But it would be better for them because the reward for them would be a lot more coins. Rinia said that they were on their way to the city now and were almost at Kukurik. He also added that Shin's wounds weren't very deep, but she should still get some rest. Shin gently waved her hand and then started to climb back into her sleeping bag. The girl thought that Rinia had saved her again. Back in town, everyone had gotten full help and was starting to recover. The guys gathered in the tavern where they began to discuss what had happened. Has started to ask what happened in the dungeon. Renew, holding a mug in his hand, said that he sent a report to the guild after everything. It was about the demon and its experiments on humans and its regeneration ability. And yet, Rinia also sent the guild some of the dungeon core he received after destroying it. The reward should be quite decent, so it was fine. Rinia held a bag of coins in his hand and said that the guild had given him the reward for the 4 groups. It was 34 gold coins, plus 60 gold for the dungeon core and another 6 for the demon information. In the end, they received 100 gold coins each. Has looked at Rainier a little tensely and said that wasn't really what he was asking. Has also thought that he had in no way expected this from an F rank. Not only does the guy have the abilities of a swordsman and mage, but he killed a demon using only basic spells since he didn't even know who was actually in front of him. The truth, of course, Rainier didn't tell. He and Emil dragged everyone upstairs together, where the demon told him he was done healing all the adventurers. They needed to be loaded into the wagons because they would be waking up soon. Rainier stood up and looked toward the middle of the dungeon. He asked Emil if they really called it magic stones here. Emil exhaled, saying that the boy was right. He also added that, to be precise, the true core of the dungeon was the demon itself because he had created it. After correcting his glasses, Emil said that he found a good replacement. Emil added that this magic stone is just trash for a demon like him. but people would never notice that it wasn't a core. After that, he looked at Rainier in silence and wanted to say something. The demon stretched his arms slightly forward, asking again if Rainier really didn't want to go with him. Emil promised that he would give the feelings that no one else could. Rainier abruptly pulled out his katana and told Emil to get out of here or he would definitely kill him. Emil smiled, saying that the guy was really scary, but he just liked it. At the same time, Emil gently called the guy's name and said he would look forward to seeing him again. Rainier thought that communicating with the demon was really annoying to him. I could only guess so he wouldn't cause any problems, as silently looked at Reno, who apparently didn't really want to tell everything. Afterward, he said he didn't make me do it, as also asked if the guy was sure he wanted to share the reward. There were already 2 bags on the table filled equally, as said that they didn't do anything, but Rainier immediately refuted that, saying that the group took care of the zombies. Rainier also added that as had taught him the fire bullet in time, and without that spell, he would have had a very difficult time. Deciding to summarize, Rainier said that if it wasn't for them, his group would have definitely died. Rainier looked a little to the side where the other members of the research group were sitting and chatting merrily. The young man said that since he was thankful to the members of his group, he wanted to thank them as well. Rainier then added that on top of that, they didn't need that much money. Rainier also said that Az definitely needs it. Ro was starting to get a little angry about such a wasteful attitude, considering the fact that their whole group had decided to split up. Az nodded sadly and said that was true. He figured these guys had had enough adventures. Az added that the last mission had definitely been overwhelming for them. After all, these guys were all just regular villagers. They'd better get back to their old jobs, and a little gold would do them good. Rainier smiled and said that it was a willful decision to disband his group, but the young man thought it was for the best. Az bowed his head and thanked Rainier, saying that he really appreciated it. Rainier asked Az what he was going to do. The boy added that if he had nowhere else to go, he could join them. Az held out his hand and declined, saying that he had already gotten one offer. It was from the Adventurer and Kukurik Training Academy. He was invited to teach there. Most of them came from noble families and the real purpose of the place was to develop potential. Az also said that the truth was that only a few of them would eventually become adventurers. Rainier raised his mug, saying that it was interesting to know, and looked at Rona and Shin. Az also said that although he couldn't join Rainier's group, but if he ever needed his help, the boy could safely count on him. Rainier thanked him and held out his hand to Az. The young man said that it was probably their destiny. He then added that it was Az's as well, as far as help was concerned, so he could apply too. Lastly, Az joked that he would only need help with problems at the academy now. They laughed, after which the group of researchers began to disperse, saying their goodbyes. After their new friends left the inn, Rainier put his hands together and said he didn't know if he should say this, but they didn't have enough money for a house. Rona grudgingly said that it was true. She then turned around and said that Rainier probably should have played the good guy, even though he could have collected more gold. Rainier said that Ro spent a lot of healing mana, and then asked how she was doing. Ro said she was, and to heal her wounds, she had to take some of the damage herself. Rainier thought that Emil didn't seem to have fooled him. Rona had better get some sleep. Shin was suspiciously quiet, but she was fine. Rainier assumed that Shin had fully regained consciousness. The girl then jumped up sharply from her seat, shouting out the young man's name. Rainier asked why she was yelling like that. It was obvious that Shin was very embarrassed and even blushed like cancer. The girl suddenly gained confidence and asked if Rainier would go out with her. Rainier went with the girl to the hermit's tomb, telling Shin that she could just ask him to practice together. Rainier also added that because of that, Rona got it all wrong and Shin confused them. Shin started yelling, asking what Rainier was talking about right now because she had to make such an effort to ask him about it. She asked what else he thought it could mean. Shin said that by date, she meant being together, not going out. Rainier said he couldn't be with her, but that wasn't because of Shin. Shin slowly said it would get in the way. After all, she didn't help then in the dungeon and Rainier always handles everything by himself and she always fails to help him. Rainier looked at her, thinking he didn't think so. Suddenly she exclaimed that she wanted to get stronger, strong enough to fight alongside the young man on the battlefield. Rainier smiled and said he understood. I mean, Shin wants him to train her. That, he said, was really adorable. Shin asked him not to make fun of her because, after all, they are members of the same group and it's okay for them to train together. Rainier said he wasn't kidding, and he liked her determination. Rainier thought that he had never even paid attention to Shin's fighting style before. The guy pulled out his sword and told Shin to try to wound him at least once. Rainier said that if Shin could handle it, he would take over her training. Shin agreed and concentrated on that. She then yelled out that she was attacking and threw a punch. They continued, and Rainier said that Shin was moving too slowly. He announced to her that she was making a lot of unnecessary moves and she needed to reduce her strike area for a quick attack. Rainier said she needed to stop complicating things and attacking mindlessly. The girl had to study her opponent's movements. You need to stop the opponent first, and then attack when you are confident in your attack. Shin began to gasp, thinking that she had already attacked Rainier several times and he didn't have a scratch on him, although they had never fought each other before. But the girl had the feeling that he was reading her every move. Mentally, she wondered how many fights he had been through so far. Rainier kept yelling, demanding Shin's concentration. He said that all her attacks were useless if she wasn't hurting him. You need to watch your opponent. Rainier realized that this whole training battle was starting to take its toll on him too. He suddenly said that Shin must be tired of such attacks, and now it was his turn. Rainier asked if she was ready, to which Shin said that was what she wanted. Rainier only took a step as the rock behind Shin made a rumbling sound, then rolled aside. They immediately turned around sharply and saw an ogre begin to emerge from behind the rock. Shin couldn't understand what he was doing here. He was huge and armed with a stone axe. Shin said that they should not be in this place. Rainier asked if he was strong. Shin said that usually he is not very strong and she can handle them, but this one was very huge. Rainier said he understood. Turns out the ogre was an opponent she had never faced before. The boy began to back away, slowly sitting down on a rock. The ogre began to roar, shaking everything around it with fear. Shin began to call out the young man's name, asking what he was doing now. Rainier only smiled in response to the question. He stretched out his arms slightly, pointing at the ogre. Rainier said that this was a great opportunity for Shin to gain experience in fighting on her own. Shin jumped up to the young man and said that it was impossible because she only had her sword with her for training, which didn't even have a blade, and her sword was in Rainier's warehouse. Rainier only repeated that Shin should hurry up because the ogre was clearly starting to lose patience. Shin looked ahead and decided that she must become stronger and she must not look for excuses. Suddenly, the girl shouted that even if it was just a little bit, she wanted to reach Rainier's level. After that, the ogre had already made the first attack, swinging his axe. Shin was able to dodge it. Shin took a step forward, finally launching her attack. It hit the back of her stomach, but it failed to penetrate it. When she realized that the strike didn't work, she blamed it on the sword that had worn out during her training. Ogre immediately launched a counter-attack when he felt himself being hit from the side. Shin cried out slightly and dodged the impact of the stone axe. Rainier continued to watch, realizing that Shin was rather clumsy, but she moved well and followed her opponent's movements. Strength was what was needed when using a blade-less sword. Shin didn't give up, and while evading another attack from the massive monster, she went to the back again. She struck much harder, plunging her knife into its back, cursing the ogre in the process. She saw that she was able to get results. Though not deep, she was still able to hurt him. But the ogre's skin, the man's muscles, and Zara's made it difficult, and at this speed, the sword might not be able to take the blow. Shin also thought that she should strike at its head, but the ogre was very tall, and jumping might be dangerous. What should she do now? Rainier shouted to her again to study the monster's movements. Shin mentally told her that she understood and began to change her battle tactics. She began to bend down and strike the huge ogre in places that were below her waist. Rainier saw that Shin had finally started to analyze her opponent's movements. Thanks to that, she realized how to start acting. It would be difficult for the ogre to attack with horizontal movements. To fight a small opponent, he would need to use vertical attacks, but if he hits vertically, he'll have to bend over. That's exactly what the ogre did. He froze for a few seconds, holding on to his axe, while Shin swung her sword and deprived the monster of his sight, cutting a streak there. Rainier mentally thought that now was the moment for Shin to finish off the monster with a blow that she would put every last drop of herself into. After the ogre was defeated, Shin collapsed to the ground with her sword chopped in half. She gulped for air with her mouth, saying that she never thought she would meet an ogre here. Rainier delivered the final blow, telling Shin not to relax until she made the move. The girl looked at him, saying that Rainier was very strict and could have praised her better. Rainier moved closer to Shin and asked if she could stand up. The guy said that if she was tired, he could carry her. Shin looked at the outstretched hand, then at Rainier. Shin said no such thing, then gave her a hand up. As soon as Rainier started to pull it, the girl lightly smacked the guy on the top of his head, smiling widely. This way, she fulfilled the condition and was able to hurt the guy. Shin started laughing, being very pleased with herself. After that, she said that Rainier got caught and she did it anyway. Rainier scratched the back of his head, realizing he'd just been caught with his tongue. Shin kept teasing him, telling him to keep his guard up. Rainier figured that was the way it should be. Shin impatiently asked if Rainier was really going to train her now. Rainier said he would really do it if she wanted to. Rainier told Shin to get up to start, but she said her sword was broken and she needed to rest. So the day of their training passed, and soon Rainier was carrying her home on his back. Rose sarcastically remarked that Rainier had really exhausted the girl. Rainier looked at her obliquely, asking Ro not to say that because they might be misunderstood. Afterward, Rainier said that Shin was only a little arrogant, and he put her in her place. They told the story about the ogre at the hermit's grave, which was very strange. Ro raised a finger and said that she thought she should inform the guild just in case and let them figure it all out. Also, they need to sell the magic stone because they need money for the house. After that, Ro added that she didn't have much information about the house. She spotted one when she was walking around town today. It was abandoned, so we should go and check it out and maybe it will be a great place where they can all live together. Soon the friends found themselves outside the Kukuriki shopping area, namely near a rather nice house. Rona told him how someone had recommended it to her and she liked it very much. Renia Kanugi had suggested that Shin wait outside while she and Rona looked at the house, but the brunette was determined to be with everyone together since they were members of the same team. As a result, the three of them started to thoroughly look through all the rooms of the house, and there were plenty of spacious and comfortable places everywhere. The rooms were a little big, but overall everyone liked the house. Rona explained that the house had originally belonged to a wealthy merchant, but it was certainly large for the three of them. Renia appreciated the bathtub the most, as well as the excellent kitchen, because he didn't want to live like a ragamuffin. Normally a house like this would cost 60 gold coins, but Renia could only pay 40 because he only had 60, although he really didn't want to be in debt. Shin didn't understand anything about such matters, but Rona called it a good deal. Shin also approved of the purchase of this house, for she really liked the spacious rooms and the homey feel. In the end, all three of them came to a unanimous decision to buy their own house. But then Shin couldn't understand why a tent had to be erected in the yard. But Renia thought that the girl was aware of some nuances. The guy explained to the brunette, who really did not know that this house is actually considered possessed. And if supposedly settled in this house, then the ghosts will no longer let the occupants go. But first it all needs to be carefully checked. Perhaps that's the reason the house was sold so cheap. Shin was shocked and frightened by such a story. The girl immediately began to cry and said that she did not want to live in this horrible house, where ghastly ghosts dwell. Renia did not expect such a violent reaction from the brunette, and as it turned out Rona just forgot to inform her about such nuances of this house. The guy decided that Rona just wanted to annoy her friend. Renia tried to remind Shin that monsters were much more dangerous than ghosts, and there was no need to worry so much. But the brunette was not comforted. Rona continued to tell mysteriously that a rich merchant lived in this house along with his beautiful wife and son, but also of course the servants. The merchant treated his workers and customers well and sold things at normal prices. Many people wanted to work with him and over time his reputation only improved. It seemed that such happiness would last forever. But even in the happiest of days, huge numbers of people continued to be kidnapped in Kukurik. Usually it was teenage girls who were kidnapped, but the merchant had male servants. One of his servant boys was waiting for his beloved maid near the monument in the evening. The guy waited patiently, but the girl never came to meet him. Eventually the guy decided that the girl was late at work and he went to her estate to surprise her. The guy sneaked into the manor and snuck to the nearest window and peeked in there. Shin was crying at the horror story, but Rona continued to tell how that guy saw a man with huge scissors in the window, and next to it was the corpse of his favorite girl, and many body parts. Eventually that man was caught as a serial killer and sentenced to death, and the ghosts of the murdered girls never found peace. Shin was terrified and cried so loudly that all the neighbors could hear. Shin heard something suspicious and started begging to get away from this creepy place. Renia asked the brunette to calm down and claimed that her imagination was running wild. But then something strange really started to happen. The ghosts of young girls began to appear on the street and the story about the maniac turned out to be true. Rona started praying and Shin was trembling with fear. Renia didn't feel the presence of ghosts too much and only saw faint silhouettes, but Shin couldn't understand how anyone could ever be so calm. But despite all the mysticism of what was happening, the guy drew his sword and decided to personally see if it was possible to kill the ghosts. A lightning-fast blade attack cut the air where the ghost was, but Renia felt no resistance. It turned out that it was possible to slash a ghost, and the guy felt something similar to what he had felt when he had blocked the magic. Renia decided it was a very good thing since he could kill ghosts, though it didn't seem like the ghosts wanted to attack. Still, they were too noisy and Renia decided to destroy them after all. Rona didn't get discouraged and realized that the guy could solve any problems. Renia meanwhile tried to calm Shin down and explained that she could kill ghosts herself. But the girl was still too scared and couldn't calm down anymore, and Renia only asked her not to squeeze him so hard. In the end, the guy decided to just deal with the problem quickly and then rest. Rona only wished her friends to have fun. Renia was gradually moving through the house and destroying, and it seemed too boring for him, because the ghosts didn't resist. Shin had already even calmed down and was glad to be together with Renia. But the guy reminded the brunette how in all the time they had known each other, she had been constantly apologizing. Soon, Renia dealt with the last ghost, and the girl asked if he would leave the group after they finally bought the house. Renia admitted that he had such thoughts, but it's hardly necessary to do it right now, because there's no money left in his pocket, and you have to pay for the maintenance of the house, so you have to find a way to earn money. And in general, one should find out how lucrative it is to be an adventurer. Renia reminded him of the ghost killing and asked the girl to get off him and go on her own. But then Rona's scream was heard and the brunette started shaking with fear again. The sound came from the first floor and Renia decided to find out what was wrong. But things turned out to be much more terrifying. In a small room on the first floor, Renia and Shin found a small girl with pointed ears, looking very much like an elf. Renia had to discover such a strange find in this house, and although this house was haunted, to understand where the little elf girl was coming from was almost impossible. It was also not clear if the girl was sleeping or if she was unconscious, but by all appearances she was at least alive. Soon Rona joined them and was as surprised as the others by such a find in the pantry. But as it turned out, the blonde was upset by her friend's stupidity, because she had hoped to leave them together to enjoy each other, but their clothes weren't even wrinkled. Rona only disappointedly said that she didn't expect anything else. But the others were concerned about the found elf girl, who was unclear exactly what to do with. Rona looked carefully at the girl on the floor and began to recall the rumors she had heard about her. The girl did look like an elf, and she was also wearing a maid's uniform. Though she lives in an abandoned house chasing away all intruders and is probably a Shiruki. Shiruki are a type of fairy or spirit. They usually look like children and guard their habitat, and when necessary scare away unwanted visitors with magic or illusion. The informational message was followed by a personal message from the goddess, reminding her that a guy attacking a little girl was no better than trash. Renia reprimanded the invisible goddess who kept following him. Shin also remembered reading stories about similar spirit beings before. If rumors and written information were to be believed, if a person liked the Shiruki, they would bring them happiness, but otherwise they might attack them. Rona immediately suggested that perhaps the local ghosts were perhaps created by this spirit. Shin, now realizing the source of the threat, was no longer afraid of ghosts, and decided that they didn't really exist. Renia was surprised by this change of mood of the brunette, and realized that they had met something like a house spirit. After a few minutes, the mysterious girl opened her eyes and Renia asked how she was feeling. But suddenly the little pixie broke out of the guy's embrace and became frightened. The girl started crying and demanded that everyone leave her house. But Renia tried to calm the stranger and explained that no one would hurt her. The boy introduced himself and explained that he was an adventurer, and the three of them would like to live in the house. But the girl said that this is her home and she was born here, and only her master Nano can live here. The presence of some mysterious master did not please Renia, and he explained that the former master of this house had long been dead. But this news only irritated the girl and she couldn't understand how this was possible. The stranger then confessed that she had no memories of her master at all anymore, and everyone guessed that she was most likely born after the execution of the merchant. Shin explained that Shiruki is for the sake of doing the bidding of their masters. But it turns out that this girl never really had a master, and so her only task in life was to protect this house. The girl said that even if she didn't have a master, she was obliged to protect the house she was born in, so everyone should leave the house immediately. Renia noticed how weak the girl seemed and asked if she was sure of her decision and if she could live without a master. After a little thought, the girl replied that it was probably impossible, because she had used up all her magical energy to create the Satsuki of the ghosts Renia had seen. The guy realized that he had deprived the girl of her powers by killing all the ghosts, and then he said that he was ready to take on the role of the owner of the house, and that interested the stranger. Renia said that if she let him become the owner of the house, he promised to make it even better than before and she could see for herself. In fact, the guy really didn't want to go back to the disgusting hostel and hoped for the girl's consent. Rona and Shin prompted the guy that his words sounded too disgusting even if he wanted to seem nice. But Renia didn't want to listen to his girlfriends and repeated the question. to the girl. Meanwhile, the girl explained that she couldn't protect the house and she had no more magical powers left, and even the magic of this house had already reached its limit. She then cautiously asked the boy if he would really take care of this house. Renia promised as convincingly as possible to do whatever was necessary to improve this house and bring back its powers. In the end, the little mysterious girl called Renia the new master shook his hand and agreed to the terms. 2 days later, the house was much cleaner, and now it didn't look like a cursed house. Though of course some things had to be changed, such as curtains and furniture. Renia realized that they had to spend money for that, but Rona advised him not to worry about it, because it was a nice expenditure to improve the common house. Renia promised to pay back every last dime that the blonde had spent from her personal savings, and the girl apparently took it literally. In any case, the house looked great, as it had stopped looking like an abandoned dwelling in just a few days. Shiruki explained that thanks to the magic of both the master and her personal magical energy had increased 1,000 times, and it was gradually improving the entire house. As it turns out, in order to protect the house, Shiruki borrows the master's magical energy and uses it. Although before, she had to collect magic from the garden and so the amount was too small. Shin stated that she had a bad feeling about the magic in the garden because it could be a threat. But Shiruki tried to calm the brunette down and explained that the magic energy in the garden belonged to the people who were killed in the house. This frightened Shin even more, because now she knew for sure that there were real ghosts in this house. But Renia decided to move into the house tomorrow, because thanks to Shiruki everything is going well. But the girl said that it was too early to do that and there were still some important things to do. The girl really wanted to get her own name, because she didn't want to be called just Shiruki. Such a thing was not in Renia's plans at all, and he started thinking about different name options. Shin advised not to call the girl names that resembled the names of pets, and Rona suggested the guy to concentrate, which only added to the irritation. Then the brunette remembered an interesting name she had learned from a fairy book and whispered it in the boy's ear. The name was really not bad, and in the end the spirit of the house was named Verd. And after all this happened, the house finally found new owners. Soon as Han came to visit and appreciated the good purchase, for Renia was still so young and was already able to buy his own house. The experienced adventurer was also envious of the very skillful Shiruku girl who happened to live in the house. But Renia, despite his achievements, of course did not forget about the debt and the lack of a stable job. So he would have to do all sorts of dangerous adventurer's work for a while in order to pay off that debt. As Honda decided that this guy does not change and explained that he actually came because he wanted to ask for a favor that only Renia can handle. Then as Honda began to talk about the beginning of his teaching career in the School of Future Adventurers, and it surprised Renia. As it turned out, he had a problem with one of the classes, and during a training battle, his fellow teacher in charge of the class had the misfortune to lose in a one-on-one fight. Losing authority in the class, the students began to skip class and ignore this teacher. Such a case is certainly rare, but that's not even the main problem. As Honda explained that gradually most of the teachers have lost their group in one way or another, just like him. There are also some people who abandon the idea of becoming adventurers due to injuries and other problems. Yet even with this difference in experience, they wouldn't be the least bit behind 15 or 16 students. But in this case, you have to deal with children from noble families who have wizards and elite soldiers in their court. And some of the children were of course trained by their experienced parents. Therefore, all these apprentices are much more experienced and talented than ordinary people. Renia recognized that it was really hard to train people who were much stronger than the teacher, and that made it useless to train them like this. Renia immediately realized what as Honda's request was. He needed to teach the insolent students a lesson and let them know that they were not as strong and tough. Such a request was strange, because every teacher had to defend the honor of adventurers, which meant it violated the guild school rule. As Hong of course agreed with such remarks, but explained that it was necessary to take as drastic steps as possible to bring discipline. For many students simply ignored the classes, and although the teacher must always defeat his students, but the group as Honda has always played the role of a shield that protected the wizards. After all, they become completely defenseless in battle when they produce their spells. Therefore, Renia would be perfect for this task, because he is a swordsman. But he can also cast spells without losing mobility. Renia decided that his interlocutor was hiding something and asked who was the fellow teacher who had lost the duel with the student. As Honda explained that it was a girl who had reached rank D when she was still on a mission as an adventurer. But even despite her level, she would never lose in an even fight. That was why, if the disciples were to be defeated by a person with rank F, rank D would instantly rise in the eyes of the disciples. Renia appreciated his comrade's plan. After all, it wasn't a bad solution to the problem. The reward would be a gold coin, and Renia would be able to use the school facilities, including the transportation gate. The transportation gate is a magical structure that allows you to instantly move anywhere with a magic stone. Also, if you use magic power stones instead of regular magic stones, you can move parts of your body between certain gates. And although moving a whole person would require a substantial amount of mana stones, if all the conditions are met, you can move even across the human continent. It was also possible to go past the central continent and go straight west to the elves. It was a useful feature that could help travel, but Renia doubted that he would use such a tool in the near future, as Hond in that case promised to ask his superior to pay 2 gold coins for his assistance. Renia decided that this was a very simple job where his life would not be threatened and agreed to accept 1 gold coin as a friendly favor. But in doing so, Renia asked to fulfill one condition that he wanted to offer. The guy asked his friend, after completing the task, be sure to tell him what kind of relationship he has with that fellow teacher. As Honda instantly blushed, and it was clear even without words. Soon Renia and her friend arrived at the adventurers' school, which was actually more like a fortress. For budding adventurers, Kukurika was a trading city close to other continents, but it was also on the border with the demon continent. Therefore, this school was equipped to the standards of a military base in case the outer wall of the city was destroyed. And while the rest of the students would defend the fortress, all the nobles would be able to escape through the expensive transportation gate. It all made sense in very dangerous situations. Soon the friends approached the training arena, which was also beautifully equipped. The best magical techniques had been applied to the 8 pillars, and if someone was dealt a fatal blow inside the arena, they would immediately be thrown outside and all damage from the attack would be neutralized. This was a very convenient means of neutralizing dangerous situations. It became obvious that it was almost impossible to die inside this arena. Soon, the noise of the crowd was heard and the very problematic class that had come for the combat training lesson appeared. The girl who was walking behind the general group was the same teacher and looked quite anxious. The 2 noisiest students in front were the subject of the troublemakers. The tall white boy, Aurin, was the son of a palace general, and the arrogant blonde Natalia was the young mistress of the family branch of Duke Fatal, who ruled this country. Renia had heard a similar surname somewhere before, and it was indeed a famous surname. As Honda asked to handle the behavior of this class, because the background of these students was too influential on discipline, Renia only joked that his friend had become somehow too strict. As it turned out, 2 students used their position to propose a duel with the teacher. Riris was supposed to fight each of the students, and after being forced to fight each one without the right to rest, she of course got exhausted and lost. It was all a setup, and it was unlikely that the students would have been able to defeat Riris in a fair fight. Renia appreciated the ingenuity of the students as well as their sneakiness. In the end, the task was only to teach manners to the most reputable students who are the leaders of the class, and Renia decided not to put it off. Meanwhile, the teacher Riris was desperately trying to encourage the students to discipline and listen to her instructions, but no one paid any attention to her. Everyone considered the girl a failure and constantly reminded her of that with taunts and insults. Aurin said that the existence of a silly school for adventurers allowed such useless teachers to feel like someone useful. The boy promised to ask his father to shut down this useless school as soon as possible, because it would be better to put resources into training soldiers. Natalia also decided to play along with her friend and called all these lessons a useless waste of time, because why learn anything from weaklings? Riris was still trying to get the students to maintain discipline, but at that moment Renia stepped in and immediately decided to provoke the students by calling them little brats. Renia defiantly drew his sword and asked if these kids didn't want to listen to the teacher, because they were breaking the rules of the school and should be punished. After the initial shock, the students began to insult the stranger and advised him to go back to where he came from. Riris herself didn't realize who this strange guy was who was acting so confident. Renia explained that he's just an ordinary adventurer and decided to help his friend as Honda of course didn't want Riris to know this information and only cursed at his friend. Aurin, meanwhile, demanded the stranger give his name and asked what right he had to barge into someone else's class. Renia introduced himself and his rank as confidently as he could, and then explained that he had come here to bring discipline to the brazen students. But this only caused laughter, because the students didn't see the F rank as any kind of danger at all. Immediately, insults and taunts were hurled at Renia, and he was told to leave the school grounds as soon as possible before he disgraced himself completely. Harem, of course, was the most mocked and reminded of his aristocratic status, which is much higher than the usual ragamuffin adventurers. Renia stood quietly and watched the insolence of the students, but then suggested to stop the idle chatter and called the students weaklings who can only take advantage of the position of their own families. Renia called both Harem and Natalia cowardly scoundrels who had been able to defeat their teacher through sneakiness and cunning. Harem was outraged because he truly thought his victory was worthy, while Natalia called the teacher too weak to teach others. Renia decided that it was time to start and suggested that one of the students should fight him and not count on the position of their families, because they had defeated the gullible teacher only through meanness. Harem accepted the challenge and, feeling his superiority, promised to display the sword-wielding techniques his father the general had taught him. Natalia fueled her friend's anger and urged him to deal with the useless adventurer as quickly as possible. Renia was pleased with his actions, for the foolish students took his provocation seriously, and that would only help during the battle. After a few seconds, the enraged Harem rushed to the attack swinging his blade. But the first attack was fatal for the overconfident apprentice, as he received a serious blow to the head and instantly disappeared from the arena. This could only mean one thing, that the wound was fatal. Harem, far away from the wall, could not believe his defeat and continued to shake his head in frustration, for he really did not understand how it had happened. Renia asked Riris if that was all that had to be done. The teacher explained that if a student was thrown out of the arena, it meant that they had taken mortal damage and that was the end of the fight. But as it turned out, this lesson didn't go down well and Harem claimed a slow rematch and accused his opponent of some kind of sneaky trick. Renia only barked back that he was ready to repeat the painful lesson if Harem was dumb enough to understand the first time. Renia suggested that the students all attack together and then he would easily show them where their weakness lies. Harem was furious and decided that the brazen adventurer deserved to die for his words. Natalia played along and also wanted to re-establish authority among the students. Renia suggested not holding back and attacking him with the clear intention of killing him, because it would be easier to show who was stronger here. Harem once again rushed into a fierce attack, but he repeated his mistake and immediately received a strong blow to the head. Following him, Renia was attacked by Natalia and another guy, but each attack was masterfully repulsed, and all the students received fatal blows and left the arena without being able to prove themselves. Renia was ruthless and destroyed every opponent on his way, because he loved to fight, and most importantly, he knew how to fight. The remaining students were terrified of such an opponent and did not realize who they were dealing with. The fear in their bodies did not allow them to continue the fight and they retreated. But Renia continued his brutal lesson with his blade. Harem and Natalia were shocked by the fury and strength of their opponent. Many students began to flee and Natalia began to urge to continue the fight because it was a pathetic F-rank lowlife against them. But this influence was no longer helping. But at this moment, the rage completely took over Renia, and he felt all his power that could destroy any opponent. The blows continued and Renia advised his students not to be afraid and keep fighting even with a dangerous enemy. The next victim was Natalia, who had not yet lost her self-confidence, but this was quickly corrected by Renia's blade and the girl felt the strongest blow to her torso. In the end, Renia declared that even the pathetic goblins were much stronger than these aristocratic children. And because Natalia was a noblewoman, she hated ordinary people, although in the end, she still couldn't last in a battle against a weak-minded F-rank adventurer. Natalia was terrified and felt real fear. Renia explained to the frightened girl that if a demon had been in his place, the indulgence of death would have been a huge stroke of luck for her. But just at that moment, the teacher asked the horror to stop. Riris was incredibly scared and trembling, for she had never seen such a cruel man. Finally, Renia lowered his blade and announced the end of the lesson. In parting, the guy explained to the stunned students that unlike him, Riris' teacher was too kind and restrained herself during the practice fight, and they didn't appreciate it and took it as weakness. As Honda was also shocked by his friend's behavior and explained that he was a bit overzealous in his display of strength, though the result was certainly achieved. Renia explained to his friend that he couldn't really hold back, and if the goal was achieved, the consequences didn't matter. As regarded with interest the sight of the battered and wounded students, who for once realized the importance of discipline, Renia explained that if all those silly aristocrat kids were real adventurers, they would have died at the hands of monsters long ago. Riris continued to carefully observe such a strange man. Renia explained to the teacher that she should not let the foolish children look down on her, for it was her duty to maintain discipline and punish disobedience. Stepping back in fear, Natalia began to threaten Renia, and promised a generous punishment for what he had done. But Renia indifferently replied that he didn't care about the threats of stupid aristocrats. The boy promised that if Natalia or the other students started insulting the teacher again, he would come back and repeat his cruel lesson, only outside the training arena. These words silenced Natalia, and she started shaking with fear again, while Renia was satisfied with the result of his actions. In the end, the guy said goodbye to everyone present and asked his friend not to make him waste any more time on such boring lessons, and advised him to take care of the wounded as soon as possible before they died for real. Upon leaving the school, Renia immediately remembered his monetary debt and regretted not asking for 2 gold coins for his lesson. Frau Verd's day started very early, and to begin for good she began to prepare breakfast for her master. This occupation was very much to the girl's liking, for the meaning of her whole life was in this house. Also, Verd always woke up everyone living in the house when breakfast was already fully cooked. But it was not always easy to wake up the master, for he liked to sleep well. All this was just a cover for the girl's true purpose, though. Verd loved to scare her master, and Rena would immediately jump out of his bed in search of danger. Verd was amused at such moments and enjoyed her master's reactions. Shin usually slept very soundly as well, and it was problematic to wake her up and had to use effective means. Verd easily dealt with the brunette's drowsiness by sending a small piece of ice into her panties. Even a housekeeper as skillful as Verd still had trouble in the mornings, though. In those moments when she had to wake the blonde Ron, Verd always looked at her gorgeous body with envy and felt a strange evil feeling. But gradually Verd learned to restrain her emotions, for she considered Ron her friend too, and she needed to be awakened with love. Verd enjoyed taking the blonde by her beautiful melons and trying to wake her up. Usually at such times a still awake Rona would start moaning and blushing. But after a few minutes, the excited blonde would still wake up and Verd would wish her a good morning as usual. While no one was in the house, Verd continued to work hard, and thanks to the creatures that live in the basement, she was busy cleaning. Her master's magical power made housework much easier, but Verd didn't want to tell all her secrets. On one of the usual evenings, after dinner, Verd showed her master 3 magical stones and caused him surprise. Renia thought that Verd lacked magical energy, and that's why she had bought the magic stones. But as it turned out, the little housekeeper had reached a new level and could now create magic stones. Verd said that she was able to accumulate extra magical energy and tried to crystallize it. Renia was surprised by this ability and wondered about the new possibilities. Verd maintained the house with her magical power, also providing hot water, cold storage, and other amenities. Verd explained that despite this, the master's magical energy was still plenty, for he was very hardy. Renia asked not to talk about him like that, for they might be misunderstood. Verd admitted that she had actually lost a lot of energy during crystallization, and so the quality of the stones was not that high. But if she kept practicing, her productivity would increase significantly. Renia was of course grateful for this gift and offered the girl to dispose of the magic stones herself. But Verd said that these stones belonged to the master, and thanks to them he would be able to fulfill his duty. Renia was in agreement with this decision and still decided to use a few stones. Shin and Rona of course discussed the behavior of the little housekeeper and how she wanted to help her master pay his debts. But still the girls decided not to interfere with it, because Verd was really ready to do anything for her master. In the evening the girl finished all her work and walked through the quiet house when everyone was already sound asleep. But then Verd remembered that she had one more thing to do before going to bed. The housekeeper's important task was to entertain the guests, including even the rude ones who show up in the middle of the night who come uninvited. Verd went to the threshold of the house and asked who had decided to visit the master. But silence answered nothing, and Verd declared that it would be wrong to let in such an ignorant guest who would not even be willing to give his name. Suddenly a poisoned dagger stabbed into Verd's young body, and the girl quite calmly accepted it as an answer from the mysterious guest. Verd saw the hidden assassin perfectly well, and despite his intentions decided to provide him with entertainment and teach him manners at the same time. The housekeeper smiled wickedly, eager to fulfill all her duties, but just at that moment an anxious Renia appeared near her and sensed danger. Verd advised her not to worry and told her about the late guests she had already dealt with. Renia, not seeing anything serious, decided that someone was probably messing around outside. The girl explained that she had politely asked the intruder to just leave and could easily deal with such problems. Renia praised the housekeeper for a great job and put his blade away in its scabbard. The guy then decided to head to the bedroom and continue sleeping. Verd was really maniacally devoted to her master, because thanks to him she could live quietly in this house and enjoy her favorite work. The girl was happy to be near a man who was grateful for her work, and every evening near him was something pleasant. Verd decided to speak next to her master that evening and mentally wished him good dreams. Rinia went to the Adventurers Guild and saw the lack of normal rewards. And although thanks to Verda he already had a stock of magic stones, but it was still not enough to get out of debt. Not satisfied, he left the guild and decided to pay off his debts gradually for a while. Suddenly Rinia met a familiar girl on the street, but he didn't remember her name right away. The sly brunette reminded him that her name was Kiri. Hiding her irritation, the girl admitted that she forgets her name, even so who called her that. Rinia didn't quite understand the purpose of the conversation, but the girl advised to take the information network of merchants seriously. Kiri told what she knew about the guy's rank and how he had dealt alone with a terrible demon. Also how Rinia taught a lesson to the narcissistic kids at the adventurers' school, and rumors about those adventures. The girl then inquired if Rinia liked the katana she gave him. The boy admitted that this blade is indeed very strong and also kills ghosts easily. Kiri thought that there was some magic on this sword because it was given to her from afar. But Rinia only called the girl not a very successful merchant, since she doesn't know the information about her goods. Then he asked what such a successful merchant was doing here. Kiri admitted that she was actually looking for Rinia for an interesting task. In the end, returning home, Rinia told his partners that they were going to the country of elves. The girls didn't believe it and thought it was just a joke, but it turned out to be true. The guy said that he has long tried to come to terms with the lack of money, but he really wants delicious food, namely hot white rice, and it is difficult for him to bear this situation. The girls were surprised at such a vivid response and only scattered back. The girls thought that Rinia might have picked up one of the mental disorders that usually happen to foreigners, because he started talking nonsense. The guy of course heard his partners and asked them to stop calling him crazy immediately. Eventually, Rona asked to calm down, as well as to tell the details of his decision. But this moment in the conversation interfered Kiri, and wanted to personally clarify everything. As it turned out, the girl didn't even notice her presence and was surprised when she started talking. Kiri said that she was a super trader traveling around the world and was happy to meet new people. The girls were surprised as this was the first time they had seen a female trader. Kiri stated a recent chance meeting with Rinia and ended up offering him an interesting assignment. Rinia decided to elaborate and explained that he had only recently learned about all of this and it had to do with delicious rice. As it turned out, what foreigners call rice exists in this world as well, and it is called aloes. In this world on the eastern continent, it is a crop that is very rare, which is why it is so hard to get. But aloes is a product of the western continent. In other words, in the territory of the elves it is not so rare, because the elves practically do not eat meat and so they have an excellent agriculture. Rinia was determined to go to the continent of elves, because he really wanted to see the local rice. Kiri told him that besides rice, elves also grow elven beans. Kiri explained that she was not aware of this, but it is most likely soybeans. Rinia became even more interested in elf territory from this message. The guy decided that if he got soybeans he would make miso and soy sauce and finally eat a proper meal. And then the hot rice would add to his energy and enjoyment. Rinia decided to pull himself together after all, because he still doesn't know how to get to the continent of elves. It would be a long walk and he would have to go through the demon continent. But then Rinia remembered his friend, a teacher from the adventurers' school, who told him about a shortcut to the elven lands. Kiri noticed the boy's thoughtfulness and asked if he had really found a way to get to the elven continent. Rinia wondered about the transportation gate, because he had never thought he would decide to use it so soon. Kiri explained that she was also interested in interesting goods from the elven lands and could use them to expand her range. So she wants to go through the transportation gate together with Rinia, and for that she is even ready to buy magic stones. Rinia still considered himself the biggest rice lover on this continent, and it was hard for him to turn down such an opportunity. Kiri was well aware that her interlocutor liked her offer and only had to wait for his response. Rinia eventually agreed to this deal with the cunning brunette and decided not to ask her various trivia questions about how she got so much important information. Rinia advised to be thankful for all the rice and Kiri laughed and did so. Shin and Rona Yu decided that their partner had completely lost his stamina for the sake of getting white rice. Shin wasn't expecting about the connections that allow you to use the transportation gate, and reminded her that it requires a whole bunch of magic stones. Rona agreed with her friend, as getting the stones would be problematic. But Rinia proudly declared that it was not a problem and showed a huge amount of magic stones. There were so many stones that the girls found it difficult to count them. It was a valuable resource because for the transportation gate it was the equivalent of gold coins. And with such a large number of magic stones it would be enough for a trip around the world, and there would still be some left. As it turned out, Rinya used his magic power to the last to create magic stones and almost lost consciousness. It was a stupid thing to do, but for the sake of his favorite rice, Rinya was willing to do it. But the guy disagreed with his partner's words and then stated that a lot of people risk their lives to get a few grains of white rice. Kiri watched Rinya get angry with interest and thought that at this moment, he looked a lot like a harmful old man. In the end, Kiri agreed that in this case it would be easy for them to get into the elves' territory, so the girls could join their mission and consider it a pleasant walk. Because everyone knows that elves are a very kind race. Shin supported this idea, as she really wanted to have fun and especially to try the mysterious rice that Rinya was crazy about. Rona also decided to join the others, though she didn't really want to. Kiri was very happy to see her plan working out completely. The girl suggested moving out as soon as everyone was ready. At home, of course, there was a housekeeper who promised to keep an eye on everything during the absence of the master, and since she had a large amount of magic stones left, it wouldn't be difficult. Upon reaching the School of Adventurers, Rinya noticed those students whom he had taught a lesson not so long ago, and they were outraged by the return of their offender. Rinya saw the transportation gate for the first time, and as it turned out, it could move only one person at a time, maximum with luggage. As Honda explained that he had already warned the elves about the arrival of the guests, and they would be met by a special guide. Rinya apologized to his friend for bothering him, but he didn't mind helping at all, because that class of students had improved their behavior considerably and now they were even. The teacher apologized for not having time to thank him last time and told him how her class was much calmer now. Rinya replied that thanks to the transportation gate all debts would be paid back and then advised the teacher to be as close to his friend as possible. Az blushed at this point and was incredibly embarrassed. In the end, the guy decided to go first to where the gorgeous white rice was waiting for him, and then took a step into the glowing transportation gate. After his eyes got a little used to the bright light, the guy started to see silhouettes ahead, and then realized that there was a beautiful elf girl in front of him. The girl decided to clarify if he was really Rinya along with the group she had been told about earlier, and the guy confirmed it. The elfess introduced herself as Kroll and explained that she was working with a school of adventurers and was now ready to act as a guide in the elven territories. Rinya introduced himself in return and explained that thanks to Az, he and his friends had decided to travel the elven lands together. The boy then asked his companions to behave politely and introduce themselves. The girls were surprised by their partner's knowledge of the elven language and asked to introduce themselves because they could not speak elven. The guy didn't understand at all, for he didn't hear the differences in the languages. Kiri, meanwhile, explained that she was a traveling merchant and was happy to visit these distant lands. Kiri realized that Rinya didn't even realize that he could speak Finnish, while the other girls needed a special translator. The boy decided that he had gotten such an ability from a goddess during his rebirth. Rona praised Kiri for her ability to communicate with elves, because it was really amazing. But the sly brunette called it just a trifle and a necessary skill for a merchant. All the more problematic not knowing the language spoken in the place she was headed. Rinya felt that this girl was not telling something because she was too cunning. Eventually, Kiri introduced the other girls and explained to the elven Kroll that they had come here to see the sights and needed help with that. The elfess asked to translate to the others that she would find it much easier to relate to Kiri than the rest of the women with the extra deposits on their chests. Kroll was incredibly serious and admitted that she had not the slightest desire to speak in an inaccurate human language. Rinya understood nothing of the elf woman's words, but he found her phrasing offensive. To begin, they visited the city of Grand Cairo, which was located in the eastern part of the western continent. Kroll explained that it was not as huge as a human city, but it concentrated goods from all over the continent. Compared to humans, elves have much more magical power and therefore their magical technologies are more advanced. In particular, it concerns the use of magical stones. Elves use them not only in infrastructure, but also in irrigation systems and even in the protective barrier. Therefore, even if the elves are attacked by a monster, the probability of which is close to zero, they can easily cope with it. Shin had often heard stories about elves, but she had never realized how beautiful they were. Rinya realized why agriculture was so developed in these lands, and it was all thanks to magic. The boy decided to immediately clarify the information about rice and elven beans and whether it was possible to try it somewhere. Kroll suggested to visit the local market, where such goods are in abundance, but then she decided to show the best beans herself. Soon they found themselves near an elven woman selling various goods. Rinya tasted the food and realized that it was absolutely identical to the real miso from Japan. The guy was delighted, because even in this fantasy world he was able to experience the native taste of food. Rinia asked the elf if the person who taught him how to make this food was a foreigner. Kroll confirmed this assumption, for it was even told in school how some foreigners had invented miso and soy sauce. The boy was delighted, for even the past names remained unchanged. Unlike the hard carnivorous human race, the elves mostly ate food grown in the fields, and miso and soy sauce served as the perfect accompaniment. Along with these foods, rice was considered the main fillings for the diet. Renia was looking forward to tasting the local rice, for he expected to get that homemade native flavor. Suddenly, Shin excitedly reported that Rona was in trouble because some guys had started hitting on her. The two young elves were delighted with Rona's appearance and admired her proportions, calling the girl the reincarnation and beautiful goddess Venus. Such compliments instantly made Rona stop being angry and blush. The elves were most enamored of the girl's huge breasts, and dreamed of taking them in their hands. The elves even regretted that they were not human. Rona understood almost nothing, but she loved the attention of the young elves. The young elves started gently stroking the attractive blonde, and she felt a wonderful sense of desire. Especially both of the young elves were incredibly beautiful, and Rona felt truly desired by the girl. Rinia decided that all elves were too pathetic, because they couldn't resist an ordinary girl. But Kroll asked not to compare all elves as the same, for each one is different. Kroll called some of the elves reformists, and Kiri suggested that there was some political unrest going on in this country. Kroll told of how the Archduchess from the Duchy of Trident had come to this city about 10 years ago as a representative of the humans to give a friendly speech. But the elves had no idea that this meeting between the local men and this woman would be the beginning of future problems. Up to this moment, elven men were attracted to slim girls, and no one had any discontent about the slim figure. Everyone loved each other as they were. But the Archduchess appeared, and local men for the first time saw breasts so large that they practically fell out of clothes. The elves were shocked by such forms, and their outlook changed. Everything changed in one day. The male elves decided that the previous criteria of female beauty were wrong, and now they loved only lush forms, without which they did not consider a woman complete. The Archduchess made a real sexual revolution in the elven lands, which broke the peace that had lasted for many hundreds of years. The High Elves tried to calm down the ordinary men and reminded them of the importance of peace and beauty of local women. But this wave of change was already unstoppable, and the elves demanded bigger breasts. All the stories that the flat forms of local elven women are beautiful and unassuming, and they resemble two flowers that are firmly established on the plains did not help to solve the problem. Though still one part of the men believed that the huge breasts were just an accumulation of useless fat. Thus two opposing camps emerged, the reformers and the conservatives. The conservatives were in favor of adhering to elven traditions, while the reformists favored the development of the race and the redefinition of values. Since then, there have been constant disputes in the elven territory, and each side considers themselves worthy to be heard, because in fact they consider their values to be the ideal. Subsequently, this conflict spread throughout the country and divided all men into two factions, which are constantly engaged in arguments and clarification of relations about female beauty. Rumors spread quickly, and the city in which the transportation gateway is located, designed to foster friendships with the people, became mired in reformists. Rinia was shocked at the stupidity of the elves, and Kiri confessed that she gradually began to hate elven men, because her forms could not attract their attention. Kroll agreed with the merchant, for they were on the same side. Rinia admitted that the humans weren't really far behind on these issues, especially considering the fact that elven girls weren't very pretty, and the men apparently wanted a change. Kroll was outraged at such revelations and blushed with embarrassment. Suddenly there were shouts in the street as an uncontrollable horse was rushing towards them, from which the rider had fallen. Shin was the first to react to the danger and instantly tamed the unruly horse. In a few minutes the problem was solved and the horse calmed down. All that remained was to find out what had happened to the rider. The young elf had been injured and was in a terrible state. All he could utter was a message from the captain about the need to strengthen the city's defenses. Kroll was incredibly excited, for something like this had never happened before. From the last strength of the wounded elf reported how the labyrinthine forest was completely overrun by a horde of terrible monsters that broke the defenses of the advanced units. Kroll could not believe such a thing, for the elves' defense system was the most reliable, and always destroyed the monsters. Meanwhile, Shin became the center of attention for the elves here, who were admiring how the brunette bravely stopped her horse and looked very impressive on horseback. Shin didn't understand anything, but she enjoyed the chatter of the elves. Renia realized that any woman with beautiful breasts could completely paralyze elven life in this city, and now it was Shin's turn to be the object of adoration. In the end, the elfess asked the guests to settle down in a separate room, and in the meantime, she herself went to the meetings. It was obvious that this was a real emergency. Renia realized that they could not go unattended for a while, and would have to wait for the elves' decision about their stay in the territory. Though it was amusing to watch the elf guard as he didn't take his eyes off Rona's breasts. Renia inquired about the labyrinthine forest the injured elf had mentioned and where the mobs of monsters had appeared. Kiri explained that a labyrinthine forest exists on every continent, and in the depths of such a forest there is an entrance to a huge dungeon. Each continent has its own entrance, and all of these forests are connected to the forests of miasma where the creepy monsters live. For example, the labyrinth forest of the eastern continent is so large that it even intersects with the forest of Kukuriki. But now was the first time Kiri had heard of a whole army of monsters appearing there. After all, there shouldn't be any dangerous monsters left there. Kiri thought about it, and it was obvious that the girl took the news of the monster invasion seriously. Renia also noticed Ron's terrible mood, and he asked why she was angry. But the girl did not talk about the details and only snorted resentfully. Then the blonde said that she was shocked by the behavior of the elves, who looked at her as an object of sexual admiration. Shin was surprised, for at that moment her friend was enjoying it. Soon Kroll returned and reported that from the word of the wounded guardian was confirmed, and there were very serious events in elven territory. Therefore, it was impossible for Renia and his friends to continue to stay in this city, and they would be returned to Kukurika immediately. Renia called this decision foolish and refused to agree to such a thing. The boy asked for details of what was happening in the labyrinthine forest. Kroll, after a bit of thought, recognized that this was indeed the problem. Then the elfess told about a group of monsters in the number of 20,000, and they invaded the labyrinth forest. And now they are advancing to the city, having collapsed the defenses of the defense units. There was a squad of elves in the labyrinth forest, and they all died. The defense fortress was completely destroyed, and its inhabitants were unable to evacuate in time. Considering the distance to the city, then in about 5 hours the monster army would be here. Kroll regretfully recognized that this city was doomed to extermination, as there were only 500 soldiers here and no more than 200 local men would be able to join them. And although messengers had already gone to the capital for help, it was unlikely that help would arrive in time. And all that can be done now is to buy time for the civilians to try to hide in a safe place. Therefore, Renia must leave the area for safety reasons. Kroll was desperate and asked to be sure to destroy the transportation gate on the human side, because the monsters cannot be allowed to break through to the other continent. Renia realized that things were catastrophic and asked how things were with the magical technology of the elves that Kroll had told about. The elfess admitted that no one had counted on so many opponents, and so magical barter would only briefly be able to hold back the advance of the monster army. Shin was shocked at such helplessness and asked what the elves' plans were, for did they really just decide to all die together in this place? Kroll asked not to worry about the elves, for they were not as weak as they seemed to humans and would fight to the last defender of the city anyway. Kroll explained that although she herself was just learning, she had already been trained in the defense of the city. Therefore, she was personally willing to prove the elves' fighting skills while the residents and humans evacuated. Shin didn't understand anything about elven rules and asked what age Kroll was now if she was still learning. As it turned out, the young elven woman had celebrated her 70th birthday this year, but if translated into human age it was somewhere around 16 years old. Kroll realized that her age for humans is already a deep old age. Renia at this moment remembered his real age and felt old. Renia thanked the elfess for her hospitality and decided that if she insisted, he should do as she wished. Besides, he was in no position to offer help to the elven people. Shin was so excited about the impending danger that she declared her desire to help. But Rona reminded her friend that they had no right to interfere in the affairs of the elves. The blonde advised Shin not to forget her role and to listen to Renia, for he was doing the right thing in this situation. Kroll thanked Shin for her help with the unruly horse, for she was able to keep the elves safe at that moment. There was a tense atmosphere in the room, and it seemed that everyone present was waiting for some important decision from Renia. But the guy did not say anything and only promised to pray for the elven people and then left the room. It was very noisy outside, and the population of the city was preparing for the attack of the monsters. The civilians were rushing to get away from the city, and the defenders were organizing the defense of the city. Ricky couldn't stand it, and despite the lack of time, she asked Renia to talk to her alone. Kiri complained about bad luck, because they had just arrived in the elven territory, and here the war was starting, and now they would have to think of another business route. Then the girl suggested that the elves would be in a huge debt if they helped them deal with the monsters. Renia immediately realized what the girl wanted and decided that now he should help the elves. Kiri confirmed her wish, though she had other goals for this journey. Renia asked him not to waste his time and to tell the whole truth. Kiri immediately realized that such impatience shows doubt, and Renia himself wants to help the elves. Kiri suddenly asked what Renia would do if he had the strength of 20,000 men. The sly brunette explained that Renia actually had the potential to deal with the problem and save the elves. Renia was surprised at this ability of a common merchant to assess his fighting potential. But even so, the guy admitted that it didn't matter at all how many opponents he could defeat. He couldn't win this battle. Even if he killed a few thousand monsters, it wouldn't affect the big picture at all. But Kiri decided to take a closer look at her magnificent blade that has magic. Renia reminded that at the moment it could only create light spells and fire bullet, and it was unlikely to help destroy 20,000 monsters. Kiri agreed that it wasn't enough, but decided to offer something new. The girl promised to give magic and a way to deal with a huge army of monsters, and Renia would only have to save the elven people. Kiri reminded her who she was, and for her trade business this city should be safe, especially only by saving the elves. Renia will be able to get his favorite rice. For that, all he will have to do is to take free magic lessons. Besides, Renia himself doubts this decision and doesn't want to leave the defenseless elves in danger. Renia hated this manner of communication, when they don't say directly what they want. Usually after such a thing he starts to risk his life for the sake of unclear goals. But of course Kiri could be praised for her skills as a merchant. But in the end the guy rejected the offer, because he did not want to sacrifice his life as someone's pawn. But Kiri decided not to give up and explained that she had a way in mind by which she didn't need to risk her life. Renia was surprised by such certainty and was immediately interested. Kiri also recalled how Renia had made sacrifices creating a huge amount of magic stones to get to the land of the elves, and that alone proves that there is a huge magical potential. Kiri explained that of course Shiruki helped a lot, but even first-class wizards can only make a few small magic stones in a day. And so Renia is the owner of enormous magical powers, which can be used not only to create stones. But Renia realized that wasn't the only reason for such an offer. Kiri eventually said that she could unlock the magical potential and tell him how to use it properly. Kiri asked if Renia liked such a tempting offer, and if so, she was ready to tell more. Renia thought about what was going on and remembered the worried faces of the elves, which reminded of very long ago events of the war. Doubts began to creep in, and Renia remembered his original goal of just eating rice, and the effort he had put into getting to the elven lands. Renia stated that they had very little time left, and so Kiri should hurry up and tell his plan. In the meantime, the girls were thinking about what Renia and Kiri were discussing, because they had been talking for a long time. Suddenly the two young elves came again and asked for an apology for their behavior, for they had been rude to Rona last time. But before going to war, the two young elves decided to express their sincere feelings. Rona was very touched by the words of the young elves, who will very soon find themselves in a battle where death awaits them, against such an incredible number of enemies are unlikely to be able to withstand. There is a chance to win only if each elf can kill at least 10 monsters. But the young guys were unsure of their abilities and said goodbye forever. As it turned out, before finally saying goodbye to life, the young elves decided to meet the woman again to remember this marvelous image in their minds forever. The young elves were completely willing to sacrifice themselves for the well-being of the citizens of this city and beautiful girls like Rona. Therefore, if they could save even one life, it meant that their deaths would not be in vain. The guys asked the gorgeous blonde to pray for the elves who are being sat down in this horrible war, and that's all. They don't wish for goodbye. Rona was thrilled at such sincere words from the young guys and asked the elves to raise their heads. In fact, the blonde understood almost nothing of what the elves said, but she was delighted by their sincerity. Rona explained that even though she was serving a human god, as a true cleric she would pray for the salvation of the elven race, and it should definitely help. The young lads gave thanks for the bright magical light blessing and were now ready to give their lives without regret and gladly to save others. The young elves then asked permission to give something to the prettiest girl. The lads knew almost nothing in human speech and could only express their gratitude. Rona wished the lads to take care of themselves, for they were very young. At parting, the young elves once again appreciated the blonde's excellent breasts, and the girl was still disappointed in the elves, regretting her prayer. Soon Renia returned and decided to talk to his partners. The boy said that he wanted to stay and participate in the war on the side of the elves. This puzzled the girls, because it seemed unbelievable and reckless. Renia recalled how hard he had tried to get to the elven lands for the sake of eating white rice, and if now he would return without achieving his goal, he would hate himself, especially if he can't get his favorite food in the elven lands. It will be almost impossible on other continents. It's also a great chance to make the elves their debtors for a long time. Rona was surprised at such a silly motive, while Shin marveled at Renia's persistence. The boy explained that only he and Kiri would participate during the battle, and the girls would stay here and be ready to return to Isekai'd at any moment. Renia stated that if he did not return from the battlefield or the monsters reached the city, the girls would have to return to the human continent and destroy the transportation gate. Even if it meant completely destroying the elven race, the monsters could not be allowed to invade the human continent. But Shin was determined to fight along with the others, for she was not ready to turn her back on her friends at such a difficult moment. Renia explained that all the brunette's efforts would not help in this situation at all, and Shin should think about whether the elven people or the people of Isekai'd were more important to her. So the girls should not forget about time and their position. After all, that is the most important thing in such a dangerous situation. Shin finally agreed with her partner's words, because he was really right and she should do everything in her power to save her hometown. Rona was too excited and reminded of the danger that comes from a huge army of ferocious monsters. Renia admitted that he had succumbed to Kiri's entreaties and thought he had a good chance of winning this fight. Therefore, he would feel safer to participate in such a dangerous task alone. The guy decided to protect the city of elves, but how it will turn out is still unclear. That's why the girls should be safe, because that way he will be safer to fight knowing that in the city of elves he has nothing to hold him. Rona promised to pray for Renia's return from such a dangerous mission. Renia thanked her for her understanding and set off to where mortal danger awaited him. Shin admitted that she had no right to say these words, but still wanted to ask to save the elves by all means, because they are a wonderful people and deserve to live. Meanwhile, Sorvia, the captain of the garrison of the elven city of Isekai'd, was busy strengthening the magical barrier and personally supervising the organization of the defense. The girl wanted to maximize the chances of repelling the attack. Sorvia was determined, but did not understand how to fight with such a difference in the number of warriors, because she did not have 1,000 experienced soldiers at her disposal. Sorvia tried her best to lead the forces she had, and then she resented the presence of people here and recognized only the merchant girl she had seen before in the city. Renia immediately sensed how heated the situation was and decided to find out who the commander was, because he needed to talk to him urgently. Kroll was shocked by Renia's presence, because she had previously ordered people to flee to her continent. Renia did not want to argue long and asked the excited elf to bring the commander to him immediately. Kroll didn't want to give up, but Renia showed all his persistence to achieve his goal. Scold Sorvia soon appeared and decided to find out what was going on here, as I had no free time to chat. Renia introduced himself as an adventurer from the human city and offered to take the elves' magic stones as payment for his participation in this battle. The lad promised that he would be sure to help and be useful in any area where he was put. The elves were surprised by the huge amount of magic stones, and since the magic barrier won't be able to hold back the monster's attack for long, it is possible to use these magic stones. Captain Scold thanked for the magic stones provided, but still didn't realize who she was dealing with and decided that it was most likely friend Kroll. Just at that moment, one of the soldiers reported the monsters approaching the magic barrier. Captain Scold was prepared for this and ordered her to do her job immediately. The stern girl stated that she had no time to talk, and if Renia wanted to fight, he must rely on Kroll's orders. Captain Scold ordered to immediately increase the magical barrier until it covered the maximum area around the city, and to use magical stones to strengthen the line of defense. Kroll was surprised by Renia's decision to stay in the almost doomed city, but decided to find out exactly what kind of magical barrier the elves were using, as there was no time for arguments now. Renia stated that he sincerely wanted to help, especially since the elves lacked experienced soldiers. Elphika admitted that their forces were not enough for effective defense, but now she wanted to talk about something else. The boy sensed the impending danger and asked for more details about the barrier the elves were so hopeful of. Meanwhile, an army of horrible monsters was inexorably approaching, bringing death and destruction. As it turned out, this barrier covered the territory of the city and worked as a trap. The barrier was based on the holy protection of the elven deity, and had proven its effectiveness time and time again. activated traps materialized in the form of forest plants that enveloped any enemy. Usually such was always enough to destroy weak monsters. Also, this barrier covered the entire forest, but this time the opponents were well-trained armed monsters. In addition, at this point, the goal of the elven defenders is to buy time, which should be enough for the civilians to evacuate to safety. So this time the elves use the barrier to strengthen the area that is near the defense line and thus increase the strength of all the traps. And while the barrier holds back the onslaught of enemies with traps, the rest of the defenders have to reduce the enemy numbers with bows and long-range magic. The whole point of defense is to slow down the enemy's advance. At first glance, this strategy looked effective difference in the number of opposing sides, but it would be very difficult to hold back the onslaught of monsters until reinforcements arrived from the capital. Meanwhile, the captain ordered to send reinforcements consisting of only untrained students. Rinia suggested that while the enemies will be focused on the defense of the elves, then perhaps they really will become an excellent target thanks to the barrier, and it would be easier to act in surprise to everyone. Kiri promised to show Rinia's true strength, because in this place you cannot hold back. Rinia decided to comfort the doubting elf and explained that he was actually a veteran who had gone through countless battles. Therefore, he was willing to support and make it easier for them to contain the monsters. Kroll was fascinated by the strange man's determination and ended up asking if there were so many fools among humans. But Rinia only thoughtfully replied that it also remained a mystery to him, since he hadn't been in this world that long. The army of monsters was getting closer by the minute, and soon they should have reached the barrier. The advanced sentries were reporting from only 200 meters away, and could already hear the roaring of the enemy. Meanwhile, the appetite of the monsters was growing as they approached, and the leader of the whole army promised his subordinates fresh meat and beautiful elven women. The monster army prepared for the main attack, while the elven defenders relied on their strength and the protective barrier. Soon the monsters began to attack with arrows intending to stun the defenders and sow panic among their ranks, but the elves held back the first blow and continued to stand still. Sharp arrows rained down on the elves' fortification from the brave defenders who received mortal wounds. Despite this situation, the captain of the elves ordered to keep calm and save arrows in case the enemy would come closer. After a long-range attack, one of the enemy units decided to try to break through the elves' defenses and was rapidly approaching the front line. The commander of the defenders ordered the immediate raising of the magical barrier, and specially trained men sought the help of the Mother Earth and the spirits of the forest then activated effective traps. Gradually, the traps began to destroy the monsters, reducing the number of the attacking unit. Tree roots and branches worked well in dense thickets, especially on low-level monsters. In a few moments, almost the whole group of ferocious monsters was completely destroyed, and so the first attack was successfully repulsed. The leader of the monsters was disappointed by the first failure, but now he finally learned what is the famous protective magic of the elves, and so it becomes much more interesting to fight. The chief demon ordered his subordinates to immediately continue the attack and show what they are capable of to the pathetic elves and destroy all their traps in their path. The fury of the monsters allowed them to break through the binding branches and roots, which disappointed the elf commander, as she had hoped to hold out much longer. The speed of the monsters had decreased, but still they were breaking through the traps with brute force. The elf captain realized that the cursed monsters had decided to break through instead of going around, and in some ways that was a good thing. The girl ordered everyone to prepare for her order. Captain Scold promised to repay the cursed monster for the disgrace and infringement on the spirits of fellow monsters. The warlike speech inspired the young elves and should provide morale for a while. To begin, the archers and mages were to fire, and all obeying the captain's order fired in the direction of the monsters. Sharp elven arrows pierced through the vicious bodies, and magical blows penetrated even through the orcs' armor. But despite the huge losses and terrible wounds, the enemy did not stop and continued its movement towards the elves, and reinforcements were constantly being pulled up. Scold watched in horror as the monsters did not even try to dodge the arrows, which meant that the whole army was commanded by someone cruel and experienced. This was bad news, but there was nothing left to do but stall for time. The captain ordered the monsters to be held back to the last, and then the elves fired another volley. Kiri, meanwhile, along with Riniath, decided that it was time for them to join the fight. The elves were now fully focused on the enemy, and it was time to use their magical abilities. Kiri decided to teach Rinia the Storm spell, which is an advanced air magic and can create a real tornado attacking the enemy. And that kind of magic could be great for Rinia. Kiri told how she read about this beautiful spell in a study she discovered by chance, but she augmented the spell and was able to tweak it to activate Rinia, at the same time, so the destructive power should increase many times over. But Renia doubted it, and Kiri suggested that he try everything himself and give a fair assessment afterwards. Renia asked to give him the power to create an atmosphere and began to imagine a raging wind gathering over the enemy. Huge air currents gradually gathered into one, and all this was happening over the heads of the unaware monsters. Renia was as concentrated as possible controlling the air. The guy's hands were shaking a lot, because it was the first time he tried to control such strong air currents. Kroll, watching the very strange wind, eventually realized who exactly was creating it. The most important thing was to continue to control the entire huge airflow that was 20 kilometers above the ground. The air temperature in the created tornado was well below zero and continued to drop. Kiri was excited about her plan and waited for the climax. The elves did not understand what was happening and only watched the sky, where something incredible was happening. All that was left was to unleash this terrible power on the army of monsters. Renia tried his best and ended up unleashing a super strong ice barrage on the ground. The power was immense and it looked impressive. Not only the monsters at the epicenter of the tornado died from the extreme cold, but even huge trees broke like small toothpicks. Renia was able to hold back the onslaught of monsters and greatly reduce the population of demonic forces. The elves were shocked by the terrible force and feared that it might be coming at them. Kiri realized that her plan had gone off script and ordered the elves to immediately erect a barrier, or magical force. The elves were panicked and didn't know how to react. Meanwhile, Rona and Shin, even in the center of the elven city, were watching the terrible tornado and worried about their partner. Kroll and the rest of the elves used their magical shields in time and were able to escape the extreme temperature. Renia thanked the elfess for her excellent reaction that had saved them. But once the wind calmed down, it was clear that the huge forces of the monster army had been completely wiped out by just one attack. Kroll tried to find out what exactly Renia had just done, because it was unbelievable. The guy himself didn't expect such an effect and hit Kiri for such a situation. The guy blamed the cunning brunette for such a dangerous situation, because they could have all very easily died. But Kiri decided not to give up and accused the guy that she herself had put too much magical energy into this spell, and it had gotten out of control. Kroll watched with interest as the two men argued and practically fought, but Renia eventually recalled that it was the first time he had tried to master such powerful magic and admitted that he had greatly overdone the use of the power as well. Soon, one of the girls reported that this terrible tornado had destroyed half of the enemy forces. Captain Scold was shocked, because she had not even counted on such success and now tried to figure out how to proceed. Meanwhile, the commander of the demonic army came to his senses and did not expect that such a strong trump card was hidden up the sleeve of the vile elves. After all, if not for his anti-magic armor, he would have shared the fate of many monsters from his army. The demon with a huge sword wandered through the ruined thickets and tried to figure out what damage had been done to his army. But even at first glance, it was clear that his troops had now lost their former power. But in reality, the monster leader was not at all worried about his subordinates and mercilessly finished off the wounded monsters who were still just foot soldiers. The leader then called out to the remaining monsters to gather and follow his orders. The chief demon promised all monsters who dare to escape from the battlefield to personally destroy them with the most horrible death. These words instilled fear in his subordinates, and even the most ferocious monsters trembled like children. Captain Scold was shocked by the persistence of the monsters, who despite the huge losses continued to advance. The elven woman was sure that the monsters would now retreat, but apparently her fears about the demon commander were justified. It also appeared that the magical defense barrier had weakened after the tornado hit. Scold ordered the troops to immediately regroup and organize their defenses before the enemy approached, and the mages should replenish their supply of magical stones. Renia asked that do those stupid monsters keep advancing just because of their cruel commander. Therefore, if he is killed, the problem will be solved quickly. Kiri reminded that while playing is not on their side and a decision has to be made. Renia apologized for weakening the magic barrier, but now he knows how to win and make the monsters leave the land. Kiri was interested and wanted to find out what Renia was up to. But the guy replied that he is not going to do anything new, but only to destroy everyone with his sword, because he is a swordsman and it is better than magic. Especially killing all the opponents at once isn't much fun. Kroll couldn't believe that Renia was going to attack the monsters alone and recalled the still huge number of monsters. But Renia was determined to get to the demon commander. After all, he was the main problem. The elf could not understand why a man would risk his life for them. But the guy explained that there were a lot of idiots among people and he was one of them, so he would act simply. Renia said that he only needed to destroy the enemy general, and then the elves would be saved and he would achieve his goal. Kroll was delighted by the heroism of the human lad and rewarded the brave lad with her best kiss. The kiss was as mutual as possible and Renia loved the warmth of the elf's lips. Tiri instantly blushed with embarrassment and Kroll called it elven defense. Thanks to this, one would not have to fear the traps of the magic barrier, and elven protection is best transmitted through a kiss. So Renia should understand the honor he was given. Kroll blushed heavily and admitted that it wasn't the first time she had kissed someone like that, though it might be the last if they couldn't get rid of the monsters. Renia saw how embarrassed the elfess was and promised to make the best of it. The boy gratefully accepted the elf's gift, then promised to repeat this kiss in a more appropriate mood and place. But Kroll must stay alive. The elfess blushed again, but was still not averse to repeating the kiss. Although Renia tried to appear as confident as possible in front of the elves, he still realized that it would be foolish to wander blindly through these places and waste time looking for the enemy general. Therefore, it would be more rational to organize a small battle to lure the most important enemy to himself, and after that to switch to the general. The first encountered monsters didn't even have time to realize who they were dealing with, because Renia's lightning-fast blade didn't leave them any chance for life. Powerful and precise blows were complemented by fire bullets and the monsters died before they could escape. The magic energy was gradually recovering and Renia was not worried about the fire in this forest, because it was very cold and wet. But suddenly Renia heard the voice of an elven girl who was communicating with him in some magical way. The girl explained that this ability had been passed on with a kiss, and now they could communicate. Renia recognized that kissing was a very convenient way to exchange abilities, and he was ready to learn more. Kroll blushed once again, and then suggested to the boy to turn 30 degrees, because that was where the elven wizards detected a powerful flow of energy. Most likely in this place there is a commander of monsters, and most likely it is someone from Raz and demons, because only they can have such a strong magical energy. Renia went in the right direction, immediately remembered his past encounter with the vile demon Emil. Demons were very dangerous opponents and Kroll advised to retreat in case of danger, but Renia was certainly not going to give up. Soon Renia met with the demon general and recognized that he was very different from ordinary orcs. The demon himself was surprised by the insolence of the man and decided to punish for such insolence. The demon general didn't expect to find a human here at all, because he was going to fight the elves. Renia decided to clarify and asked the demon if he was really the commander of this rabble. The demon answered that maybe he was, and Renia was getting angry with this chatter. The guy asked the demon commander why he decided to continue the offensive after the destruction of half of his army, because that terrible tornado should have impressed him. After all, judging by military logic, losing half of the army without reinforcements, the army is almost doomed to defeat. These words caused wild laughter from the demon, who never thought of defeat, especially when losing half of the army, and then promised to destroy every pathetic elf on this continent. The demon declared that he was a true commander and he absolutely didn't care how many soldiers he would lose during the offensive, much less the pathetic elves didn't stand a chance. The demon continued to threaten to destroy the cursed elven city even with the remaining number of troops, and then it would mean complete victory. But apparently the stupid man cannot understand it. Renia admitted that he really expected the commander to care more about his subordinates, but it turned out that he was facing a real idiot who seeks only to achieve the goal. The demon general promised to accept this daring challenge and prove to the pathetic man his strength and invincibility. Renia was pleased with the result. The stupid demon really fell for his simplest provocation. The only thing that remained was to figure out from what distance to deliver a fatal blow to this bastard. Meanwhile, the general decided to seize the initiative and rush to attack. The demon general's blow was so strong that the sturdy tree broke like a reed. The demon was surprised by the guy's reaction and promised Renia to teach him a lesson. The lad realized that the general's blow resembled Emil's air blade and most likely his huge blade has strong magic in it and so he shouldn't face such a strong weapon. The demon stated that he had just greeted the man and if Renia could dodge the next blow then perhaps he would deserve a congratulations, though it was unlikely that one could dodge a slashing storm. Renia had expected something like this and thanks to his lightning-fast reaction he avoided a deadly encounter with the general's blade. With every second the demon's fury increased and his blows became faster and more desperate. But that was exactly what Renia wanted. Guy dodging the powerful blows of the general gradually approached and prepared for his main blow. But the general was not so simple and was able to repel Renia's lightning strike, although he was surprised by the insolence of the man. The only thing Renia was able to accomplish was to cut the demon general's arm. The guy's blade really interested the general, as only a magical weapon could damage his armor. Renia replied that he was not aware of it and just bought a sword from a merchant. At the same time, the guy realized that it was only because of the dark armor that the general was able to survive during the ice tornado. Renia said that he had figured out the general's secret, because his entire strength consisted of powerful armor and excellent weapons. The demon was very angry with the man, because it had been a long time since anyone had spoiled his mood. But Renia continued to call the general a pathetic weakling, who hides behind his magical armor and relies only on brute force and his banal sword techniques. Therefore, the biggest weakling and fool is the demon who thinks he is the leader of the monsters. Renia admitted that he was very disappointed in the demons, because they should have been much stronger. These words were the last straw that overflowed the cup of patience of the general, and he roared with anger, trying to cut the enemy. But Renia was waiting for this moment, and with a quick counterattack he cut off the demon's arm. The guy was happy with the result and managed to tell the general that his weak point was in his huge, clumsy body. Then Renia told about a term called war crimes, although it was absolutely useless to tell someone about such things in this world, and it was better to deal with the general quickly. Renia decided that the demon should pay for the massacre he had caused in the elf fortress. But the general only responded with curses, unable to contain his anger. The demon promised to show what he could do, but a second later the cocky general lost his other arm. Renia promised the demon an elven trial where he would answer for all his crimes. The general was completely crushed. He had never felt such pressure and could not believe that a normal human was capable of such a thing. Soon, a squad of monsters appeared and the general demanded for immediate protection. But this only caused Renia to feel pity, and he called the general a real weakling who wasn't worthy of being a commander. The demon was desperate, and the sword stabbed into his leg added to the pain. Renia advised the general not to scream, as he would only embarrass himself, and the leg had been stabbed just to keep the demon from running away. Renia said that if the demon was a real commander, he would be able to endure such pain, because the elves from the fortress were much more painful before they died. The demon continued to desperately try to order his subordinates to save him, but none of the monsters dared to go to a deadly encounter with a dangerous man. Renia praised the general for his stamina, though it was foolish to continue acting like a commander in such a desperate situation. In the next second, the guy swung his sword again and the demon screamed in terror. Meanwhile, held back the onslaught of monsters, and the fearless captain ordered to destroy each one even at the cost of her life. The elves fought desperately, because they realized that they had their families and loved ones behind them. But the numerical superiority was still on the side of monsters, and at some point Kroll missed the strongest blow from a huge orc. The girl found herself in the clutches of a nasty monster, but the brave elf did not feel fear. She was only sad that she could not kill more monsters. The girl was not going to give up without a fight, and thanks to the air blade destroyed the vile orc from the last strength. As a result, after a while the monsters began to retreat, and the elves felt elated, because they were able to fulfill the task and protect their hometown. Unfortunately, there were many dead and wounded defenders, but still it was the price they paid for freedom. Soon Renia returned and was happy to see alive the very elf who had rewarded him with a kiss. Kroll was surprised, for she had not expected the human to be able to return after the battle with the general. But as it turned out, Renia had brought with him the main demon who was missing all his limbs. The guy explained that the general was too buff and heavy, and so they had to reduce his weight a bit. The elves were shocked by the sight of the retrieved general, and Renia realized that destroying the monster commander was not the main reason for their retreat, and the elves had proven their ability to fight. In the end, the lad suggested that the elves decide the demon's fate on their own, for he deserved the harshest punishment possible. Kroll was agitated and too tired, but still reported that now there was nothing threatening from the city. Renia paid attention to the strange look of the elf, because only very close people look like that. All goals were accomplished. The elves defeated the monsters, and Kroll was able to lay out in this terrible battle. Praised the elfess, for she had kept her promise. But the elfess could not contain her emotions and cried from fatigue and the horror she had experienced. Once home, Renia finally waited until the moment he cautiously tasted the local white rice and miso, though the girls weren't that thrilled with that kind of food. Also, Shin and Rona were not thrilled with Kroll, who was preparing food for Renia. The girls considered the elven woman their rival, though Kroll herself didn't understand what the problem was. Renia was also puzzled and initially thought the whole problem was the food. Shin resented the elf's new outfit, but Kroll didn't understand the problem, because Renia had advised her to dress like that. The boy explained that this was the way the women in his homeland dressed when cooking. Though in such a look, the aura of a true wife emanated from the elf woman and the other girls could feel it. Shin was also annoyed by the broken human language Kroll was communicating in, and Rona could feel them deferring to this stranger. All this food was very reminiscent of the native Japanese food that Rinya missed so much. But Rona and Shin did not share this delight and realized that the cunning elfess had found her way to a man's heart through his stomach. The girls longed for revenge on Kroll, for she had deceived them with her childlike face, though she herself was actually well over 50 years old. After the attack of the monsters was stopped, the face of the country of the elves felt calm and life became peaceful again. The elves thanked Rinya and his friends for helping to protect the elven people despite the mortal danger. Eventually they found themselves at the reception of the 12th elven king, His Highness Royce Tifelt. And as it turned out, Kroll was the heiress and princess of the elven people. Rinya had not even expected that the young elfess would come from a noble family, though he had suspicions because of her too neat appearance. The fertility of the local king, who had 35 children, was also striking. But as it turned out, elves are famous not only for their longevity, but also for their huge families. Such number of children is not a record. Shin even whispered to the boy that she would never be able to bear so many children, because it is very difficult and long. Rona also doubted her abilities. These words of the girls only made the local king laugh, who always thought people were very funny. King Roach apologized for continuing to surprise the guests, but in case they were wondering, the 35th daughter of Kroll was not yet the youngest child in the family. Excluding those who had not inherited the rights to the throne, the number of heirs exceeded 200, and that was an astounding achievement for one man. Rinya also learned many other details about the rules of life in the elven country. There was a law stating that all those who did not live in the palace should be detained and a death sentence awaited them. Rinya decided that would be a problem for his idea. King Roach then suggested that the guests of the human world have a little fun, for in this way they could build up trust in each other. Rona felt embarrassed, for now it seemed to her that all the elves were too liberated. The king promised that if any girl wanted to join the royal family, he was willing to personally provide security. But Rona got angry at this point and rejected such a blatant offer. One of the advisors said that he could not allow such behavior to the king. After all, being a king is a great responsibility, and to defile the royal blood with an alliance with a foreigner is a crime. Therefore, one should not pay so much attention to human breasts. But another advisor and crony, on the contrary, was on the king's side and was a supporter of the reform movement, which admired large female melons. Instantly, a serious argument broke out between the two representatives of different factions. The older conservative considered the changes in the country a mistake that would lead to collapse, but the younger interlocutor reminded of the importance of the development of elven civilization, as well as in the Cultural Revolution. These arguments were a real revelation for the guests, especially for the girls, because they were actually discussing their breasts. Eventually, tired of the noise, King Roach ordered silence. The king was sure that both factions were mistaken and explained that in fact he honors the traditions and culture of his native country, so he respects girls with flat breasts, but large breasts also have their own charm. If flat breasts are a sprout, large breasts are considered a budding bud, and any man dreams of being closer to it. Therefore, the most different girls with completely different melons are worthy of men's attention, because each of them is a sacred fruit. Therefore, one should accept everything as it is and never have any more conflicts. The counselors apologized for their stupidity and promised not to quarrel again. Rona was outraged, and all the guests agreed that the elven country was completely steeped in base desires. Rinya decided to leave the elven territory as soon as possible, but as it turned out, all this was just a specific elven humor. Rinya disagreed with the king, for such behavior would not do any good for the ruler. Then Roach said that as the ruler of this country, he would like to personally thank the people who helped to suppress the invasion of a huge army of monsters. After all, only thanks to the heroic help of Rinya, elves remained alive, and the city was not subjected to destruction. A special admiration deserves the fact that Rinya was able to capture the enemy commander, and this is worthy of a royal award. Rinya didn't want to argue with the king himself, but he still thought that he didn't deserve such an award, and it was like a big misunderstanding. The boy explained that he and his friends had come to this country only for beans and rice, so he would like to learn how to grow such products himself. He could learn about other products that are grown in the elven lands. King Roach compared the modesty of humans to the breasts of elven women and admitted that he had plans to build a military strategic bridgehead for defense against monsters. But given Renya's merits, he was willing to hand over the territory on the condition that one day it would revert to the elves. Rinya didn't understand why he should use the territory, because his continent was going through hard times at the moment, and without proper nature of use the problems will be much more. Roach was surprised to give up his own piece of territory in favor of agricultural knowledge and eventually promised to organize whatever was needed. The king then decided to discuss another important topic with Rinia, or rather a small request. His Majesty offered Rinia to take care of his daughter Kroll, and this caused a strong reaction from the elven woman. At the same time, the agreement about rice and soybeans remained in force. Rinia was horrified by such an offer and responded by refusing the king. But unexpectedly, this refusal offended Kroll, because she again decided that her small breasts would never please anyone and she would remain alone. Rinia tried to explain that it wasn't really about looks and Kroll just misunderstood him. The counselor from the Conservatives accused the guy of disrespecting the king, because he responded with a refusal, and also humiliated his daughter. As a result, the guest was asked to voice the reason for the refusal, because everyone is very interested to know it. Rinia reminded about the royal status of Kroll, and it should remain secret, so it would not be the best idea to let the elven girl go with the humans. But King Roach disagreed with the boy and decided that his idea would help everyone. Then Roach suggested to ask Kroll for her opinion, because she might have personal reasons to go with the humans. Rinia doubted that the girl's answer would influence his decision, but Roach asked him to take care of his daughter, for it would be more dangerous for her to be here than under the care of an experienced human warrior. Rinia asked to tell the details of this plan, for there was much he did not understand. But the elderly minister immediately demanded respect for His Majesty the King, though the younger counselor reminded for silence. Roach reminded that Kroll was one of the heiresses to the throne, but her chances of taking the king's place were extremely slim, and the chances of someone from the royal lineage going traveling at all equate to zero. Therefore, it would be a good idea to present Kroll with a great opportunity to go on an exciting journey into human territory. The elfess was shocked by her father's decision and blushed with excitement. Rinia was once again convinced of the strange relationships in this elven family, although perhaps the king was not as stupid as it seemed at first glance. But it wasn't clear why the elfess herself was so resistant to this decision. Roach also recalled the heavy damage to the forest during the terrible battle, and one of the most important sacred parts had been practically destroyed. It would take a lot of money and manpower to repair such destruction, so even rice and soybean production will have to be suspended for a while. But if Rinia agreed to take Kroll with her, then perhaps things would be different. The guy realized that this is banal blackmail and agreed to the king's terms, because he simply had no other choice. The king promised that if the problem was solved, he would make every effort, and would not stop the production of rice and soybeans. Rinia agreed to take the young elven girl with him and reminded her that she would have to live on the human continent and learn the human language. Kroll unexpectedly agreed and even responded in human language. Roach once again asked him to take care of his daughter, as every child was very important to him. But then Roach also asked to help and send as many big-breasted beauties as possible to the elven country. Rinia did not even know how to respond to such a request, although the king was completely serious. All the elves from the reformer faction present were grateful to the king for such a request. Meanwhile, Kiri decided to socialize with Kroll. Soon the journey home led to the transportation gate, and then already to the ancestral home, where the master was met by an able housekeeper. Meanwhile, Roach was still contemplating whether he had made the right decision in sending his daughter along with the humans. The king admitted that his thoughts were divided, and one half thought it was the right decision, while the other half was waiting for something more. Therefore, all the difficulties that will be encountered on the way of his children should make them better. Especially Kroll is full of doubts, and this journey should push her in the right direction. The minister was not in complete agreement with His Majesty but did not challenge the king's decision. Meanwhile, Kiri Akagiriel decided to try to contact the goddess. The goddess mispronounced her ward's name as usual and learned that the brunette wanted to report on the current situation regarding Rinia. There were no problems with the distribution of natural resources, and thanks to the resources that Rinia had brought with him, Eredora was slowly beginning to come to life. During the report, the goddess enjoyed eating delicious cookies and learned that there was interesting information from the captured demon. As it turned out, on the continent of demons appeared a real king, and most likely it happened because of the recent influx of resources. Therefore, there was a high probability that there was a new hero among the humans who would decide to challenge the demon king, and I wanted to know what the goddess thought about it. But the goddess was annoyed at such news. The goddess resented the constant problems that constantly arise in this idiotic world, and she should be the one to keep an eye on everything when she just wants to rest. The goddess then asked to talk about Rinia and how he was dealing with his powers. Kiri explained that the guy can use his powers unknowingly and completely and doesn't know how to control them. though he has the greatest power surpassing the boundary itself. And if Renia learns to use his powers, he will eventually become invincible. And if you take into account the fact that Renia does not like to hold back, then his power can go beyond comprehension and it will cause incredible destruction. After all, he was already able to destroy a huge forest along with 10,000 demons. But fortunately, Renia does not like to use magical powers, and so the risk remains minimal. But if he suddenly gets out of control, it will be difficult to deal with it. But the goddess reminded her that Kiri is a guardian angel, and so protecting the others is her job and she should fully immerse herself in it. The resentful brunette didn't want such complications in this troubled world that was only designed to be annoying. Eventually, the goddess grew tired of this conversation and advised her not to bother her with silly questions. Kiri was shocked at the behavior of the goddess, who left all the problems on her. The brunette decided that being a guardian angel sucked and there was no way to relax and rest. Kroll had started teaching little Verd the culinary arts from her first days in Renia's house. The housekeeper was a very skillful student and easily mastered even the most complicated elven recipes. Kroll was getting used to human speech and could already talk quite normally. Verd helped in this matter and repeated some phrases several times if necessary. The master with his friends returned a week after his trip to the land of elves, and Verd was incredibly surprised when she found out that she would live together with a beautiful elf girl, and Kroll was also very kind and did not hide it. Thanks to the skills of human speech received from the housekeeper, Kroll was already quite able to communicate in everyday life, and once again proved the incredible ability of elves to learn. Kroll realized that little Verd was an unusual girl because she had a huge magical energy. In addition, the young housekeeper spoke Elvish perfectly, and at their first meeting demanded to answer the most important question for her: what exactly Kroll felt for her master. The elf told how Renia had saved her life, so she owed him her life and would give it to such a brave man without a second thought. Verd was surprised at the stranger girl's candor, but her sincerity was undeniable. It was the first time Kroll had been in a human home, and she noticed how meticulously people tried to maintain their dwellings while creating a feeling of exceptional cleanliness. Renia was also pleased with the result, for the housekeeper had done an excellent job during his absence. Verd also asked the elf about her attitude to girls with large breasts, and Kroll sincerely admitted that she hated huge bumps on a woman's body. Due to their mutual interests and beliefs, Verd got along very well with the elf and they could be called friends. After that, the girls were always together and always found interesting topics to talk about, especially while cooking. Verd learned from her new friend that elves are very good at medicine, and Kroll herself knows how to prepare rare elven medicines for digestion, cold prevention, and nutrition. All of this is through the use of magic, though it is unknown how effective elven medicines can be for humans. Verd became interested in all the intricacies of elven life and asked her to teach her everything. Kroll agreed to help, as she herself was interested in interacting with the little housekeeper. Renia, meanwhile, usually took the time to train Shin under Ron's close supervision. Each time, the girl made small strides in her swordsmanship and showed promise as a capable student. The brunette's blows were strong and confident, but Shin still lacked skill and concentration, so Renia decided to continue training. The guy said that there was nothing he could do about the sword breaking, but Shin still continued to make too many unnecessary movements. And the strength of the sword can be improved by attacking at the right angle and trajectory. Shin was unhappy with her defeat. After all, she was always looking to improve her skills. Renia noticed Shin's progress perfectly, though of course she was still far from perfect and he himself never even got tired during the girls' training. Verd offered to take a break from sword fighting and have lunch, as she and the elfess had prepared some excellent meals together. Renia was actually hungry and didn't mind enjoying some fresh food. This time, the girls had prepared a great onigiri and Renia once again tasted the taste of homemade Japanese food. The girls had prepared a huge amount, knowing their master's strong appetite. Shin and Rona also really liked the strange food with elven spices and appreciated Renia's homemade food. In fact, in their hometown of Kukurik, there were few good dishes and cooking was not well developed and it affected people's tastes a lot. Renia thanked his elven ancestors for their culinary talents, for he didn't even expect to taste real Japanese dishes in this world. Kroll called onigiri a very popular food among the elves, and it was often eaten by schoolchildren between classes. Renia decided to teach the girl some more recipes from her native Japan, and Kroll accepted the offer with interest. Rona and Shin became convinced that their lack of culinary talents was a huge disadvantage, and now they yielded to the elfess in their influence. For Verd, keeping her master healthy was the main goal, always taking care of a clean and hot bath. Renia loved to lounge in the warm water enjoying the relaxation. The water temperature was just the way Renia liked it, and Verd kept it at a comfortable level at all times. It was all thanks to her master's magical power, and Verd could control the temperature of the water with magic stones. It was quite large and Renia could completely dive into it. The previous one couldn't even stretch out his legs. Renia was pleased with the purchase of this house, because only in this way it was possible to feel the comfort of home. But suddenly, Renia was joined by his partners, which broke the peace of loneliness. Shin and Rona decided to take advantage of the situation and become much closer to their partner. Renia tried to keep himself in control and resist the huge temptation, but the girls called him a fool, because it was impossible to refuse a woman's love. Renia desperately resisted, and his strong body helped to cope with the two rivals, though the girls did not give up trying to win this impromptu battle. Shin and Rona tried their best to convince Renia of the rightness of their actions, but in the end they started crying and resenting the rejection. Renia didn't understand the girls' motivation at all, as they had never allowed themselves to do such things before. It all seemed like a planned action to seduce him. In the end, Shin blamed it all on the little housekeeper, who immediately began to refuse. But in the end, Renia realized that Verd had added something interesting to the onigiri, namely some elven aphrodisiac, and it affected the girl's behavior, which crossed the line. Renia was incredibly angry at the housekeeper and ordered her to tell the whole truth immediately, but Verd only asked her to calm down and promised that the effect would pass quickly. At this point though, Shin and Rona were already in a strange state and had no control over their bodies. Verd eventually admitted that she only wanted to give her master pleasure, so she asked the elf to teach her a couple of elven food additives and then spice the girls' food to increase their sex drive. Verd admitted that she hadn't expected such a strong effect, and she didn't really have any bad intentions for her master. Verd reminded him of her love and care and hoped to strengthen Renia's health in this way. The guy realized that this time he ended up as a guinea pig along with Shin and Rona. The young housewife then started crying and telling him how much she missed him during his absence. After all, Renia had promised to return from the elven lands much sooner, and she had to suffer too much alone. Verd told how she watched the house alone and was very sad and bored, and also her master, and cried constantly at night. Renia ended up being charmed by Verd's words and apologized for his long absence, for he really didn't expect to stay so long in the Elven Kingdom. But still, despite everything, Renia decided to teach her a lesson and forever discourage her from experimenting on living humans. Verd didn't expect the punishment and had no choice but to apologize. After a few painful blows to educate her, Renia reminded her to apologize to Rona and Shin. The housewife of course promised to do everything and realized it was a stupid idea to deceive her master, though she wasn't lying about the fact that she did feel lonely, even though she had a little helper in the house with her. In the short period of time Verd and the Elfess had known each other, they had even started planning breast augmentation projects. Self-proclaimed sorceress Carol was bored in her office reading a book, and just at that moment her doorbell rang. The girl was happy to see Renia, and welcomed the guy to the best store in the city. Renia, as it turned out, came not alone, but accompanied by his partners. The guy explained that his amount of magic power had increased significantly, and therefore he would like to learn new magic. Carol decided to measure the guy's magic power with a special magic ball, which had not emitted light for a long time. But as soon as Renia took the magic ball in his hands, there was a flash of incredible power, and blinded everyone in the room. The flash was so strong that even passers-by on the street saw it, and then the magic ball exploded with force in the guy's hands. Carol was shocked and accused the guest of trying to blow up her magnificent store. But the guy recalled how he had warned of his increased magical power. He had only managed to manifest a fraction of the available energy. Carol couldn't believe that it was possible to increase the amount of magical energy so much in just a few months, because such a huge amount of energy couldn't be gathered even by the most brilliant wizard, and such an achievement would require at least 10 years of grueling training. Carol asked that if Renia had contracted with the devil to gain such tremendous power, but the guy explained that he just trained a lot and gained a lot of experience during that time. But Carol didn't know how to feel about such achievements of the guy, and Shin only reminded how unrestrained Renia could be in displaying his powers. In the end, Carol explained that this time air magic was useless for Renia, and since he now had great magical power, he could use any other magic. Renia told about how he was able to use a super strong air squall, and it was not so long ago, so he would like to learn another spell not more expensive than 10 gold coins. Carol didn't understand why one couldn't learn magic gradually, because it was much more interesting and relaxing. But in the end, the girl decided to invest her efforts in Renia, and agreed to help him choose the right spell. Carol rendered Renia's services for free in the hope that he would definitely get something interesting, and he would also have to return the magic ball that he broke. In the end, Renia decided to practice before mastering the new spell perfectly. The girls decided to keep their partner company, for they were interested in seeing his special magical training. Riris was walking towards them just at that moment, and the girl was glad to meet the man who had once helped her in a difficult situation. Renia told about his travels in the Elven Kingdom, and Riris asked to take some time for an important conversation. Soon everyone was back home, and Riris thanked for the beautifully flavored tea that she had never tasted before. It was just ordinary black tea, but in these lands it was a real rarity. Real black tea was usually Renia's favorite, but after traveling to the Elven Kingdom, he had developed an appetite for green tea. Eventually, the boy asked what Riris wanted to talk to him about. As it turned out, the girl was embarrassed by Az's recent formal proposal and so was too nervous to talk about it. Renia didn't understand what the problem was, since it was great news and he thought they had been dating for a long time. Riris admitted that she was really happy about it, but there were still some unpleasant nuances. The girl asked if Renia knew the real name of her friend Az, but the guy actually did not remember such details, although he may have heard about it. Eventually, it turned out that Az Honda was a member of the Trident family, and apparently that meant something in these parts. But Renia still didn't understand what the problem was. But gradually Renia realized that his friend Az was actually a rich man. You couldn't tell that from his appearance. Riris explained that Az is the second son of the Honda family, and most likely he just ran away from his home to become an adventurer. But even so, Az remains a man from a noble family, while Riris was an ordinary commoner girl. That's why Riris felt awkward and thought that their union was a mistake. Riris had also recently witnessed Az arguing with a certain messenger and decided that the Honda family was against them being together, even though Az advised not to worry about it. But still, his noble family will not give up trying to prevent them from being together. Renia admitted that he didn't even know how to help in such a situation, because it was all really complicated. Riris explained that she really wants to be together with Az, but all the accompanying problems are throwing her off balance. The girl stated her desire to be recognized as a worthy adventurer, and maybe then Az's relatives would change their attitude towards her. Riris really didn't want to be indebted to Az for his kindness and longed to be worthy of such a man. Renia finally realized what exactly his help to the girl in love should consist of. Renia promised to tear apart Az's entire aristocratic family, but Riris asked him not to. Shin calmed Riris down, saying that it was just a joke on Renia's part. The boy himself was surprised, because he didn't expect that the achievements of adventurers were very valued among the noble families. Moreover, the local system of relationships did not impress him. Shin explained that in these lands everything is decided by money and property. This is especially evident in Trident, as it borders the territory of demons. And it is also known that the Emperor's daughter herself attends the School of Adventurers, and it has become fashionable. Renia remembered his scholastic battle at the Adventurers' School, for there he had actually met the children of rich and powerful people. That said, the lad felt that Riris was more lacking in confidence in her own abilities rather than any accomplishments. It was her lack of confidence that allowed the foolish students to behave so rudely. Renia asked what exactly Riris wanted to do to solve the problem, but the answer was obvious, and the excited girl showed the list of actual tasks from the guild that she had managed to compile before this visit. Among the available tasks were destroying the goblins that were harming the farmers, driving the kobolds out of the local mines, and exterminating the zombies terrorizing the village. All of this was routine in Renia's opinion, but there was one more quest that Riris suggested he pay attention to. This quest had to do with conquering a wyvern, and it had already piqued Renia's interest. As it turned out, in the depths of the hermit's tomb there was a nest of wyverns, which had to be destroyed as soon as possible. The reward was a horse and 5 silver coins, and depending on the monsters destroyed, additional rewards were promised. Shin explained that even high-ranked adventurers from Kukuriki were unlikely to take on such a dangerous task, and the extra reward for wyverns could be tempting. A wyvern was something like a small dragon with a snake's head, and these monsters were considered to be a type of flying dragon. They couldn't breathe fire, but they could fly perfectly and had incredibly strong scales. And at the end of the monster's tail was a poisonous spike. Renia decided that this creature must be very strong given this detailed description, and even if it wasn't a dragon, it would be difficult to fight. Renia assumed that such an assignment would require at least a group of adventurers of rank B. The guidelines for the mission did specify an experienced B rank team, but Riris admitted that it would take her a long time to get to that level. Renia remembered his E rank, though it didn't prevent him from taking up difficult jobs in any way. Shin also possessed only E rank due to the fact that she very rarely engaged in tasks at all. Riris remembered that incident at the adventurous school when Renia had easily dealt with a crowd of strong students and hoped for his help. Renia at that moment had felt lied to by Shin, who had only attributed her low rank to her unwillingness to do the tasks, even though she actually found it difficult to complete them. Kroll already understood human speech well and reminded of her B rank with which she could take this task without any problems. It was a surprising discovery for everyone, and Renia asked if elven ranks were not different from human ranks. But as it turned out, the ranks were completely independent of race, and Renia mentally praised the elf for her fine achievements. Shin declared her determination to take on this difficult task, and she personally wanted to check the results of her training as soon as possible. Renia was surprised to see such a belligerent attitude from the brunette. Then the guy realized that Shin was just jealous of Kroll, but the brunette blushed and started to deny it. But Renia himself was not averse to trying his new air spell in action during this task. Renia said that he was willing to take this assignment, but first they would have to be well prepared and they would be leaving in a few days to search for wyverns. Riris was happy and thanked the guy for his help. The girl really wanted to do everything for her lover as Renia promised to make a real woman out of Riris, though it sounded ambiguous and everyone laughed. In the next few days, the team was really busily preparing for the dangerous journey, and firstly they had to create a great blade for Shin to replace the one that had broken. After starting the journey, the team found themselves in a mountainous area where the information said there should be a nest of wyverns. At this, Renia explained to the brave elfess that she didn't have to go along with them. Kroll explained that she didn't mind participating in dangerous tasks at all, as she wanted to be by Renia's side at all times. Shin and Riris were with the man such frankness of the elven woman, for they could not allow themselves such a thing. In the end it turned out that Renia could not go with everyone as she had some important business to attend to at her parents' house. Soon the presence of monsters was heard and eventually the team found the place where the horrible wyverns lived. As it turned out there were quite a lot of monsters, and seeing people the pack gradually gathered together. The elfess suggested not to waste time and to deal with the monsters as soon as possible before they started attacking. Renia realized that the flying monsters would be much more dangerous than the creatures he had encountered before. But this would be the perfect opportunity to test his new spell to the fullest. To begin with, the adventurers spotted no more than 5 wyverns. Renia would have liked to attack unexpectedly, but in this situation it was unlikely to succeed. At first glance, the flying monsters looked clumsy and assessed the team's capabilities. The guy then inquired if Riris really wanted to give him his entire bounty, but Riris reminded him that she couldn't even take this task without that kind of help, so the reward was irrelevant to her. Renia eventually decided to take only half of the reward to himself and left the rest up to his assistants. The elven woman didn't understand such wastefulness and asked for an explanation of why to do so. Renia reminded the brunette of her desire to show off the results of her training, for she didn't really want to actually let Kroll look that much stronger. Shin was inspired by her goal and promised to try her best to help Renia. The guy advised me to forget about the features of his sword, but Shin was fully determined to fight the monsters. Riris also felt confident in her abilities and promised to deal with the monsters in a team with such strong adventurers. Renia decided to prepare from concentrating the magical power on his feet to push off from the ground and unleash colossal magical energy towards the monsters. The power of the jump was enormous and Renia rushed towards the flying monsters after a few seconds. Still, it was difficult for the guy to control the huge magical power and lacked practice, so he rushed past most of the monsters, who looked at the strange man in bewilderment. The wyverns gathered in a pack tried to attack Renia, though some of the monsters were mortally wounded by the blade. The boy decided to create a protective barrier at his feet and then form an air storm. The main goal was to create a foothold in the air to then attack the monsters and gradually began to control his new powers. The first approaching wyvern felt the sharpness of the blade and lost its wing. Renia was encouraged by the success and decided to tackle the rest of the monsters. After a few seconds, he managed to reach the next monster and jumped on its back. This was a fatal mistake for the wyvern and it was impaled by the blade. After a few successful attacks, Renia felt the advantage of high-level magic, allowed to quickly maneuver and effectively attack a superior opponent. Meanwhile, the girls watched the battle and once again marveled at how unrestrained Renia was and completely unaware of the expenditure of magical energy. Shin asked the elfess if she could also use air magic, but Kroll said no. The elfess explained that one needed the highest level of combat style to use air magic, and magic energy like Renia's is terrifying, as it keeps increasing by the minute. Renia is able to use spells simultaneously without words and it's a rare talent. Kroll also decided to participate in the battle and prepared her magnificent elven bow for shooting. The elven people have always been famous for their skill with the bow, and now the daughter of the Elf King demonstrated one of the best shots. The arrow pierced the scaly body of the wyvern and the monster began to fall downwards like a stone. The elf explained that thanks to her magical power she could amplify the shot and anticipate the enemy's movements. Shin felt a twinge of envy and decided to take part in the battle with the monsters as well, finding her first victim nearby. The wyvern desperately defended its habitat and grabbed the young brunette. But Shin was moving at top speed so the clumsy monster couldn't keep up with her lightning-fast movements. Soon the girl was already behind her and aimed her blade at the monster's head. The powerful blows of the new blade were much more effective than before and Shin felt herself a real warrior, and also realized that the numerous trainings were not in vain. But even the dying wyvern tried to attack the brunette and grab her with its huge maw. Thanks to her lightning-fast reaction, Shin was able to avoid critical damage, but decided to behave much more carefully. Kroll Boulevard was impressed with the brunette's abilities, for she had indeed become very strong. Although the blade was not the best weapon against a flying opponent, Shin was also pleased with the result, but still thought that she needed to try harder to be perfect. Just at this moment, the elf remembered the moment when Shin had been brave enough to stop a horse that had gone berserk. But the elfess was most worried about the inexperienced adventurer Riris, who also wanted to prove herself in a dangerous battle with monsters. Riris had excellent combat skills, but her experience was practically equal to zero. The girl, thanks to her lightning-fast reflexes, was able to avoid being hit by a poison spike. But she was still in a difficult situation. The elf decided to intervene in the situation and thanks to her magical abilities helped Riris. The young adventurer calmed down a bit and thanked Kroll for her help. The elf then asked Reni why he had rushed into battle alone and left the inexperienced Riris unattended. The lad explained that they all came here to destroy monsters and so they must pull together and show their strength. Renia said that Riris was just as adventurous as the rest of them, so she had to pull herself together and kill monsters like the others, because that was the only way she could gain confidence and prove her ability to fight. Riris listened attentively to the guy's words and felt angry at herself first. The girl promised to cope with any dangers and also to help the rest of the team. Shin explained to the elven girl that Renia was actually a very demanding person and if someone didn't try their best, they would simply be left behind. The girls felt the competitive spirit and decided to prove themselves to the best of their abilities to prove who was the strongest in the team. Before the journey began, Renia suggested that the girls use the new swords that were forged from mithril. After all, mithril can be obtained only in the elven lands and it is a legendary metal. A fight with such a blade will be much easier and more effective, as well as this rare metal has special properties. Magnificent mithril absorbs the magical power of the swordsman, and also this blade can be controlled by thought and thus the blade can be changed at will of the swordsman. Riris was fully prepared to fight the wyvern, because if she didn't, it would be meaningless. But the most important motive was of course the beloved Azhand. Meanwhile, Renia had already almost completely learned to use his new magical powers and was happily destroying flying monsters. The guy didn't even realize that at the moment he was being watched and admired for his magnificent fighting style. All that remained was to meet the stranger who was enjoying the sight of the battle with the monsters. Riris reminded herself that she was an adventurer and she had come here to fight dangerous monsters, so she should not doubt her abilities. The girl was determined to prove that even an inexperienced adventurer like her could easily handle a huge wyvern. Riris realized that she couldn't shoot wyverns like the elven Kroll and wasn't as strong as Shin. And even more so, she didn't understand how one could get at these horrible monsters. But if the other girls were able to fight the monsters effectively, then she could do it too. Flying monsters also use direct attacks, but it would be much more dangerous to fight here, because huge rocks would fly at her again in the gorge. Riris decided to change her position and step out into the open so she wouldn't be threatened anymore. The girl decided to try to provoke the monster to attack, and after dodging it, to counterattack and destroy the wyvern. Riris wanted to aim for the head and dodge the deadly attack with her tail. The most important thing was to move quickly and keep a close eye on the enemy's movement. The flying monster instantly attacked the girl, but the sharp blade collided with the scaly body of the wyvern and Riris felt even more confident. The adventuress realized that all she had to do was continue to deliver dangerous blows and soon the flying monster would lose its strength. Riris wanted Renia to be proud of her abilities as an adventurer, but the elfess watched closely as Riris fought and realized that the girl had left her back uncovered and if the wyvern smashed the rocks, it could be a fatal mistake. Everyone on the team was as focused as possible as there were still only 2 more wyverns in the sky. Shin and Kroll were prepared to face the monsters, but still tried to keep an eye on the inexperienced adventurer. Shin offered to help Riris, and although her offer was unexpected for the elf, everyone realized that they were a team and had to work together. The elfess agreed that in this situation, supporting the adventurous Riris would be the right decision, as she had the most important motives in this battle. The three girls simultaneously decided to attack the huge flying wyvern. Kroll managed to release several arrows, while Shin rushed to the aid of Riris, who bravely met the approaching monster. Renia was also completely absorbed in the battle, and now all that was left was to give the adventuress a chance to finish off at least one monster. In the end, Riris found herself one-on-one with the wyvern and decided that this was her biggest chance to prove herself in this battle, and she must at all costs destroy the monster. At that moment the girl remembered how Az asked her to date, but then she reminded about her ordinary origin, though she was madly pleased to hear about the feelings of a handsome guy. Az asked the girl not to worry about her position, because for him it was all just a formality that meant nothing, and also his native aristocrats had never really appreciated him. An unexpected rage made Riris mithril blade from her magical energy, and she was ready to face the monster and take revenge for all her wrongs in life. But suddenly the girls and the monster were rudely interrupted by a force that surpassed everyone present by many times. The girls were shocked by Renia's behavior, who intervened at the most inopportune moment. In fact, the guy just lost control of the air magic and collapsed right on top of the monster, killing it in the process. Renia realized what a mistake he had made, because there were only a few seconds left and Riris would have been able to destroy the monster with her own strength. But unfortunately this wyvern was the last one. Riris wept in despair, for she had never succeeded in this dangerous task. Renia sincerely regretted his mistake, but he couldn't fix anything anymore. In the end, the guy stated that their combined efforts as a team of adventurers had been successful, and all that remained was to take the prizes and trophies with them, and then receive the well-deserved reward in the guild. Renia then advised Riris to calm down immediately, for she could now officially be with her beloved Az. The adventuress realized that this task was done anyway, and now she had a well-deserved accomplishment on her list that she could be proud of. The excited adventuress thanked everyone for their help in completing the task, for she would never have done it alone and would never have accomplished her goal. The elf and Shin of course realized that Renia had played a major role in this battle, and it was all to blame that he had never learned to control his powers. But the result was achieved, and it didn't matter who actually destroyed most of the monsters. Renia still felt the excitement of the battle and asked if there were any other interesting and dangerous tasks in the guild. But as it turned out, this was the best assignment he had encountered recently, and the others were trivial and uninteresting. Usually in the vicinity of Kukurika, strong monsters appear by themselves, as the wyverns were able to drain an entire nest and settle into the area. Therefore, the guild should clarify about such things and monitor information about appearances more carefully. Suddenly, Renia felt the presence of someone unknown and started looking around. Suddenly from above someone unknown said hello, and that voice made him feel fear and danger. A huge dragon towered over the team of adventurers, amazed everyone present with its size and claws. No one even noticed the approach of such a huge monster, and it was a complete surprise even for Renia. The sweeps of its huge wings made the dust rise and visibility deteriorated drastically. The elf didn't understand how a dragon could even appear here, since they only inhabit the northern continent. But after calming down a bit, Renia felt the lust for killing and agreed that ordinary wyverns were no match for a huge dragon. The elfish Kroll decided that even altogether they would not be able to cope with such a serious opponent, and suggested Renia to think about escaping. But the lad was determined to silence the Az family forever and was already contemplating how he could best destroy the dragon. Riris was horrified at what was happening and fell to the ground. The girl couldn't control her emotions and her body trembled with fear. Shin also doubted the right decision to fight the dragon and looked at Renia with suspicion. The boy was inspired by a worthy opponent, and the dragon was looking at the pathetic humans who dared to oppose him. But suddenly something incredible began to happen, and Renia's resolve was broken by strange white ribbons that instantly began to envelop his body. Renia cursed everything in the world and didn't understand where the white bandages had even come from in such quantity. But the unfamiliar female voice suggested just talking. After all, it was absolutely not necessary to fight every time. What is going on? And the stranger stated that they have not seen each other for a very long time. Soon the bandages released the gorgeous female body, and the stranger smiling happily greeted Renia, though no one present recognized her. The strange red-haired stranger tried to communicate as if she knew Renia well and asked how he was doing. But the guy at that moment tried to remember where he had heard such a strange accent before. but the girl smilingly explained that they were not meeting for the first time. In the end, the charming stranger introduced herself as Emil Roger, and Renia had to remember this name. The guy was shocked, because it was the same demon who had transformed and caused him a lot of trouble. Renia still did not understand how it could happen, because Emil was a guy. But the joyful demon admitted that in the past he had indeed been in a man's body. Emil enjoyed his new body and tried to show it off, enjoying the reaction to his new appearance. Renia was shocked by this transformation and asked how Emil had even decided to undergo such a transformation. Shin asked to explain what was even going on and who this stranger named Emil was. Everyone present decided that the naked girl was another acquaintance of Renia's that he had never told before. But the presence of a huge dragon made one worry. Emil, meanwhile, remembered that he had seen the charming brunette before, and then wondered how Ron was doing, since her ugly huge breasts had only disgusted him in the past. Shin wasn't too happy about this knowledge of the strange stranger, and Kroll was surprised at the reaction to Ron's huge breasts. Renia decided that he was very lucky since I had Ron along with them on this journey. For some reason the demon had a genuine irritation with her. The young Alphys meanwhile determined that the mysterious girl definitely belonged to a magical race, although she looked like an ordinary human. But such enormous magical power could indicate supernatural abilities. Kroll, looking at the stranger, realized that this strange creature was stronger than the flames that conquered other territories, and it was the first time she had seen such a strong magical aura. Renia eventually replied that he was willing to assume that the demon Emil was indeed the one in front of him. But why such an unexpected encounter and still together with a dragon? The boy assumed that in such an insidious way Emil decided to avenge the past defeat. But the demon continued to smile and advised Renia not to be so cold and angry, because during their last meeting there was a real passion between them. Renia had called Emil a vile pervert who was always thinking only of his own pleasure, and would do anything for his pleasures. Emil thought about the guy's words, because he hadn't expected such a frank treatment. Emil then explained that in the past this was his temporary form for normal business trips, but now he was in his true form. Although it looked like the body of a normal person. Suddenly, with just one quick movement of his hand, Emil brought back to life the numerous white bandages that had greatly annoyed Renia. Everything happened so quickly that Renia didn't have time to react to such a strange attack, and his body was completely covered in kilometers of white bandages. Inside the cocoon that was formed was also the very Miles, who began to passionately embrace his victim. Emil's seductive body pressed down hard, and he explained that he just didn't want those girls outside to interfere with their intimacy. Emil was persistent and offered to touch his new magnificent body, for it was far superior to any woman. Renia felt genuinely disgusted and demanded to let him go, for it was disgusting to be so close to a demon. Renia desperately resisted, but the demon kept reminding him that he was actually a girl, and was ready to prove it any way he could. The boy's hands were restrained, and he, despite his disgust from having to touch Emil. While Emil was enjoying the intimacy with Renia, the outraged brunette tried to cut the white bandages and free her partner. Kroll asked to proceed with caution though, for she could hurt Renia with her sword. The girls heard Emil talking, who was generous with compliments and moaned like a real girl. The demon was playing his part perfectly, and it made the girls feel jealous. The indignant elven girl got ready to fire her bow, and demanded to let Renia go immediately. But Emil only laughed in response and advised not to do anything stupid, because Renia was in his full power at the moment. The agitated demon promised not to hurt anyone, but promised that if anyone disturbed him, he would destroy the girls with an ease they couldn't even imagine. Emil advised him to relax, as he wasn't going to do anything bad to Renia. The guy meanwhile tried to use the air blade, and he managed to free himself from some of the bandages. Renia was furious at his situation as well as the behavior of the cursed Emil, and started swinging the blade, though Emil kept his cool in this situation and only observed the guy's actions. Renia stated that Emil still liked to play with people as toys, but still continued to underestimate him. Renia explained that he didn't care whether it was a girl or a man, because he would easily destroy Emil's demon just like he did last time. But Emil was not even going to retreat from his goal and still played the role of a seductive girl. Also, the demon confessed that he loves that furious look of the guy, because it is full of passion and power. Then Demon's Emil promised to answer any question of Renia, and tell him why he came here, and why his favorite dragon came along with him. The demon stated that he was ready to communicate with his favorite person. But first Renia must immediately remove from him the cursed sword from which he had bad memories. Soon Emil did calm down and get his emotions under control, and then he dressed in normal clothes, and Renia really made sure that the demon was now a girl. Emil kept making jokes at the guy and asked him that didn't he himself verify his female body when he touched him so gently. Renia was furious because he was being forced to do it against his will. Emil reminded him once again that he had only borrowed a man's past body, and that there was no need for any complicated manipulations. It was enough to bind the soul to the body. Emil explained that after all he had brought his soul back to the central continent, but it took some time to get used to the other body again. That's why he was in bandages for a while. That was why transformation was a very convenient tool that was easy to use when needed. Then the guy asked what Emil's plans were and if he really wanted to kill him with his hand dragon. But Emil replied that the dragon was actually a gift and he was willing to give the mighty monster to Renia. Such a statement caused Renia's genuine surprise and incomprehension. But in the end, the female version of Emil declared her desire to live with Renia. The guy was outraged by such a stupid proposal, and the girl asked permission to move into his house. Renia felt confused, because it was difficult to understand the true motives of this strange demon. But then Emil, who now asked to call him Emilia, told about his very serious troubles because of which he could not return to his home continent. Also, Emilia asked not to worry about her, because she is going to follow human laws and be very obedient, and she has a special souvenir. The red-haired demoness explained that she assumed how much Renia would enjoy destroying flying wyverns. That's why she brought her favorite dragon, which was the only one of its kind in her collection. Renia didn't like that explanation, for he still didn't trust the cunning demon. But Emilia promised not to cause trouble and gain his trust by her actions. Renia asked to explain why the demon appeared to him, really is on the run, then in the world is a lot of different hidden places. The red-haired beauty declared her love for Renia, and confessed that it would be a true happiness for her to date him. Therefore, she was willing to continue what they had started in the cocoon, and Renia would receive unforgettable pleasure in return. At this point, Kroll and Shin couldn't stand it anymore and demanded the demon to behave more restrained, because what he did in the dungeon no one had forgotten, and it was terrible. The girls reminded Emilia of how cruel she had been to humans, even if they were not the best adventurers and worthy representatives of the guild. Emilia of course did not regret what she had done and only looked at the girls' outrage with interest. But the demon tried to explain that if he had not destroyed those adventurers, they would hardly have had a picnic in the dungeon, so he had the right to do so in that situation. Shin of course was not in agreement with this and continued to resent it. But Emilia insisted on her own and called the killing of the adventurers just trivial self-defense. The elf and Shin sensed the danger from the red-haired girl and still kept their weapons at the ready. But then Emilia explained that she didn't really want to force anyone to do anything and wasn't going to put people in danger. But if Renia won't let her be with him, she won't be responsible for her dragon's behavior and he will fly wherever he wants to go. The girls continued to be angry, for they could do nothing about the vile demon, and Renia once again felt like he was being manipulated for his own ends. In the end, Renia promised to destroy the dragon immediately so that the demon would not dare to threaten anyone else with this huge monster. The girls were shocked by the decision of their partner, because alone to fight such a strong dragon seemed a real suicide, especially they could hardly help themselves. Emilia was irritated by this decision and reminded that this dragon was a gift for him and therefore he could do whatever he wanted with it, although it was stupid to kill it. But Renia insisted on his decision to kill the dragon, because it would be too difficult to keep this huge monster. And the dead body of the dragon was a great compensation for ruining the task that Riris wanted to do. The elven Kroll was scared and still offered to just run away, but Shin gripped her blade harder and decided to fight any opponent that got in her way. Emilia called the guy a crazy soldier who constantly dreams of fighting, and then reminded him that a dragon was not as easy to defeat as a normal wyvern. This time the demon was absolutely right and the dragon was much more dangerous than any monster. But Renia already felt the excitement of the future battle and promised the huge dragon a very exciting game, in which he would definitely lose. The guy instantly rushed to the attack swinging his blade, and the girls watched in horror at the recklessness that engulfed their partner. Incredible magical power allowed Renia to jump on the dragon and suddenly the mighty monster apologized and asked not to kill him. All this surprised the humans and Renia lowered his blade. The named dragon lay still on the ground and the red-haired Emilia sighed heavily in disappointment. Renia couldn't believe that a huge dragon would talk, much less cry like a real human. The dragon admitted defeat and offered to take the man's life if he wasn't allowed to move on. Renia decided that this was the basis of some clever ploy by the demon and raised his sword above his head again. But the dragon declared that he was absolutely serious and continued to cry. Renia asked the demon for an immediate explanation, for he could not kill the sobbing dragon. Emilia explained that this huge dragon was actually abandoned because it was too slow to escape and ended up being a loyal servant to him. Also, Emilia explained, in fact this dragon only looked so dangerous and ferocious, but now it was scared by Renia's immense magical power. Elf Kroll and Shin didn't immediately believe that the huge dragon could be just a frightened beast that was showing off and displaying feigned anger, but Renia would continue to be convinced that it was some cunning plan of the demon. But the dragon kept crying and saying he didn't want to hurt anyone, and how much he wanted to live. It all turned out to be utter madness, because everyone had always known that dragons were ruthless creatures. Meanwhile, Emilia was thinking that Renia's great magical power was to blame and that the other dragons would probably be weak opponents for him too. Emilia was fascinated by this brave man and felt her desire only growing stronger. The demoness longed to enjoy with Renia and be always by his side. The guy felt the gaze of the demon, who again tried with all his appearance to seduce him and demanded to stop immediately. Emilia supposedly did not understand anything and pretended to behave decently, but Renia again remembered that moment in the cocoon and he became disgusted. The guy then stated that he had completely lost the urge to kill such a cowardly dragon. Renia said that now there was no point in it and he didn't need such a dragon, so the red-haired demon could look for another home on any of the continents. In the end, the guy said goodbye to Emilia and advised to never harm ordinary people again. But the red-haired demoness asked to stop, and then asked if Renia would just leave her in trouble like that. Renia said that he doesn't want to solve other people's problems as he has enough to take care of Shin. But the red-haired demoness promised to give many more very interesting things, and despite the resistance of the guy held his hand tightly. Emilia began to tell that she has a lot of rare metals and various magical stones, which she is ready to provide for her protection. Renia did not want to hear anything and threatened to chop the demoness with his blade. The girls meanwhile watched this argument and did not know how to feel about it. Then Emilia remembered some request Renia and promised to solve any problem if he only trusted her and tell her. The demoness listened very carefully and realized that all of Renia's problems were related to the young adventuress, who was even hurt during the battle with the wyverns. Emilia was not against giving this girl a dragon as a pet, but it was unlikely that experienced dragon riders could be found among humans. But the demoness was ready to part with the dragon if it would help her to get closer to her favorite person, and she offered such a deal. The dragon was indeed very obedient and immediately approached its mistress. Emilia stroked her hand dragon, which was very afraid and trembled like a small animal. Everyone watched the manipulations of the demoness with interest, and Renia even began to worry about the huge dragon, although recently he himself was going to kill it. But the demoness asked not to worry and continued the strange actions with the dragon, and then suddenly slipped her hand right into the head of the monster. Renia watched with interest, although he did not understand why. This cunning demon digs into the head of the dragon. In the end, the red-haired demoness pulled out of the dragon's head a small red-colored gem and explained that for humans it is the same magical stone. But only this stone contains magical power with some peculiarities, and each dragon has such a stone individually. That is why such stones are considered rare and incredibly valuable, because they contain something like DNA. Also, this magic stone can be used for a special magic contract. Renia listened carefully to the demoness and finally, after some thought, agreed to Emilia's terms, and if she succeeded, she could stay in his house. Emilia was happy, and now she could be near her favorite person and hide from her big troubles. After a few minutes of the adventurer, Riris woke up and asked what happened, and then she noticed the red-haired girl and tried to figure out who it was. Riris was so shocked by the encounter with the huge dragon that she passed out and hit her head, and at this point only remembered how they all went to destroy the wyverns together. But the dragon of course did not go anywhere and scared the young adventuress again. Riris screamed in horror and started to crawl backwards. But this time everyone looked at the dragon with complete indifference, and Renia explained to Riris that the dragon was now her new pet. The adventuress didn't immediately realize what was being said, as she still couldn't cope with her fear. Meanwhile, the red-haired demoness explained to the dragon that this frightened young girl would now be its new mistress. The dragon only nodded approvingly and growled slightly. Then the frightened girl caught a glimpse of the mighty monster and felt a strange sense of closeness and kinship, as if magical energy penetrated her body and brought her closer to this terrible creature. Suddenly, the huge dragon called the girl beautiful and then began to lick her. Everyone was surprised by such friendly behavior of the huge monster and realized that Riris had now found a real loving friend. But the only thing Renia was worried about now was sharing a house with the demon they had fought before. Elf Kroll decided that living with the demon would not be very cozy, even though she herself had recently moved into a new house. Shin, despite her discontent, decided to listen to Renia's decision. Then the boy asked Riris to order his new flying friend to take them all together to Kukuriku. It would be much faster than walking. But the girl at this point kept shaking with fear and was completely unaware of what she should do with this huge dragon. Renia explained to the girl that this would be the perfect opportunity for her to show the local naked young aristocrats what kind of beast she could control now, and everyone would be envious at the sight of a tame dragon. Riris felt inspired and realized that she was now a true dragon queen. The lazy guards of the city were idling and chatting about their problems as usual, but then they saw a black dot approaching in the sky. The soldiers weren't too worried, because they thought it was just an ordinary wyvern that would fly away at the first archery shot. But as it turned out, it was a huge dragon, which frightened the guards. An alarm was instantly sounded in the city and all the soldiers began to gather at the northern gate. Messengers were also sent to the Adventurers Guild and all the archers and wizards quickly gathered. Everything that was happening looked like panic, because there was no point in gathering at a certain gate of the city when a real dragon was flying in the sky. Of course, as Hond, who had also been summoned to defend the city, heard about the incident. Riris watched from a bird's eye view and realized the horror she had created in the city. Renia explained to the girl in advance that the whole team would get off early, and she would fly to the city alone, because it would be a great chance to prove her strength and importance to everyone. But most of all, she wanted to surprise her lover as Honda, who had been waiting for her return for a long time. Riris noticed as below and ordered the dragon to descend immediately to the city wall. The dragon obediently obeyed the orders of its new mistress and began to descend sharply. The tension among the soldiers was rising to an extreme and the archers were ready to shoot, barely holding the bowstring with trembling hands. Many soldiers abandoned their positions and were so frightened that they began to run away. Riris shouted and tried to calm the locals, but no one could hear because of the noise and fear. After a few minutes, Az recognized his beloved and could not believe his eyes, for she was on the back of a huge dragon. But when the huge flying monster landed near Az's feet, the guy felt a real terror. But then Riris jumped off the dragon and wanted to be in the arms of her beloved as soon as possible. Riris said that she was ready to give Az an answer to his proposal, and then apologized for making him worry and waiting for a long time. Riris was blushing and embarrassed, but still tried to express her sincere feelings as clearly as possible. Az at this time was shocked by such a spectacular appearance of the modest girl, and tried to calm down at the sight of the dragon. Riris was still able to concentrate and standing next to the huge monster asked embarrassed if Az would date her now. Az continued to be in a stupor and it seemed that the young man had turned gray from the horror he had experienced and needed time to come to his senses. But eventually the people who loved each other embraced and were now ready to be together. As a result, information about the incredible girl, Dragon Rider Riris, spread all over the country, and thanks to this adventurous girl even received the title of Countess. But unfortunately Riris and Az's relationship never made any tangible progress, although the problem with his family was completely solved. Upon returning home, Rona was agitated and asked Renia to make time for a serious conversation. A young boy, Yuuki Yatsufusa, after his death was but in the power of supernatural forces and now did not understand where he is and what is happening to him. But now he was in the garden of the administrator together, which rebelled against the end of the world. Yuuki watched the girl carefully and tried to realize how he could have died. But gradually memories from his past life started to come back and Yuuki remembered how he met his ex-girlfriend and during an argument she stabbed him. Then the guy asked what would happen to him now, because this conversation should lead to something. The girl promised that everything would be fine and there was no need to worry now, as Yuuki got a chance to live his new life. The guy meanwhile assessed the girl's appearance and asked who she was. The girl stated her origin from a world that is different from human and she herself is one of the 5 pillars supporting the Eldora goddess and she is also the administrator of the clan. The guy was impressed by the girl and had already forgotten about her death. Then the girl promised Yuuki that he will definitely become a hero and thanks to his efforts will be able to free Eldora from the evil demon king. But at the same time, the administrator noticed this guy's lack of suitability with such a responsible task. Yuuki decided that it all looked like some kind of game. They fell to him the helm of some legendary hero with incredible abilities. The girl praised Yuuki for his cleverness, and as an advantage he would of course get some useful abilities to make it easier to resist the Demon King. The boy was glad to be able to cheat, because it was so much easier to defeat any opponent. But the girl explained that first, in order to become a real hero you need to learn sword magic, and will also need to know the local language to communicate. And also when a real hero leads an army into battle, He unleashes holy power and it increases the group's abilities. Yuki didn't understand anything at all, but it all sounded very cool, and he liked the attention of a beautiful girl. The administrator, on the other hand, clarified that it was all about the benefits available. But then the naked guy said that things don't really work that way and the service here is very terrible, because thanks to these opportunities he won't be any different from the others. Yuki suggested using his personal ideas, because that would be better. Yuki inquired about the availability of beautiful girls in this new world. Also, the guy called it too boring and stupid to gradually level up and earn experience. But if there was the ability to make people obey his orders as slaves, it would make the hero's life much easier. The admin girl agreed to this requirement and added the ability of having slaves. Yuki was pleased with the result and thought about the new requirements. Then the naked guy asked that his male power be infinite, and he could please women all night long. Such a demand angered the goddess, but she was able to contain her emotions and take it calmly. The girl decided that even if you change the rules of behavior of the hero, he will still remain the hope of all mankind, because in the future a very harsh fate awaits him. Then the goddess asked the guy what he wanted as a parting gift, because she was ready to bless him or do something special. This was the moment Yuki had been waiting for. The guy wanted to feel the goddess' hard blow on him and the girl fulfilled this silly request. The goddess was outraged by the man's behavior and thought about a possible mistake that could have happened during the selection of the candidate. The vulgar guy managed to piss off the goddess and she got very angry. The irritated goddess inadvertently placed an administrator's curse on the character, but in the end she was not too upset about her mistake after looking at the brazen man once again. The summoning ceremony had already begun and there was no way to fix the settings now, so all she would have to do was pray that this human scum would be able to accomplish his main task. After a few minutes, Yuki woke up and found out that it was time for him to leave for his new world. The goddess was still able to calm down at this point and wished the hero to save the world and hoped for his good qualities. Meanwhile, Rinya provided the demoness with a spare room to stay in, which Emilia liked and was happy. Her new place of residence. The demoness decided that in this place it would be much easier for her to conduct her experiments, because this room would not let out the smell of medicines or the sounds of experiments. This room appealed to the demoness and brought back memories of her favorite dungeon. Rinya advised the demoness not to lower her vigilance, and if she detects an enemy, she can always escape or kill him. But Emilia only joked that she would not mind a night attack. Though at the same time, the demoness realized that these people were the only way to fit into human society. In the end, after the victory over the wyverns a few days passed, Emilia has completely settled in the new place and felt at home enjoying the peace and quiet. Though Shin and Kroll still watched the red-haired girl with suspicion, though there were no problems and everything was calm and friendly. Maid Verd was the only friend for the demoness and they chatted well discussing different topics in private. After the adventurer Riris got her own huge dragon, she received a title and a new estate next to which she kept a huge monster. After moving to the new place, it was decided to keep the dragon in the mountains nearby. As Emilia explained, as long as the contract on the magic stone is in force, then even if the dragon is far away from its mistress it will not escape. After the return of Riris' dragon to the mountains, the city was quiet and peaceful again. Rinya was finally able to pay off all his debts thanks to the income from the sale of magic stones and the reward for slaying wyverns. Little by little the boy began to get used to his new life, but one night the unexpected happened. After a wonderful time in a warm bath, Rinya was about to go to the kingdom of Morpheus, but at that moment Shin knocked on his door and asked to give her time for an important conversation, to which she agreed. After the girl entered the room, Rinya noticed her strange state and asked what happened to her. The enchanting blonde suddenly threw off her light robe and confessed her desire to be much closer to Rinya. The guy instantly lost all his sleepiness from such a sudden proposal, but Shin continued to insist on her desire and caused Rinya's irritation. But the girl tried to explain that she had never been with men before and wanted Rinya to be the first for her. The guy decided that the brunette was again under the influence of Verd's specific spices and already wanted to call Ron for help. But the brunette began to assure Rinya that she is absolutely serious about this issue and decided for a long time on this proposal. In the end, the guy said that he realized how serious it is for Shin and is ready to help her with something. The girl instantly and hurriedly cut the distance. But a few seconds later, the naked brunette was caught in a clever trap, which was apparently set by the maid. It was for the master's safety and the trap only reacted to intruders in his room. Shin resented it and tried to get out of the tight trap, for now her arousal and desire had turned to shame and annoyance. The girl asked not to look at her like this, and Verd informed about the unexpected intrusion. but Renia asked not to worry, for it was Shin who just made a mistake at the door. Renia waited until the brunette calmed down a bit and still asked her to reflect on her decision to come to his room. The guy left the brunette in exactly the same position and explained that he would be interested in watching an interesting picture before going to sleep, and Shin could think about her behavior in the meantime. But Shin was desperate and eventually promised to tell her true motives for this visit. As it turned out, Rona had advised her friend to come to Renia's room in the evening and try to seduce him. But still the guy felt that there was something else that the girl was afraid to say. It turned out that it all had to do with Shin's background. Renia, after returning from the mission, he noticed the serious look of Ron, who was very worried about something, but did not dare to tell the truth. Shin explained after thinking for a while that they were alarmed by the appearance of a new Demon King. After this event, the Holy Kingdom summoned a true hero to destroy the Demon King. Renia was completely confused by the recent events and asked for details. The boy could not understand how the appearance of the Demon King was related to the attempt to seduce him and why it was even hidden after his return. As it turned out, the human hero was summoned about 2 months ago, but for unknown reasons his troops have not yet left the capital of the kingdom. One of the most obvious reasons for the hero's inaction was his creepy desire to stay with the girls. Everyone was horrified by the morals of this man, who resembled a common pervert. After his appearance, this unstable hero ordered to deliver for him all the beautiful girls of the holy and neighboring kingdom, but never gathered to fulfill his heroic duties. In addition, the hero was already equipped with everything he needed, but the hero doesn't even think about his true purpose. Renia realized that humanity should not hope to save such a hero and advised Shin to stay away from him. The girl explained that now they had come to the right part of the conversation, because they needed to remember what country they were in. Renia remembered that this country was the defense line between the continents of humans and demons. It was so, on the eastern continent, the state of Trident was the second most powerful country after the Holy Kingdom, and because of that, it was able to successfully repel numerous demon attacks. But the problem was the ruler of this country, for he was not the same as a normal king, and Trident is ruled by an Duchess named Lydia Fen Fatal, and she is the mother to Shin. The girl noticed that Renia wasn't too surprised by this news, but the boy explained that he had suspected the brunette's noble origins before, though he had not expected her to be the daughter of the ruler of this country. Renia asked to tell all the reasons that could connect him with this difficult case. It was also unclear why the royal daughter had decided to devote herself to a career as an adventurer. Shin explained that she is not the only child and has 3 sisters. Unlike her, all the sisters are very intelligent, and even despite their young age they help their mother with state affairs, and the soldiers and servants trust, love, and respect their decisions. Shin was different, and from childhood she preferred to work with her body rather than her head and dreamed of becoming an adventurer who fights terrible enemies. Shin explained that she herself was not fit to be a princess, but her younger sister was born for the role, and only Mei would be worthy to take the throne when the time came. But the title of the first princess that belongs to Shin posed a huge problem, and so she ran away with Rona. The brunette was greatly ashamed of the story and was very nervous telling it. Shin assumed that her mother and sister probably kept in touch with Rona and knew about all her affairs. Renia decided that it was quite normal to watch her daughter who had left her home. But the brunette apologized for all these mysterious events and admitted that she could now trust Renia, and was ready to tell everything. Renia suggested not to worry about it, because he does not care what exactly happens Shin, as his attitude will not change. Moreover, he himself has some secrets that he has kept silent about. Then the guy suddenly remembered that he met a girl at the adventurer school with the same last name as Shin, namely fought with that girl named Natalia. The brunette had admitted that she was a distant relative, but they had barely spoken to each other. Shin admitted that her title of princess never bothered her and she would rather get rid of that burden of responsibility. And the hero in question apparently heard about the real princess and demanded that Shin be brought to him immediately. That's why they want her to be sent to that vile man immediately. Renia realized what the problem really was, because Shin absolutely did not want to end up in the hands of a strange pervert. The brunette was very angry and never considered herself a beauty who would be hunted like that. Especially near her there are always girls who are much prettier than her, and now she herself had to find herself in a strange situation. Renia apologized for the excessive comments and for interrupting the girl, but Shin continued to be indignant and wanted help with the problem. Shin explained that the cursed heroes are in such a position that even the king is forced to obey him. If she is not handed over to the hero, he will never lead the troops and fight the Demon King. The brunette stated that now she had no choice but to fulfill the hero's wish for the sake of her country. Shin recalled that she had given up her title as princess and fled far away from her family, but still remained the main problem of the family and the entire nation. The girl didn't want to feel such responsibility and deal with difficult tasks, and so she wants to solve the problem in some other way. Especially if she had to be with someone she didn't like. It was better to be in the arms of a man she at least liked to begin with. Renia was shocked at such a foolish plan to sneak into his room and fulfill his need. And did this country really have a tradition of intimacy without companionship? But the brunette asked to be taken seriously, for she had already tried to find another way out of this situation before coming to this room. Shin explained that she only wanted to fight alongside Renia, but ended up being just a burden and didn't achieve swordsmanship. But the girl also remembered all the adventures she had had with Renia, and the many training sessions she had had in the battle with the wyverns. And now that she got a small chance to become a worthy partner for Renia, there were again terrible problems that were difficult to cope with. Renia was already emotional and still offered the girl to do what she came to this room to do. The brunette instantly blushed and started crying and then closed her eyes. But Renia of course wasn't going to take advantage of the girl's stupidity and only slapped her forehead. The girl was outraged by such an act, but Renia reminded her of his advanced age at which it is better to use some stimulants for intimacy with the girl. Renia advised the girl to put her thoughts in order and not to make such mistakes again. Although her age had long allowed her to be intimate with men, but still there was no need to be in a hurry to choose a partner. Shin felt her embarrassment and realized that her behavior resembled that of a foolish child rather than a confident warrior. Renia recognized that the girl did have strengths and needed to be more confident. Shin asked for more details, but Renia stated that the girl would learn about her own strengths as soon as she stopped being a small child. And as for that silly hero, you can use the help of some acquaintances. Renia asked to give him a few days to create a good plan and then they will solve this problem. In the meantime, Shin should go back to her room and forget about everything that happened tonight. The brunette agreed with the guy's decision and apologized for her stupid behavior. Shin then left the adventurer's room and realized that she would have to wait for Renia's decision and then met Ron in the hallway. But unfortunately, a few days later, without warning, Shin left the common house, leaving behind only an envelope on the table. The letter was addressed to Renia, and to begin with, Shire apologized for her another unpredictable act. The brunette wrote about how happy she was after talking and offering Renia's help. But unfortunately, this is a problem that only affects her in this whole country, so she can't force someone else to solve her problems. And if Renia decided to deal with this problem, she could make a lot of problems for herself, so she decided to go back to her home and deal with the problems herself. Shin apologized for her stupid prank during her bedroom visit, and asked Renia to forget about it forever. The girl also wished all of her friends, because at the very least Rona really wants this. The brunette didn't forget in her letter to thank for the wonderful travels together with Renia, and called it the best time of her life. Shin said goodbye with her letters and thanked for all the kindness she felt. Shin promised to keep the memories of Renia's courage and accomplishments in her heart until her last breath. Renia was both delighted and annoyed by the young brunette's words. The guy called Shin a real fool who is bound to find herself in serious trouble. Kroll learned about what was happening from Verd and offered her help, even despite the bad relationship with Shin, because you cannot leave the girl alone with huge problems. Verd also opined that it wasn't right since Shin and Rona had just left like that. The little maid was indeed very sad and worried and was used to all the members of this big family with whom she felt truly needed. Verd asked Renia to put all doubts aside and get to work on saving Shin immediately. But the guy himself was going to do the same, so he promised the worried girls to drag the idiot Shin back home by all means. Kroll and Verd admitted that they hadn't counted on such determination from Renia, and thought he didn't care at all about the stupid brunettes. But Renia was truly angry and wanted to tell Shin everything he thought about her stupidity right now. The guy was also resentful of the unpredictable problems that had been added on his too old back. Renia didn't care at all about the girl's wishes, but now he wanted more than anything to find Shin and speak his mind. Renia promised to put the bratty brunette who fancied herself the savior of an entire country in her place. The elf and the maid were happy with the guy's decision, because his anger will help to achieve the desired result. Then the guy decided to find out something before going in search of the missing brunette, and promised to return home soon. Meanwhile, the guardian angel Kiri continued to try to break into the administrative area, but all her attempts were unsuccessful, because she met a huge amount of serious defenses, and so it was necessary to track down the hero summoning system. But in order to do so, it was necessary to penetrate the castle of the Holy Kingdom. The girl absolutely did not want to do this. There was a huge amount of security in the castle, and she did not want to stand out with her abilities. Kiri mentally cursed the stupid administrator, who randomly took and chose the most insignificant person as a hero and found him at the bottom of civilization. After all, compared to him, even a demon lord would be a pleasant conversationalist. Kiri had only recently secured permission for additional human resources, but the damned administrator had ruined everything. Guardian Angel always relied on the favor of the god, but now she was ready to destroy the cursed hero with her own hands, because he caused a lot of problems not only to her, but also to people. But unfortunately, all this anger could not be unleashed on an insignificant hero, because she had no right to do so. Her role was only to cover her tracks and settle the problems. But all this was a waste of valuable resources. In the end, the girl decided to ask people she knew to handle the problem. But she had a feeling that they wouldn't like the idea, and would have to work hard to convince them to do it. Kirino decided that she was overworking in this world, and the goddess simply had to increase her salary and improve working conditions. Meanwhile, Rinia told about the problem Emilia, who did not understand why she should help the brunette, with whom she practically did not communicate. But still, the demoness was interested in this problem, because lately she was very bored. Emilia remembered how Rinia had helped her with the shelter and provided her with a place to live, so she was willing to help with the problem and give her her best. Emilia still didn't mind seducing the young guy she thought Rinia was, but the adventurer tried to keep his confidence despite all the vulgar hints from the demoness. Rinia asked to repay him in another way and showed the invention from his home world, and there it existed only on paper. Rinia tried to do everything by memory, and since in this world there is a very convenient magic, so any invention will be easier to reproduce. As a true lover of inventions, Emilia looked at the blueprints with interest and immediately began to imagine how it would be better to create it all. For the demoness, this became a real professional challenge that she decided to overcome. Rinia watched the delighted girl and asked what are the chances of creating his project, and if it is possible, how much time it will take. The demoness was actually delighted with the new project, because she had never seen anything like it before. Emilia was as excited as a small child who had received a new toy, and was ready to take on the task right now. The demoness was incredibly excited, because more than anything else in the world she loved new research and challenges. And in this case, she was willing to enlist magical powers to create a strange mechanism. Rinia didn't share such enthusiasm for her blueprint and merely wanted the finished result. But Emilia was not going to work on the invention alone and demanded that Rinia was next to her, and also promised the guy a huge amount of energy drinks that would help to stay awake. The guy realized that this time he would not be able to get rid of the attention of the demoness. At the same time, Emilia perfectly remembered the last incident with the dragon, because it is a lot of unnecessary attention and could not be allowed to let people find out who exactly is the true master of the monster. For the new project, the girl demanded a huge amount of hard metals, still the scales of wyverns. The girl was also thinking about what kind of power source to use and even wanted to use Rinia's magical powers. But in any case, this entire city would be stunned by such an invention. According to Az, the shortest way to the holy capital took at least 3 days, and if the necessary preparations were taken into account, the whole thing would take at least 5 days. The entire journey could take about a month, but unfortunately there was no other choice, because the transportation gate was not connected to the holy capital, so Shin could travel there by magical ship. Meanwhile, all the preparations for Shin were indeed finished, and a change of clothes had already been prepared on the ship. There were also servants on board who were ready to take care of the princess. Rona was very worried and asked if Shin was sure of her decision. The princess admitted that she was ready to do what she had to do, as she had been free for too long already. Shin stated that it was time to sacrifice her body to save the entire country, and she was willing to do just that. Meanwhile, the naked guy called Hero continued to enjoy the permissiveness and ignored his duties. No one doubted that this hero was a real scum who was only taking advantage of his heroic position. Meanwhile, Rinia together with Emilia were rushing at a great speed on the car. The guy was happy to travel by car, but this car was in a terrible condition and it was shaking a lot. But the demoness reminded him that they were driving through the wasteland, where there were no normal roads or even people, so a slight shaking is normal. Emilia tried and put a great shockproof device on the car, but it also had its limit. Demoness advised her partner not to complain and add more magical power. But then the red-haired girl noticed a strange noise in the engine and decided that there was some kind of problem with the cylinder. With every second, the horrible knocking and grinding got worse, and Rinia suggested to stop. But Emilia was sure that the problem wasn't that bad and they could still make it through. Increasing the number of cylinders to increase power was a great idea, but running magical energy through the valves and gas pedal was proving to be a challenge. Also, this car's cooling system was only held together by a temporary magical formula, and Emilia recognized that this system had now completely fallen apart. Renia realized that the lovely breezy ride was over and now they would have to walk under the blazing sun. But the cocky demoness quickly put on her leather gloves and promised that everything would be fine. Emilia said that together they will definitely fix the car, and even improve it with the help of Renia's magical powers. The guy was already tired of the demoness experiments and insistence. Emilia began to investigate the engine and soon found out all the problems. Renia really wanted to save time with the help of magic power, but he still did not like this idea. Then the boy thought about the distance they had traveled. As it turned out, they drove for about 40 minutes at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Renia used a lot of magical powers, but despite that the distance was very difficult to determine because of the roughness of the road. Although the fuel, cooling system and all other units of the car were powered by magic power. Even the kind window was a magic screen that wasn't working right now. Emilia was taking the problem seriously and decided, here's what an even distribution of magical power could possibly solve the repair problem. The demoness was going to stabilize the engine to minimize damage while driving, but of the available fuel was only Renia's magical power, and it remained only to find the right formula. The guy understood it himself, because in this world there was not even an analog of gasoline. To begin with, Emilia decided to deal with external damage, and in order to equalize the magical flow it was better to use parallel rather than serial circuits, although she was not sure of the final result of this experiment. Renia once again noticed how much Emilia was thoroughly enjoying the process. The demoness really appreciated the scientific achievements of Renia's homeworld, but her demonic achievements in magical science were also at a high level. Combining the two and exploring new possibilities was most exciting. Plus, seeing the results of their labors and not needing fuel was every researcher's dream. Emilia stated that inside the car there were all the parts to construct the most essential parts of the machine. The demoness decided to leave the repair of the car to Renia, while her mother wanted to deal with the magical formulas inside the engine. Renia was already tired of his partner's orders, but was still confident in Emilia's abilities. Renia even regretted for a moment that he didn't ask Demoness to build a real airplane, because such a journey was too tedious and difficult. Though if one imagined an airplane crash, it would be a real horror, and it's a good thing Verd and Kroll stayed home. While Renia and Emilia were working together to repair the car in the holy capital, the hero Yuuki continued to enjoy the debauchery and did not even remember his duties. A servant informed the hero that a message had been received from Trident, and the ship of the first princess had left the city of Gosh 3 days ago. Therefore, the arrival of the princess is expected tonight. But Yuuki's hero didn't even remember his demand to bring him the princess, and was surprised by such news. But after a few minutes, the hero's drunken mind still remembered how he dreamed of seeing the dark-haired princess. Yuuki was actually getting pretty tired of blondes and wanted something new, and he didn't want to fight the Demon King at all. Yuuki immediately wanted to see a beautiful brunette who reminded him of oriental beauties. The servant did not expect anything else from such a lustful and vile man. But the servant advised the hero not to immediately make the princess his slave, but to give her to breathe aphrodisiac and test the effect of this magnificent remedy. Yuuki agreed to this option and asked to bring the princess to his bedroom as soon as she arrives in the city, and if the servant does not do so, he will learn the power of a real hero. The impudent hero was already frankly bored from such a huge amount of entertainment, and was eagerly waiting for a new toy in his hands. Meanwhile, on the magical ship, Shin learned of the imminent arrival in the holy capital and realized that now she was about to see the terrible hero she had heard so often about. Shin asked Ron not to worry about her future, because maybe all these terrible rumors about the hero were just rumors, and in fact this guy will turn out to be a courageous and strong man. The brunette tried not to lose heart, but all realized that this meeting will not bring anything good. The gorgeous princess also wistfully recalled the adventures in which she participated together with Renia. They had been through a lot together in all that time, and Shin felt how it had all made her much stronger and more determined. Rona agreed with her friend, for her determination was very strong. The princess also thanked Rona for always being there for her during these adventures. The blonde sympathized with the anxiety in her friend's voice and understood how hard it was for her right now. Rona admitted that the time spent with Shin and Renia had been the best time of her life, and she felt truly free. Soon the magic ship reached its destination and the most difficult moment had come. The news of the return of the first princess Shin instantly spread through the holy capital, and it came as a surprise to many. Rona was very worried about her best friend and wished her good luck during her encounter with the abominable hero. Just at this moment, Renia and the resourceful demoness were also already very close to the city. Emilia looked at the largest city on the human continent with interest, and was determined to rescue the foolish Princess Shin. Renia and Emilia learned from a traveling merchant about how the princess magic ship arrived in the capital in the morning. After waiting until late at night, the partners easily crossed the city wall and went in search of Shin. Renia realized that they had too little time to achieve their goal, but first they had to find a magic ship, because it was too dangerous to get into the castle at once. Emilia noticed Renia's fatigue after the tiring road and suggested that they go somewhere quiet. But the guy as usual ignored all the hints of the cunning demoness. Renia admitted that he really has not yet had time to fully recover, but there was no choice and had to hurry. But Emilia said that it was foolish to waste time in such a case and look for a magic ship in the night city. Meanwhile, Princess Shin had already learned about the upcoming meeting with the hero Isekai'd, who invited her to his bedrooms. All the servants in the palace sincerely sympathized with Shin, because now she was to become another victim for the perverted hero. But the princess herself was serious and already prepared to meet her fate. Shin soon found the hero's room and introduced herself as the first princess of this state, and then demanded to be let into the hero's room. Once in the room, Shin immediately smelled a vile sweet odor that spread with thick smoke. The princess then noticed the unconscious girls on the floor. Isekai'd then called the princess to him and watched Shin's reaction with interest. Meanwhile, Rona continued to stay on the magic ship and decided that she needed to return to Trident tomorrow. The blonde was worried about Shin, and although it was all about protecting the kingdom, it was too much. A few minutes later, the noise of battle was heard and Rona instantly grabbed her blade to defend herself. But then there was an unexpected encounter. Renia and Emilia quickly dealt with the guards of the magic ship and were happy to find Rona. The blonde was surprised to see her friends in this place, but Renia asked that Ron didn't pretend that she didn't expect such a thing, as she was the one who sent Shin to his room in the evening. The guy then stated that he had spent a lot of effort and time and hence he should take the stupid Princess Shin with him. Rona confessed her cunning plan and thanked Renia for his determination to help Shin, as she was now in a terrible situation. Just at this time, the hero Isekai'd was admiring the princess's appearance, as Shin looked incredibly like a young Japanese beauty. Shin looked at the guy carefully and decided to clarify whether he was really the hero who could save the kingdoms. Isekai'd, like a real idiot, started screaming and calling himself a superhero in bed and the strongest guy. Shin looked at the hero with regret and realized that unfortunately the rumors were justified. Isekai'd advised the princess not to worry and then suggested that she enjoy her surroundings, as the two of them could easily warm up the atmosphere in the room. Shin continued to hope for good things and decided that the hero wanted to boost morale before the battle with the demons. Isekai'd didn't want to hear about battles and horrible demons, because it was very boring and dangerous. The guy didn't like hardship and tension at all, and only wanted to have fun. Isekai'd then asked the princess not to worry and to undress soon, because it would be difficult to have fun in clothes. The perverted hero continued to joke and decided that it was okay to try it for the first time even with clothes on. Shin was shocked by such behavior of the hero and could not even respond to such impertinence. The princess demanded that the hero promise to fight the Demon King, as well as to never threaten the neighboring kingdoms. Isekai'd realized that the girl in front of him was not as simple as the others, but Shin continued to insist on her own. The light-hearted hero eventually began to portray something like concern for saving the kingdom and promised to fulfill his duty in a completely non-sincere manner. And to make it more convincing, he swore on the beautiful body of the goddess who had sent him here. But after a few seconds, the lying hero laughed and declared that it was all just a joke. The princess was outraged and began ordering the hero to prepare for battle against the demons. After a few seconds, Shin felt her body disobeying and a strange magical force restraining all movements. As it turned out, Isekai'd had used a divine gift of coercion that completely controlled any opponent. Isekai'd explained that he could easily make the princess a slave and even make the local soldiers attack his own kingdom. The cocky hero called it a wonderful ability that helped him make friends quickly. Isekai'd enjoyed his power and advised the princess to just relax and enjoy herself. The lying hero saw Shin as just another target for his constant nightly entertainment and didn't care about the kingdom's problems. Isekai'd didn't even remember the princess's name and wanted to make another obedient doll out of the girl. Shin couldn't resist, but even in this situation she remembered Renia with hope. Suddenly, the window exploded with a whole bunch of shards and strangers burst into the room. The man appeared to be wearing a horrible mask and looked very menacing. The summoned hero was terrified and didn't realize who had so boldly burst into his room and ruined the fun with the princess. The spectacular appearance of Renia and Emilia and their new guises impressed the profligate hero. Renia, wearing a terrible mask, decided to waste no time and immediately grabbed his blade. Renia instantly approached his opponent and attacked him. But even despite his lack of skill, Yuuki was able to fend off the deadly blow. The swaggering hero had not expected such a swift attack at all, and the stranger with the blade really scared him. After a few seconds, Yuuki was able to pull himself together and began to fend off Renia's attacks. The divine skills were making themselves known, and the hero did know how to fight after all. Yuuki appreciated his opponent's ability to fight and even managed to call out the guards who, under the influence of divine compulsion, were willing to give their lives for the untalented hero. Shin suddenly realized that she had seen a similar stance like that of the masked stranger before. The guards immediately raised the alarm and started calling for reinforcements. Several guards immediately tried to take away and protect the princess. Yuuki felt more confident with the guards and asked the strangers who they were and why they had invaded his domain. The hero was angered by the intrusion as well as the broken window and the attack. Yuuki watched the stranger's behavior with interest though. Shin slowly began to guess that it was Renia who was in front of her. The hero meanwhile continued to be indignant and demanded answers from the strangers. Emilia couldn't stand it and demanded that the hero shut up immediately. Emilia said that in front of the hero is the future master of all 5 continents, a demon who will rule all races and a real demon king. From this news, Yuuki was shocked and almost dropped his blade. Renia, in spite of the intemperance, realized that the color of Emilia's hair and voice certainly like a demon. But the hero was no longer afraid with the support of the soldiers and asked why the demons had come to him in the first place. Then Yuuki promised to quickly finish with the Demon King so he would not have to go to distant lands and organize a real battle. In doing so, he would get some beautiful toy girls as a bonus. Emilia was disappointed with the human hero who only thought about personal pleasure. The demoness was glad that she went on this adventure because it is a lot of fun. Before sneaking into the castle, Emilia and Renia decided to roughly break into the room and pass the guy off as the Demon King. The plan was simple and ingenious. Rona supported this idea and decided that if successful, it would be possible to save not only Shin, but all races. Though the girl was afraid of unforeseen situations, Renia was not so much sure of success and did not even know how to behave properly in the role of the King of Demons. Emilia advised her partner not to worry, because he would not have to pretend too much. The demoness stated that she could be relied on, as she was a real demon and knew how to do it. Emilia asked that if Renia still thought of her as a boyfriend. The guy replied that this thought has not left him and it is difficult for him to come to terms with the female image. Rona was hoping for Renia's help, because his demeanor gave her hope and confidence. It was interesting to see if Renia could defeat the man from Japan. Rona explained to Renia that the human goddess had awarded the foolish hero with strong skills and he would definitely use them. Also, the blonde as a servant of her race couldn't pray and help Renia with the blessing. The blonde asked Renia to be very careful and try to save Princess Shin, because she was destined to rule an entire kingdom in the future. Renia was confident in his abilities and promised to be sure to save a valuable member of his team. The blonde promised to follow the plan and wait for her friends in the prepared place, although she didn't understand how they would manage to save the princess. Renia remembered Shin's worries and how she genuinely wanted to fight alongside him. Just at that moment, Renia felt a strong magical influence, and the vile hero applied divine coercion. But Yuuki didn't stop there and ordered the soldiers along with the princess to attack the intruders. No one could resist the divine compulsion and the abominable hero was completely confident of his victory, for all the people present gave him an advantage. But Emilia was unimpressed by this and asked for permission to deal with the foolish man. Renia was furious that the hero's behavior was ready to destroy him on the spot. But the strong magical influence of divine suggestion greatly affected the ability to move. One of the soldiers, obeying Yuuki's order, decided to be the first to attack the uninvited guests. Along with the soldier, Princess Shin, who was not in control of her body, rushed to attack. But Renia instantly reacted to the danger and repelled the attack. Renia reminded the flustered brunette of the past lessons, during which he advised not to swing the blade too much. At that moment, the girl's last doubts vanished and Shin realized who was actually standing in front of her. For greater effect, Renia was in front of everyone and was an unpredictable act. The lying hero was outraged and surprised, for his toy was in the wrong hands. Emilia, as usual, felt a fit of jealousy amplified by the demonic character. Yuuki was shocked, trembling with rage and anger. But at this point, Renia had already achieved his goal, and was able to dispel the sorcery cast on Princess Shin. The brunette suddenly lost consciousness, and the lying heroes decided to intervene in the situation and attack the enemy. But this move was predictable, so Emilia threw explosive balls at the enemy. Soldiers and servants immediately rushed to the aid of the false hero, but this only made the cocky demoness laugh. Emilia declared that now the princess was in their hands, and if they wanted to get her back, they should come to the castle of the Demon King and try to defeat him. The services were shocked at such a treacherous kidnapping but could do nothing about it. The hero meanwhile tried to come to his senses and coughed loudly, but as it turned out it was just ordinary thick smoke, and Yuuki quickly came to his senses and used a teleport to block the escape route of the disguised friends. The lying hero stated that they had just started the fun, but the cowardly Demon King was trying to escape from his main opponent. Yuuki decided to punish the troublemakers and not let them escape with his new toy. Renia mentally reprimanded himself because he didn't expect the stupid man to be so annoying at all. Renia was surprised to see the hero appear so quickly, but it was all possible thanks to Yuuki's teleport and flying ability. The lying hero stated that he would not allow his woman to be kidnapped and just run away, so he was ready to defeat the Demon King here and now. Renia looked at the strange movement of the hero, who seemed to call lightning with his blade. As it turned out, the lustful hero decided to use his unique ability Thunder Hammer and concentrated the incredible power of lightning in his blade. After a few seconds, all this colossal energy rushed towards Renia, and the guy realized that now he would have a hard time if he didn't manage to avoid the collision. A bright flash of light blinded everyone around him, and the lying hero was already fully confident of his victory, enjoying the lightning effect. Yuuki was expecting to see a real kebab from the Demon King after the lightning strike, but as it turned out, nothing like that happened, and the strangers along with the princess simply disappeared into the fog. After the fog cleared, it turned out that Renia was able to hold back a blow of colossal force with the help of a magic shield. Emilia did her best to help her partner, but reminded him that this was an unusual sword fight, which meant that Renia had to find another way to win. The lying hero was surprised by his opponent's survivability and contemplated his next move. Emilia realized at this moment that for this hero the fate of the princess was completely indifferent, because he just wanted to kill them along with her. Using the teleport as well as the mighty Thunder Hammer was a sign of high rank magic even for ordinary people. The demoness recognized that it would be difficult even for her to use such powerful forces, and this hero was indeed very strong. From the looks of it, the hero's magic power was on par with Renia's, and teleport is a very useful ability. Especially Renia couldn't fight effectively with the princess in his arms right now. Meanwhile, the soldiers were gathering in one place and the archers were ready to shoot at the enemies. Emilia realized that the situation was getting worse by the second, so it was necessary to run away as much as possible. Emilia herself wanted to deal with the vile hero, and Renia let her do it. The demoness stated that the Demon King couldn't fight because of some girl, and so she would destroy the hero herself. Emilia was confident of success because magical battles was her main specialty. Especially the demoness very much wanted to teach the insolent man good manners. The deceitful hero thought about it, because he did not even expect to fight with the girl. Although the opportunity to get a new toy in his lustful hands liked Yuuki, Emilia felt the thirst for destruction and ordered the lying hero to shut up immediately, because he had only a short time to live. The demoness stated that since the hero didn't realize what he was facing, she would show the real demonic magic. But the deceitful hero decided that his divine abilities will allow him to defeat any opponent, and in case of danger can simply teleport. But the demoness was already furious and prepared to activate a parallel summon. A few seconds later, a bright flash blinded the lying hero. Yuuki hadn't seen anything like this before and didn't expect such a powerful flash. The bright light was so strong that it blinded even the soldiers who were in the city. But then huge tentacles rushed towards the false hero and it looked spectacular. Yuuki didn't have time to react to the attack and was immediately restrained by the powerful tentacles. But thanks to the teleport he managed to get out and move to a safe distance. Such a powerful attack came as a surprise to his hero, and even more frightening was the attack of the huge hornets. Yuuki was busy fighting the magical creatures, and this allowed Renia and Emilia to escape. There was a real panic in the city and the frightened soldiers tried to organize an effective defense. The monsters were very strong and it was very difficult to deal with them so easily. Emilia enjoyed her act and declared that these tentacles were from her personal collection. Renia didn't really understand anything and didn't see how everything happened because of the bright lights. The guy appreciated the performance that Emilia created, because it helped to escape and make the hero stay behind. Renia, despite his irritation, still thanked the demoness for her success. Emilia enjoyed the moment and asked the guy to repeat such nice words, but Renia did not fulfill the wish of the demoness and asked not to mock him. As a result, the friends continued on their way and continued to argue. The demoness insisted that Renia should express more praise to her, but the guy tried to stop this uncomfortable conversation. Renia asked how strong the monsters were and if they could destroy the city. Emilia said it was possible, but she didn't care about stupid people who had no pride. In fact, let their pathetic hero do the saving. The most important thing was that the monsters were able to divert the soldiers' attention, which meant the pets would help buy time to escape. Emilia also reminded her partner that he was now the Demon King and should continue to play his part. Renia decided that being the Demon King meant a lot to Emilia, which meant he was very powerful. There was a real commotion and panic in the city. Everyone was sure that the Demon King and his horrible monsters were attacking. The inhabitants hid and ran away, while the soldiers tried to contain Emilia's pets. Taking advantage of the horrible situation in the city, the guardian angel Kiri had no trouble infiltrating the capital, and was gradually advancing towards the castle. All the soldiers were focused on defense and did not notice how the girl easily moved through the streets. Soon Kiri sneaked into the castle and found the very place of the hero's summoning. The girl wanted to correct all of the administrator's mistakes and also save herself the trouble. Kiri was serious about having fun, as well as showing the Divine Watchers all her anger. Meanwhile, the lying hero was still able to destroy the main monster thanks to the Thunder Hammer and realized that the named guests had run away with the princess and deprived him of his new toy. Yuuki was furious and promised to definitely take revenge for such insolence. The escape from the holy capital for the friends took place by car, and it helped to increase the distance considerably. Shin and Rona were shocked by the traveling by car, and it seemed to them that the car would fall apart very soon. The frightened girls demanded to stop immediately and let them rest, but of course were refused, and Emilia stated that they needed to get away from this cursed city as soon as possible. Shin and Rona felt nauseous and promised to get the whole car dirty. But Emilia enjoyed the ride on her invention and kept asking Renia to add magic power for speed. The escape was successful, and after a while the friends decided to stop for a night's rest by the fire. Rona and Shin were the most tired, of course, and felt how much every part of their body ached. Emilia praised Renia's great magical power, because thanks to it the efficiency of the car had increased significantly, and after a few more stops they would be home. Renia agreed that their escape had been successful, and most importantly no one was chasing them anymore. But after a while, everyone discovered that Rona had disappeared somewhere. Princess Shin woke up just at that time and asked to know where they were. Renia asked the girl to calm down and explained that they would be home soon. The princess was indignant, but no one could understand why Shin was not happy, because she was rescued from the hands of a vile and lustful hero. After a few minutes, the brunette still calmed down and remembered exactly how everything happened. Shin realized that all of this was not a hallucination, but reality, and Renia had really saved her. The princess immediately blushed deeply and became embarrassed, for she also remembered that strange kiss, after which she lost consciousness and remembered nothing else. Renia did not understand what was happening to the girl and decided that it was all the effect of the terrible incense. But the cunning Emilia immediately understood everything and told how passionate Renia was at the time of the kiss. In the end, the demoness told how they arranged a grand performance in the castle, and thanks to this hero will go in search of the king of demons and leave the capital of the kingdom. After all, the entire population of the capital will demand the rescue of the princess from the hands of the demon king. Shin gradually realized the genius of this plan, but still did not understand why it was necessary to risk so much for her. Renia noticed the brunette's displeasure, and Emilia decided that Shin should just accept what had happened. But the princess was only outraged by what she saw in the castle and the behavior of the vile hero, who arranged a real personal harem out of the capital of the kingdom. Rona reminded that the hero absolutely did not care about the fate of the princess and was unlikely to go on a dangerous journey for her sake. Shin was in agreement, and Renia finally saw the very brave brunette. Shin was outraged by all the happenings in the capital of her kingdom and said that the vile hero might demand one of her sisters instead. Therefore, all their efforts might be in vain. The discussion of future affairs occupied the time of the friends for a long time, and everyone expressed their own opinions. Afterwards, Renia asked Emilia what she used the moment she threw the smoking orbs at the hero. The red-haired girl was pleased at the attention to her abilities and immediately blushed. Rona and Shin felt jealousy again, for to them the demoness was a rival. Emilia said that before the escape, she specially threw in the vile hero 3 smoke bombs that contained a special poison, so it's likely that this poison should have worked by now. The first poison causes a terrible headache, nausea, and diarrhea if touched by a woman. The second poison causes a burning pain in the lungs from the mere smell of a woman. And the third and strongest poison causes severe burns from touching a woman's bodily fluids. So if at least one of these poisons works, the hero's life will turn into a real hell. Everyone was delighted and amazed by the cunning of the demoness. At this moment, the red-haired girl was like a real devil in female form. Emilia explained that these were all advanced demonic poisons that Verd had helped her create. Therefore, ordinary human medicine would not help cure such a strong effect. The demoness promised that if the hero tried to pounce on the woman, he would feel incredible pain and suffering, and his death would be long and agonizing. If everything worked, the cursed hero would cause no more trouble and leave the kingdom's capital forever. Just at that moment, Yuuki felt the full range of horrible sensations and didn't understand why he couldn't get closer to the woman. The hero's entire body was literally burning and his lungs refused to breathe. The hero demanded to bring the best doctors to him and after a while realized who was to blame for his condition. Yuuki wanted to heal as quickly as possible and destroy those who did this to him. But Emilia knew that even if the doctors tried to cure the hero, the consequences of the poison would not go anywhere, and they would not be able to remove the poison from his body, and then Yuuki would realize the consequences of his recklessness. The most important thing was that the idiot would of course be sure that the real Demon King was to blame for everything and would never guess that they, ordinary people, had done it. Rinia was still worried about the consequences and asked if Emilia herself could not play the Demon King. But the demoness assured that there was nothing difficult about it, even though the hero must win. Rinia still agreed to follow Emilia's plan, and now decided to get busy with lunch. Shin was flustered by the situation, for all the trouble had started because of her. The red-haired demoness was not at all worried about the problems and just wanted to continue improving her car. The princess thanked Emilia for saving her from the hands of a terrible hero. The brunette also admitted that she had a bad opinion of demons after that incident in the dungeon. The demoness asked not to consider her enemy, as they were now on the same side. Emilia explained that she would never become human, even if she wanted to, and she helps people only because of the fact that at the moment her interests coincide with Rinia, so saving the princess for her was not something important and meaningful. And if the princess wants to thank an ordinary demoness, she should realize that the price could be very high. Emilia suggested that the brunette give up her plans for Rinia and thank her for saving her that way. But Rona intervened in the conversation and promised the demoness a real competition. After all, they are already one step ahead and once sneaked into Rinia's room. But Emilia recalled the failed attempt to seduce the guy, which meant she still had a chance to achieve her goal. Shana remembered that horrible incident and instantly blushed with embarrassment. Eventually, the three girls started arguing and talking about their advantages. Rinia was shocked by the girls' behavior and only wanted silence. After a forced rest stop, the friends continued their road trip and reached home after a while, though the girls' arguments never subsided throughout the journey. A few days after their return, Verd reported about an uninvited guest and it surprised Rinia, because he did not want to communicate with anyone after the tiring adventure. As it turned out, the second princess and Shin's own sister Maria, also a brunette, had come to visit. The appearance of the younger sister caused surprise among all the inhabitants of the house. 3 days after the return of the entire Verd team together, Kroll decided to go shopping. The girls were popular shoppers among the merchants and always caused excitement during their appearance. The male merchants always expressed their admiration for the beauty of the elven girl and offered to chat. Kroll had already gotten used to living in a human city. The people seemed very kind and Kroll enjoyed the attention of the men. The only thing the elf did not like about the human city was the crime that thrived on the streets. The girl witnessed 2 young aristocratic adventurers trying to stop a skillful thief. But the robber was very skillful and could use magic, so he thought it was easy to cope with young and inexperienced adventurers. Kroll decided to intervene in the situation and very easily disarmed the bandit with her elven magic, and then apologized for her action. Auren marveled at the beauty of the elven woman and thanked her for her help. Natalia felt a surge of jealousy at this point and ordered her partner to follow her. Despite her displeasure, Natalia still shook hands with the elf and thanked her for her help. Verd decided that today Kroll could find another friend among the humans, and that was a good thing. Maria behaved very politely and began by apologizing for her unexpected visit to the Reni house. The girl explained that she was the second princess and had come here as a representative of Archduchess Lydia Femfatale. Maria immediately thanked Renia for his concern for her foolish older sister Shin. After sitting on a comfortable couch and taking a few sips of fragrant tea, Maria asked how it was that the Demon Kings kidnapped Shin ended up in this house. Rinia looked at her friends, asked what they had told their family, but Shin replied that she didn't tell anything and that's why she stayed at home all the time and didn't go out anywhere. Rona also kept all the secrets and didn't tell anyone anything, though she had to report Shin's situation when they returned to the capital. Shin revealed that her mother was also against going to the holy capital, even though the threat of a real war loomed over the strange one. That said, the cowardly dukes only think of themselves, so they voted to give the princess to the terrible hero. Shin said that all the quarrels within the kingdom will not lead to anything good and it is necessary to fix it somehow. Rinia now understood why Shin had gone to the kingdom's capital. Rona thought Maria and her mother were wise women. After all, they had decided to figure things out for a reason. Rinia said that he understood everything and now the girls will go together with him, because constantly hiding will not work anyway. They will find them sooner or later. But Maria reminded that according to the official report from the magic ship, the older sister was kidnapped by the King of Demons and so far it is the main version. Rinia explained that he was that demon king and he had to pretend to be one to save Shin. Maria looked at her older sister with disbelief, but Shin stated that she was unconscious at that moment. But it was absolutely certain that Rinia was human and not a demon, even though she came from other lands. Maria finally believed that it was this guy who had made all that noise in the capital. It was all hard to comprehend and Maria pondered what she should do next. Maria then explained that they didn't really plan to punish Rinia for his act, because the ignorant character's presence and his actions were disgusting. Maria said that she was able to trace the magical signal from the hairpin she gave to her sister and thus determined its almost exact location. Also thanks to this method she was able to understand what exactly happened to this capital. But still it can be pretended that Rinia is not involved in the incidents of the Holy Capital, as all this happened in the land of the Holy Kingdom, the jurisdiction of which does not apply to this city. Trident, on the other hand, handed over the princess to the cursed hero at his first request and no one is responsible for what happened in the capital of the kingdom. Rinia said that all of this could be considered as Trident's plan if someone finds out that he was involved in this incident. Maria agreed that the situation was indeed very complicated. Maria explained that they could turn over the culprit to Rinia, but that would be a very stupid decision, especially since she had no desire to die in this town. And the Holy Kingdom does not need it, because of the moment the hero ignored all requests to march on the Demon King, then cast a shadow on the honor of the Holy Kingdom. However, now the hero has changed and is preparing for a great battle against the Demon King. There are also rumors that the hero is gathering representatives of neighboring kingdoms for a general meeting. That is why the hero is about to make his first move and thanks to Rinia's act, everything went in favor of the Holy Kingdom. The same applies to Trident. But the most important thing is that Princess Shin returned alive and well. No one would have dreamed of such a fortunate coincidence just a few days ago. Rinia realized that his entire introduction had benefited two huge countries and now they were united around one goal. Maria agreed and confirmed that Rinia's antics had rallied the people and motivated them to fight the Demon King. But all of this would last until the false hero destroyed the Demon King, though it was unknown if he could actually do so. Maria of course did not know what the campaign against the Demon King would end up being about, and she herself was constantly thinking about it. But in spite of everything that was going on, it was obvious that only Rinia could destroy the lustful hero. But then Maria explained that in fact they would like Rinia to join the war with the hero. Thanks to this it would be possible to significantly increase the fighting force. If Rinia agreed to cooperate, he would definitely get immunity before the other kingdoms and of course a reward for his efforts. Rinia realized that they wanted him to kill the hero who actually has to defeat the Demon King, though it was unknown if he would have the strength to do so. Maria replied that it could only be found out during the battle, especially since Rinia knows better what he is capable of. Rinia then asked what would happen if he just gave up on the stupid idea. Maria stated that in that case she would have no choice but to hand him over along with his older sister to the Holy Kingdom. And if that were to happen, that the hero would be unlikely to leave those alive. Maria explained that she is of course grateful for saving her beloved sister, but this problem was created by Rinia, and so he must solve it himself. Therefore, it is only fair to ask Rinia for help against the hero. Rinia got angry at that moment and everyone felt a powerful release of magical energy. All this scared the girls, but after a few minutes Rinia was able to pull himself together and calm down. The guy just laughed, pretending as if nothing had happened, although of course he felt how much his magical energy had increased. Rinia remembered at that moment how the red-haired Emilia had advised him to just go with the flow. And so in this case it was the right thing to do. Renia, while continuing to laugh, stated that Princess Shin's virginity was costing him too much. In the end, the guy agreed to such a deal and apologized for scaring everyone present with his magic power. Although it wasn't his policy to trust everyone, even if Maria is Shin's sister. Maria also apologized for her defiant behavior, but she is truly grateful for what Renia made her family. But anyway, the main task for her is to protect her home kingdom. Renia appreciated Maria's bravery and even began to doubt her younger sister, because Shin doesn't look as brave and determined. After Maria was left alone in her carriage, she cried sincerely. The girl was actually very frightened and had never before felt such an eerie aura as Renia's. But then Maria remembered her big sister and realized that things were much better than they could have been anyway. Maria was really glad that her older sister was doing well. Meanwhile, the goddess looked at the image of the so-called Demon King and realized that judging by his magical energy he came from Eldora. The goddess decided that since she knew nothing about this character, he must have been sent to the higher divine ranks. The goddess decided that if this really happened behind her back, then her affairs were very bad. The goddess thought about the possibility of getting rid of the hero, although perhaps it was too late to act, because the higher ranks in any case found out everything, and therefore it is necessary to use the scum of the hero as soon as possible. Just at that moment, Kiri's guardian angel appeared and finally realized who made a mistake and called such a despicable hero. Kiri asked the goddess if she even knew how much trouble this hero had brought to the people. Kiri explained who she really was and advised the administrator to treat her with respect. The administrator was startled by the appearance of the guardian angel. Kiri, on the other hand, reminded her of the huge problems the administrator had created because of her stupidity and ignoring advice. Kiri dropped her human guise and wanted to immediately relax and forget about all the problems. To do so, the guardian angel asked the administrator to help her in this endeavor, and so she could at least partially make amends. The guardian angel was furious and decided to remind the administrator of her place, for they already had huge problems with resources, and her mistakes only made things worse. The administrator realized that Kiri was the one who had hacked the summoning gate. The guardian angel stated that all these mistakes had made her mistress very angry and so she must restore the balance. The administrator asked to take her time. After all, there were many problems in other worlds too, and why in such a case all the attention was on Eldora. But Kiri replied that she was only following her mistress' orders. Kiri agreed that other worlds were also suffering from lack of resources, but that didn't mean that Eldora wouldn't get the punishment she deserved. Besides, the administrator had disobeyed the order of a god of the highest rank, and such a transgression could not go unnoticed. It was foolish to expect forgiveness after such a mistake and now only needed to accept it. The administrator really didn't realize who exactly she had angered so much and decided to fight back. The administrator instantly donned her divine armor and declared that she would not allow some angel messenger to punish her. The administrator attacked Kiri and the guardian angel managed to repel the strongest blow at the last moment. The administrator's powerful magic shot made a huge hole in the angel's wing, but that only fueled the interest in the battle. The administrator decided to fight at full strength and landed several powerful blows. Kiri blocked each of them, but realized how strong her opponent was. Neither of the girls wanted to concede in this fight and they generously exchanged blows. Kiri praised her opponent for her stubborn resistance, but she wanted to win no matter what. The goddess, meanwhile, was resentful and angry at everything that was happening. She considered herself the best and most skillful among all, but still realized that it is very difficult to control 10,000 worlds, especially when everyone makes mistakes. The goddess ordered her angelic servants to bring her tea and delicious cookies immediately, and decided to immerse herself in the problems that had accumulated recently. Soon the goddess' wish was fulfilled and she received tea and cookies. The goddess then remembered Kiri, whose name she kept confusing, and decided that she was due for her task. The goddess then learned of the battle and began to watch it with interest. Of course, she hoped for a victory for the guardian angel and counted every blow. But as it turned out, fighting the administrator in her domain was not an easy task, and Kiri gradually lost the initiative in the battle. The administrator reminded her that she was a goddess and therefore no message from the guardian angel could not cope with her on her territory, because here she had absolute power. The administrator felt her superiority and decided to crush her rival as soon as possible. But Kiri said that it was time to stop playing silly games and it was foolish to consider her an enemy who just wanted to fight. Kiri said that just because she was able to get here, she had the upper hand, which meant that the administrator no longer had absolute power. Kiri explained to her rival that she was able to find her through the trail left in the lower world after she summoned a talentless hero. But it was problematic to infiltrate here, so she was only able to take only 10% of her power with her. And under such conditions, fighting the administrator is very difficult. But as it turned out, Kiri had been opening additional gaps in the defense all this time, and soon all her power would return and she would be able to defeat the administrator and take this place for herself. But because the stupid administrator thinks she's invincible, she let her guard down and missed the break in her space. The administrator was furious and didn't believe the guardian angel, because she couldn't have done all this during the battle. Another magic shot Kiri repelled very easily, and it came as a surprise to the goddess administrator. The angel's wings had fully recovered and now she felt all her power. The administrator could not accept her powerlessness and tried to attack again, but it was already useless. The goddess administrator was determined to defend her territory and was not going to lose to the guardian angel. Kiri in turn felt the strength and realized that she would not lose to the goddess in this situation. Kiri's blows were so strong that the administrator was losing concentration and confidence in her abilities and ended up on the floor. Kiri said that she had just warmed up and so the administrator should not give up so easily, because they still have to continue the fun. The guardian angel decided to maximize her investment in the next blow and show her superiority. The goddess had already completely lost hope of victory and was trembling with fear before her opponent's blow. Kiri promised that he would now truly enjoy and take revenge on the receptionist for all the mistakes and trouble she had caused. Kiri advised Goddess to prepare her ass for 10,000 angelic spanks. The goddess realized she had no way out and began chaotically clicking on the available system menu. Kiri couldn't let her rival do any more stupid things and took full possession of the space. Angel advised her not to resist, because it would be much worse that way. But the administrator had promised not to give up even under pain of death, so Kiri was too deluded in her complete superiority. A few hard spanks sobered the goddess and she cried out loudly in sharp pain. Kiri felt pleasure at that moment and reminded of good behavior. The guardian angel perfectly accomplished her mission and felt pleasure with every stroke on the goddess' firm ass. The administrator actually screamed like a child and asked for the spankings to stop. Meanwhile, in the holy capital, everyone was discussing the heroes' preparation for the battle against the Demon King. Everyone had already started waiting for it to happen, and were now happy for the change. Just at this time, reported strange writings that appeared on the walls of the cathedral, and everything pointed to the fact that it could be a prophecy. It was decided to report it to His Majesty the King. But first everything had to be clarified and be sure of divine influence. That said, everything had to be kept secret even from the hero. The aristocrats were agitated by the recent events and were trying to figure out how the hero would act and what they should do with the messages that had appeared in the cathedral. Meanwhile, Rinia appeared before the soldiers and announced that now they would all act under his command. The experienced soldiers were suspicious of the new commander and quietly resented him among themselves. One of the soldiers asked how it was possible that they would now be trained and commanded by an unknown adventurer, since they were elite soldiers. The soldier decided to find out what rank Rinia had, and the guy didn't hide the truth, saying that he was actually a regular rookie. The experienced soldiers started laughing, because it was funny for them to see an E-rank adventurer who wanted to teach them something. Rinia stated that he had respect for all the soldiers and realized how experienced warriors they were. It was also obvious that for the soldiers to work with a newcomer would be a waste of time, and so he was willing to apologize. Rinia stated that in such a situation there is only one way for him to get to the position of commander, and that is to win over all the soldiers. And if everyone is ready, it's time to start this exam. Rinia asked the soldiers to show their abilities, because it would be very useful for him to know how experienced they are. The most important of the soldiers gladly accepted the challenge and personally wanted to fight the brazen adventurer. The chief warrior then called on all the soldiers to show the instructor the real strength of the elite army and prove to the adventurer his insignificance. But after a few minutes, all the soldiers were unconscious and it shocked the cocky commander. Rinia was glad that he was now able to accurately determine the fighting potential of the army, but only the commanding captain remained. The experienced soldier could not believe that his best subordinates had lost so easily to a pathetic adventurer. Maria was pleased with the result and decided that Rinia could easily command the soldiers and only needed to get used to the new role. The boy noticed how much Shin was worried and asked why she couldn't calm down. The princess kept recalling her reckless act of going to the hero and apologized for it again. Rinia asked if it was even okay for the princess to appear in public. But Maria explained that only the highest ranks knew about the incident in the holy capital, and the soldiers were forbidden to speak of it. This was good news, for Rinia did not want unnecessary attention. The guy then asked the startled captain to fight Princess Shin so he could determine their level of fighting potential. Shin was glad for the opportunity to show her strength and was ready to defeat the captain of the guards. Maria was upset with her sister's behavior as usual, and the captain didn't know how to fight a real princess. Rinya reminded the captain that Shin was not only a princess, but also an E-ranked adventurer. But no matter what, the captain must fight to the best of his ability, for he would become the laughing stock of the soldiers if he lost. And people will always say that the captain is weaker than the princess he has to protect. Spyro was ready to fight and the captain was too worried, though his motivation was greatly increased. The battle lasted only a few minutes and Shin won a confident victory over the experienced captain. The princess didn't even immediately believe that she was able to win so quickly, but everyone recognized her excellent swordsmanship skills. Rinya praised the princess for her excellent blade work, and it made the brave brunette blush like she was a small child. Shin was happy at that moment and she liked Rinya's praise. The girl was also delighted with her quick victory over the experienced captain. Shin wanted to keep fighting, so she asked Rinya to prepare a new challenge for her. Maria finally realized what exactly her older sister was most interested in. Rona only laughed and reminded her of Shin's incredible energy. Maria then got ready to head back home and promised to return in a month. In the meantime, Rinya would have to control the situation and lead the soldiers. Rona and Kroll were asked to find them a useful occupation, because they did not want to stay away. Rinya promised the girls an interesting job and advised them not to worry, because they would all do an important job together. Rinya called the captain an elite warrior who can't fight even an adventurous newcomer, and it's a shame for him. So he will personally make a real monster with a sword out of each soldier, but only under his command. Rinya suggested to start by fighting Princess Shin, and that would be the initial test on the road to perfection. The soldiers were not too eager to fight again after such a crushing defeat, but Shin radiated energy and eagerness for the first fights. Rinya explained that he would personally record every soldier who lost to Shin and would add 1 lap per loss. The fast training run was a real challenge for the soldiers and the captain, because as it turned out they weren't very tough guys and couldn't catch up with the princess. It looked as if these training sessions were entertaining Rinya even though he was putting in a lot of effort to improve the soldiers. In fact, these trainings made Rinya remember a past life when he was a young soldier in the service of the Imperial Army. The guy strived to make his subordinates into true warriors to be proud of. But in order to do that, he first needed to completely break the soldiers and make them feel like nobodies. This would be the first step to create new strong personalities. The girls only laughed watching Rinya, for he took his role as commander and mentor very seriously. Shin still enjoyed the fights and easily sent the soldiers into knockouts. Rona and Kroll, meanwhile, were handing out healing potions to the beaten soldiers and cheering them up. The girls made the wounded soldiers very happy and resembled real angels. Every day the soldiers overcame grueling physical training and of course throwing exercises. Skill drills were a mandatory part of the training and the physical exertion increased every day. The training left the soldiers with no energy for anything else, and it seemed to them that they would never be able to get rid of their unbearable instructor. And after a month, as promised, Maria returned and decided to check the results. What Maria saw amazed her, because now there were real athletes in front of her, ready for any difficulties. Maria decided that Rinya had overdone it, although he had achieved the desired results. Shortly after all the events in the Holy City, one of the king's closest men came to him with a report. According to many eyewitnesses, they had noticed an unusual beam of light that had struck the main cathedral, and this beam had engraved an inscription on the wall. The counselor sensed something divine from this engraving after he came to investigate the case, and apparently it was a real oracle. The Holy King was surprised out of excitement at such news, asked for more details about the oracle's message. The message was about the enemy that is in Trident, and that was the end of the short message. The Holy King regretted that the message was so short and he had never thought of such a development. Just at that moment, a hero entered the room, who figured that the king already knew everything in advance. The Holy King didn't expect to see the hero and asked why he was here. Yuuki felt the presence of the goddess earlier and immediately realized that something strange was happening. And then, thanks to the information received from the soldiers, managed to learn about the message in the cathedral. The hero already knew well that Trident was the kingdom of a black-haired girl with a ponytail, with whom he never managed to get closer. But in this case, a cursed demon lord intervened and brazenly kidnapped the princess, and in such a case one must go and completely destroy the entire demon kingdom for the sake of preserving peace. But the Holy King reminded the hero that he has no right to destroy everything in his path, because this kingdom is the last line of defense against demons, and if not to behave carefully, the demonic monsters can take the chance and attack the continent of people. But the hero reminded about the special task of the goddess during which he must destroy the leader of demonic monsters and whether the Holy King will violate the order of the goddess. In the conversation intervened Counselor and reminded that the prediction has not been completed and it is possible that this enemy is different from the demon lord who appeared last time. The first thing to do is to carefully decipher and properly understand the divine prediction. The hero ordered the counselor to shut up immediately, because you cannot go against his will, who was sent by the goddess herself to help people. Yuki applied the divine suggestion so that the Holy King ordered to gather soldiers and inform the rest of the kingdoms. The Holy King ordered to immediately punish the Trident and prepare for a large-scale war, for they must fulfill the will of the goddess. The hero was pleased with the result of his compulsion and wanted to punish the demon lord as soon as possible for the horror he had done to his body. Yuki wanted to reward the Demon King with a horrible death and wanted to do it as soon as possible. All that was left was to gather a large army. The guardian angel watched what was happening and realized that she would have a hard time supporting Rinia now. Kiri usually caused her own problems, but now things were getting much more complicated. That being said, the girl had always been wary of Rinia when he showed his magical power. But at the same time, the Alvin Guardian kept punishing the administrator who had created the most important problem, and now it would have to be solved. Kiri enjoyed her superiority and promised the administrator to never stop the punishment. But the delinquent goddess was losing consciousness and could no longer tolerate the blows. The most annoying factor for Kiri was the program regulating the resources of the human territory on the surface, for this program had been hacked. In the current state, human loyalty turns into strength for the hero. This defense is limited and has many flaws, but this power is too great for the hero to handle on his own. This unknown person was trying to rewrite the regular supervisory body's program for his own purpose, which was yet to be discovered. But it was most likely done by one of the divine superiors. Kiri decided that she needed to deal with the problem gradually without putting herself in danger. All this really annoyed the guardian angel, all the more the goddess had left all the most important problems to her. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Kukuriki, a squad of soldiers was preparing for an offensive under the guidance of an experienced commander. Shin was on the front line and leading the soldiers, who now outnumbered any opponents. The commander of the opposing army was shocked by the behavior of the soldiers. His army was vastly outnumbering the enemy, but it was not helping at all. In just 1 month, the weak and inexperienced soldiers had turned into real monsters on the battlefield, and now no one could deal with them. Renia watched the battle with interest and enjoyed the result of his training, because the soldiers crushed the opponents despite the difference in numbers. The enemy was completely overwhelmed and demoralized, and Maria apologized for the trouble the battle had caused. Maria explained that there was bad relations between them and the Holy Kingdom, but there are many people who were against this war and Lord Verton was one of them. But in order to earn the approval of the rulers, he was forced to fight this miserable battle. Renia understood the difficult path they were on, but he was still confident in the right outcome. In order to see if these soldiers could actually fight in a real battle, they must experience a situation where they were fighting a common enemy. But now it was clear that after training, the soldiers had become excellent warriors. The enemy army was completely annihilated and the surviving soldiers were surrendering. Shin was thrilled with her leadership of the army, and the soldiers admired the princess. Shin proved to be a true leader during the battle, and despite her oddity, the girl came from a family that had built a country through military strength. Maria was pleased with her older sister's accomplishment, for through recent events she was able to discover her talent as a warlord. But still Maria came with bad news and could not remain silent any longer. The girl explained that the Holy Kingdom had officially declared war on this duchy, and now the arrival of a huge army was to be expected. Hiroyuki would be present as the general, and the entire army would amount to at least 100,000. Presently, the combined forces of several kingdoms are advancing towards Traden and will be here soon. Maria asked Renia to travel with her to the capital to meet with her mother Duchess Lydia to discuss future strategy. Lydia had been looking forward to this meeting for a long time and was eager to find out exactly who the man was that had caught her daughter's attention and was able to train the troops. Renia was a little nervous before meeting with Duchess Lydia because not even Kroll and Emilia were around him, who decided to stay at home and not participate in important negotiations. In fact, the elven woman was in no way going to meet with the Duchess and even began to cry at the possibility. Shin decided that they had met once before and something unpleasant had happened. Lydia immediately welcomed the arriving guests, and especially her daughter Shin, who had not visited her home for a long time. Shin herself was happy to meet her mother and hugged Lydia with pleasure. The Duchess asked the princess never to leave unannounced again, but Maria immediately reminded her of the guests with whom she needed to have an important conversation. Eventually, Lydia declared that she was the reigning Duchess of Trident and was willing to provide any assistance to the guests. Renia immediately noticed the girl's magnificent figure and the fact that her mother was as beautiful as her daughters. Lydia noticed Renia's gaze on her huge breasts and joked that her daughters would surely grow the same melons. The boy imagined the Duchess a little differently, but Shin explained that her mother usually acted much more serious, so he shouldn't pay attention to her appearance. Renia he pulled himself together and introduced himself, trying not to look at the Duchess' beautiful body anymore. Lydia admitted that she has heard a lot about Renia's adventures and his incredible strength. She also knows how much her daughters admire the young adventurer. Then the Duchess really got serious and started talking about the official declaration of war from the Holy Kingdom. Lydia confirmed the information about the huge army that was moving towards this city. Maria explained that they had stationed their men in the border, and from the looks of it the enemy army was not in too much of a hurry on the march. If the pace changed, it would reach this city in 2 weeks. Shin has promised to mobilize only 30,000 soldiers in that time, but that will be too few and will have to rely on defensive installations. There are also reports that magic no longer works in Trident. This was due to the hero using a divine blessing, although magic is a divine power. Lord Verton from the previous battle and the lords of the neighboring duchies have already received notice that they will be temporarily under the command of Trident, but it's unlikely to expect much military potential from them. Renia listened carefully to the news and asked why he was here. Duchess Lydia explained that at the moment their chances of victory are 0, and so something has to be done. The only chance to avoid war completely is to extradite Renia to the Holy Kingdom and thus fulfill their demands. Lydia asked not to worry and promised not to do that. Especially Maria signed the contract on behalf of the duchy, and no one would break the contract. Lydia was also positive about the soldiers that Renia had prepared well. Then Lydia said that she would like to see Renia in action, because he had even fought a hero and kissed the princess when he rescued her from the holy capital. The Duchess wondered if Renia could defeat the hero. The boy recognized that the hero was indeed a very strong opponent, and was excellent with a blade. At the same time, the hero's magical abilities are very strong, and his teleport and lightning powers caused a lot of trouble, and it was better not to fight the hero. The Duchess was upset and realized why Renia ran away last time, because he was not sure of his victory. But Renia replied that there was nothing he could do about it, and since there was no other plan, he would have to fight anyway. Lydia appreciated the difficulties they would now have to face. The Duchess laughed and asked Renia to stay in the capital in case they had to surrender and minimize their losses. Maria disagreed with her mother, for no one wanted to give Renia away to a hero. But the Duchess reminded that except for defense they could do nothing, especially if Renia does not want to fight the hero, and defeat was inevitable under those conditions. Maria reminded that if that happens, that the Holy Kingdom will again demand that Princess Shin be extradited, and then they won't be able to refuse. Lydia agreed, but also stated that she couldn't put her people in danger because of this silly war. Maria was worried about her older sister, but Lydia promised to be there for her and not abandon Shin. The Duchess, meanwhile, decided to let Maria run the affairs of state and help with important matters. Lydia asked Shin if she was ready to deal with her new problems. The brunette was frightened and replied that she now realized what she had to face. Renia asked to stop talking nonsense, because it is clear that all this is a manipulation of the Duchess, and he must fight the hero. Lydia praised Renia for being smart and immediately laughed. Shin only now realized that her mother had shown cunning and was thus trying to get the boy to fight the hero. Renia replied that he was going to take care of the problem anyway and personally deal with the cursed hero. The guy then made one condition and explained that if he defeated the hero and the Holy Kingdom, then Shin should then be allowed to control her own destiny. Lydia appreciated the strange demand and asked the opinion of her eldest daughter, who was shocked by her mother's behavior. The princess pondered over the answer and remembered all the adventures she had had with Renia. In the end, Shin stated that she wanted most of all to continue fighting together with Renia, and no matter how strong the enemies turned out to be. The Duchess was convinced of the trust and wondered why Renia even wanted to help them in this battle. The guy admitted that he didn't really have much reason to get involved in these matters, but as long as the hero was alive he wouldn't be able to live peacefully, and that needed to be fixed. Rinya reminded that going after the princess to the Holy Kingdom was also his personal decision, and it shows that he always does what he wants to do. The guy explained that the least he could do was for his teammate, and with whom they had overcome many challenges. Lydia stated that she now understood what the secret to Rinya's popularity was, because all the girls around him enjoyed his company. The Duchess also offered Rinya her love, for her experience with men far surpasses any ability of her daughters. Everyone was shocked by the Duchess' frankness, but Lydia only laughed and explained that it was all a joke. Kiri soon appeared and greeted Rinya cheerfully, but the boy ignored the noisy merchant. Rinya always expected trouble from Kiri, and so he asked to quickly tell her the purpose of his visit, because he was very busy. Kiri stated that Rinya was literally attracting trouble and was always trying to solve it. But the guy reminded that Kiri was the one who caused a lot of trouble. But the cunning merchant stated that she had already heard the news about the war with the Holy Kingdom, and if help was needed, she was ready to join Rinya's team. The guy replied that he didn't know what Kiri could do to help on the battlefield, since she could only cheat and trade. But the girl promised not to cheat this time and not to demand to create terrible spells. Kiri demonstrated a special amulet that could suppress the magic of any opponent, and could also reduce magic damage. Rinya was surprised at such a free gift from the cunning girl, but Kiri claimed it was a show of her friendly attitude. Kiri also had a gift for Shin as well. Rinya still accepted the strange gift and remarked that Kiri always has something useful, and it's on time. Kiri admitted that she just admires Rinya's immense power and wants to be there for her. The merchant called herself a real fan of Rinya, and that's why she is ready to help even in hopeless situations. But the guy continued to look distrustfully at Kiri, who was always looking only for personal gain. Rinya still stated that he was willing to believe Kiri this time, but if some unpleasant surprise happens again, that merchant can immediately dig her own grave with the hero. After this conversation, Kiri breathed a sigh of relief and realized that it was becoming more and more difficult to deceive each time, although it was Rinya who should be the hero now. Meanwhile, the huge army of the Holy Kingdom continued its movement, and the hero was looking forward to the decisive battle where he would avenge all his suffering. Soon it was time for the decisive battle, and the hero's huge army reached its destination. It was the most important battle for the sake of the tranquility of the human race and justice throughout the continent. Rinya watched the enemy army from the city wall, and realized that it would be very difficult to defeat such a huge army led by a strong hero. As Han was agitated and decided that only Rinya could make an entire continent his enemy, and now they were all in a difficult situation. Rinya apologized and promised his friend to make sure to repay that debt. Az called his friend an optimist who hopes to survive during this battle, although it's hard to believe that Rinya can even lose to anyone, especially after his dungeon adventures. Az also recalled his debt that he continues to pay back. Az was referring to his relationship with Riris, who also decided to join the battle and help with the help of her hand dragon. Riris was very nervous and jumped off the dragon unsuccessfully, but Az was there to catch his favorite girl. Riris blushed with embarrassment, but still was in no hurry to leave the adventurer's embrace. Az also felt embarrassment and decided to distract himself. Just at that moment they announced the arrival of a group of adventurers' students. Az decided to personally check the students' readiness for battle, and Rinya praised his friend for his success in teaching. At this point, the united army of the Holy Kingdom had already crossed the border of the duchy, and now they were close to the city, continuing their movement. Riris had done a reconnaissance on the dragon before this and found out from the number of flags that the entire enemy army was in one place. In about 24 hours this army would be at the walls of the city, so it was necessary to prepare for the meeting as best as possible. In the city itself were gathered all available troops, and closed all the gates except the eastern, through which still brought the necessary supplies for the defense. The defense force numbered about 25,000 soldiers, and it was a little less than the planned number. Due to the fact that the enemy was the Holy Kingdom, some lords preferred to observe the situation first and then decide which side to take. Rinya decided that this number of troops would be enough, because in any case, the main problem is the hero chosen by the goddess. Although the enemy's superiority in numbers reached a fourfold advantage, Rinya also realized that his troops had low morale because they were against the god's will and the Holy Kingdom. Renia decided to somehow cheer up his soldiers and decided to use his most trained subordinates. The guys from Renia's squad looked like real monsters and promised to show the soldiers their invulnerability that would make them believe in victory. The captain and a few of the most pumped up guys started showing off their muscles, trying to impress everyone around them. But it looked too silly and ridiculous, so Renia quickly became disillusioned with the idea. In the end, Renia promised his personal soldiers to find them a place on the battlefield where they could prove themselves in the best way. But for now they should continue to prepare for the most important event in their lives. Maria was not so sure about the invulnerability of the trained soldiers, although she recognized that they had already proved their abilities and could defeat 100 opponents. Maria then announced unforeseen reinforcements that will also help in a difficult situation. Renia doesn't play to the surprise of seeing the captain of the elven army, Isekai'd, who decided to give thanks for saving the elven people and join Renia's army. Isekai'd explained that she had come a very long way to return the favor and was willing to fight on the toughest part of the front. Renia thanked the elven woman for her help and felt that his troops would now get extra motivation. Kroll decided to intervene in the conversation and reminded him that she was the one who asked her father, the king of the elves, to send a squad of elves to help. Thanks to the transportation gate, 200 elven archers and mages were able to be transported. Kroll urged the elven warriors to prove themselves and risk their lives for the man who had once saved their country, especially since Duchess Lydia had personally thanked the elves for their help. Kroll then asked Renia to be very careful during the battle and be sure to defeat the vile hero. The elfess promised to always be there to help Renia. Most of all, the soldiers of the elven army were happy to see the beautiful blonde Rona whose bust they dreamed of. Kroll once again felt jealousy and hatred for the large breasts. Captain Isekai'd asked to give the elves a chance to show off their long-range skills, because they were best with a bow and would be able to reduce the enemy army. Kroll was so annoyed by the behavior of the elves that she was ready to send them to the attack even without weapons, so that they no longer gawked at Ron's huge chest. Renia solved the issue with the elves turned to Emilia for help, because her participation in the battle could greatly facilitate the task. The demoness immediately asked for permission to use her personal monsters, which she had managed to improve during her research. But Renia did not agree with this, because monsters would be superfluous in his army. Emilia eventually agreed to just watch the battle and reminded him that she was under no obligation to help the human race in the war. Renia disagreed and charged that Emilia was to blame for the war because of her poisons. Demoness in the end, she promised to surprise with something unusual, because she doesn't want Renia to lose in this battle. Just at that moment, the voice of Duchess Lydia sounded on the city street, who decided to personally address all the defenders of the capital and wish them good luck. The Duchess thanked for the excellent preparation for the defense of the city and apologized for not being able to prevent this war. The demoness invention impressed the locals and soldiers. In the end, Lydia stated that the Holy Kingdom had declared war for no reason and it was a shock to her. The Duchess then decided to explain how things really happened. Lydia placed all the blame for what had happened on the foolish hero that the Holy Kingdom had summoned. This vile man decided to get the charming Princess Shin and make a slave out of her. But when the whole truth was revealed, he had to kidnap Shin and save her from such a fortunate fate. That's why the Holy Kingdom decided to declare war and achieve their criminal goals. The Duchess spoke the right words that were meant to inspire the soldiers to believe in the rightness of war against the Holy Kingdom. Lydia asked the soldiers not to worry about the sheer numbers of the enemy army, because they had a warrior on their side who was as strong as the Demon King himself. Also, the Duchess didn't forget to remind the elite warriors who were invincible in close combat. Lydia then personally thanked the elven warriors who came from faraway lands for the sake of justice, and means they would never lose to the Holy Kingdom. In the end, the Duchess promised a special reward for those who would fight the best, and this reward would be given to her gorgeous daughter. Lydia was able to raise the morale of the defenders of the city to the maximum level in just a few minutes, and now they were ready to destroy anyone in their path. Soon the moment of truth came and the united army of the Holy Kingdom approached their main objective. Renia had not even expected such a huge number of enemy soldiers and realized the fate of this city would soon be decided. Renia decided to address the soldiers of the enemy army and declared that he was the real hero. Renia confessed that he was forced to impersonate the Demon King for the sake of saving the princess and justice. And he also knows the true reason for the battle that is to take place at these walls. It's all a mistake to achieve Yuuki's criminal goals. Renia said that the lying hero only wants the antidote and revenge for his personal humiliation. Renia suggested that the hero should personally go out and ask for what he wants, instead of hiding behind the holy goals of fighting the Demon King. After all, it's despicable to be such a coward and hide behind ordinary people. Renia wanted to provoke the hero to a fair fight, after all, so it was possible to avoid huge casualties among ordinary soldiers. The guy reminded of the real threat from demons, and it was foolish to fight against humans. Renia's words made some soldiers doubt the rightness of this battle, but the influence of the hero did not allow to make the right decision. Kiri meanwhile watched what was happening from a safe distance and regretted the wasted human and magical resources. But the guardian angel could not interfere, and it remained only to believe in Renia's abilities. Despite all the efforts and provocations, the hero did not respond to the challenge of a fair fight, and Renia asked not to call the bastard a hero. The boy explained that in his native country heroes were called the bravest and most honest people who did everything to protect people. Emilia admitted that the traditions of different worlds are very different. Although in this world, a hero and a demon king are opposite characters who can display their incredible abilities. The demoness wanted to influence the situation and promised to help end the whole situation. Emily turned to the enemy character and started insulting him, calling him a stupid scumbag. Emily also reminded him of how Yuuki was now unable to approach beautiful girls, and during their last encounter ran away like a pathetic coward. The demoness enjoyed her insults, and it surprised even her allies. Renia thought that the girl is very overdone in her intention to provoke the hero, but as it turned out it was effective. A powerful lightning bolt of energy pierced the sky and crashed into the city wall. The strike was powerful and bright, but Renia had faced it before and was able to block the magical power. Emilia was pleased with the result, and Renia rushed off to find the hated hero. The demoness enjoyed what was happening, as Renia was once again unstoppable. The guy was rushing to meet the army of enemies, and the enemy archers decided to meet Renia with a barrage of arrows. Thanks to his magical defense, Renia was able to deflect the arrows and continued to move towards the enemies. Renia delivered a powerful blow to the first warrior he encountered and knocked him off his horse. This spectacular appearance frightened many of the soldiers, and they began to gradually retreat. The hero meanwhile used the teleport and once again escaped. Just at that moment, the siege of the city began and the soldiers tried to climb the wall. Maria took charge of the defense and ordered the soldiers to attack the enemy soldiers who were trying to take over the city walls. But in doing so, Maria realized that she would not be able to hold back the enemy soldiers who were under the influence of magical suggestion for long. Before the battle began, Duchess Lydia spoke of how the heroes of the human race were summoned with God-given power. The legends told of how the heroes' companions were enhanced by the power of holy influence, and in doing so, they could display incredible strength. Renia realized that motivated enemy soldiers were a huge problem. Lydia was also worried about the possible effects of magical enslavement. With this ability, the enemy hero could influence the enemy soldiers, and if that happened, the city's defense would collapse. It was obvious that those who worshipped the human god should be wary of the holy influence. Although this influence did not apply to elves and demons, because they worshipped completely different forces. Renia realized that in such a case, the abominable hero would try to stay away from the front lines and use his magical abilities. Based on that, the whole battle strategy would have to be changed. Renia also recalled his previous encounter with the hero during the infiltration of the holy capital. Aside from fighting prowess, Yuuki didn't possess any charisma or teamwork skills to lead a huge army. It was likely that from the beginning, the enemy army had been controlled with the power of a saint, just like the demon army during the attack on the elven city. Shin guessed that they needed to destroy the hero, and then the enemy army would lose their advantage and maybe even retreat from the city. The only problem was that the holy influence made it difficult to get close to the hero. Renia decided to destroy the enemy hero by all means, because that was his real job. Maria continued to lead the defense of the city while Renia was already in the heart of the enemy army. Renia used his blade to make his way through the enemy soldiers, hoping to find the cursed hero as soon as possible. It would be much easier to find the hero with the flight ability, but it was hard to defend against the enemy arrows that would fly from all directions. Although getting through the dense ranks of enemy soldiers got difficult and long. Renia also didn't want to use his magic powers, because there was no hero around and it was a foolish idea to waste them. Kroll meanwhile tried to find the hero's whereabouts with search magic thanks to the lightning he released into the city wall. But it was difficult to find the hero's position, because he was constantly changing his location. The only thing that was found out is that Yuuki was constantly in the deep rear of the enemy army. He hid among the knights and sometimes approached Renia. The elfess warned of such cases and advised caution. Renia thanked Kroll for her help, as it made it much easier for him to navigate being in the center of the enemy army. The elfess reminded him that they were on the same team and she should be helpful. Renia realized that the abominable hero was looking for an opportunity to attack unexpectedly with the cover of regular soldiers and being in a blind spot. Meanwhile, the ordinary soldiers kept trying to destroy Renia and were constantly attacking. Renia spent a huge amount of energy to repel attacks from different sides, and gradually it began to get very annoying. Sometimes the enemy soldiers acted so recklessly that they killed each other in their attempts to attack Renia. Suddenly, Renia noticed a hero ahead of him and made a powerful jump, deciding to shorten the distance. The attack was so swift that Yuuki didn't have time to react and missed his blade. Renia was sure of his victory as the body of the vile man lay on the ground. But it all turned out to be a magical disguise, and Renia destroyed another soldier. The hero used ordinary people as ordinary material for his own defense. But that was the way it was from the beginning, and the hero wasn't even going to fight anyone, enjoying himself in the company of submissive slave girls. Renia felt a surge of rage and decided that as a swordsman he should destroy the hero, even though originally he was only going to wound and capture him. At that moment, the rage broke free and unstoppable magical energy surged out and terrified the enemy soldiers. The soldiers screamed in fear and now held their weapons, hoping to escape Renia. The guy then used the energy strike and was able to throw back several rows of enemy soldiers. The impact was so strong that the heavily armored soldiers fell like wooden toys and felt a lot of pain. Just at that moment, Renia noticed something bright approaching and tried to avoid the collision. The hero decided to attack from afar, but this was the moment Renia had been waiting for the most, because he was already tired of looking for Yuuki. Renia felt rage and wanted to destroy the hero in one blow. What was most annoying was how Yuuki was constantly hiding and running away. Renia decided to finish off the hero and prevent him from using the teleporter again this time. The first blade strikes had determined that the hero had a very slow reaction time, and now Renia felt the excitement of a predator. Meanwhile, the siege of the city continued and the attacking troops were making progress. Lord Verton felt insecure and doubted his own abilities. The soldiers were gradually falling into panic, and Lord Verton was losing his composure under the onslaught of the superior enemy. Constant waves of the enemy army were pounding the city walls, and the defenders simply did not have time to repel the attack. Everyone began to realize that they would not be able to hold the city, and the Holy Kingdom would win the battle. Being in panic and feeling afraid, the soldiers began to curse and blame Lydia and her daughters, as well as the foreigner, who imagined himself an invincible warrior. Just at that moment, Princess Shin came to the rescue and decided to personally support Lord Verton and his soldiers. As it turned out, Shin arrived accompanied by an elite squad that decided to change the difficult situation on this section of the front. The princess promised a speedy victory over the hero, but in the meantime it is necessary to contain the attacks of the enemy army and allow Renia to do his own thing. The elite warriors gradually instilled confidence in the frightened soldiers and began to throw the invaders off the city walls. The timely intervention of an elite squad of soldiers helped to remedy this section of the defense and impress the terrified warriors of the Lord. Captain Case was so keen that he nearly caught an enemy arrow. Shin rejoiced at his success and advised the elite soldiers to hold back. Lord Verton, meanwhile, calmed down and remembered the importance of commanding troops, and then urged his soldiers not to retreat and to destroy their enemies. Meanwhile, Renia fought the enemy hero, but was never able to break through his defense. Yuuki felt in a difficult position, as the enemy's speed did not allow for a counterattack. The hero cursed the false goddess who promised him the best sword skills, but as it turned out he couldn't defeat the pitiful man. Renia felt his superiority and with each blow deprived his opponent of strength. The heroes decided to use the teleporter and escape, because he couldn't win and he didn't want to die. But Renia expected such an act from the hero and prevented him from using the magic portal by blocking his path. Renia noticed one strange peculiarity in the use of magic portal during his journey to the holy capital. The teleportation radius of the hero was only no more than 20 meters. At the same time, the hero could not teleport to a place where he had already been before, and this was the weak point of this ability. Renia praised his opponent for his cunning and agility, and then promised to give him a quick death. Another blow with a sharp blade hit its target and left a bloody mark on the hero's body. But as it turned out, it was not enough, and the hero tried to counterattack. Renia cursed and realized that this blow was too weak and he had to finish what he had started. The hero was much stronger than expected and only one wound did not affect his resistance. Renia prepared for another round and Yuuki was no longer trying to escape. The hero still cursed the human king who gave him 2 weak armor, and also shouted that he was a hero who deserved only the best in this world. Rinya watched the hero's tantrum and then reminded him that no one promised an easy battle, and if Yuuki wanted to, he could just give up. Rinya explained that the hero couldn't win because of his lack of experience and weak spirit. Rinya reminded his opponent that they both came from another world and are strangers here. Therefore, if one only relies on the strength and defense of others and neglects training, one cannot become a true hero. Rinya called his opponent a complete lowlife who didn't deserve to be called a hero. This made Yuuki furious and he demanded to shut up. But then Yuuki started coughing and spitting blood. Rinya was pleased with the result and explained that he had sprayed a special poison in the air that reacts to the hero's illness. Yuuki was shocked by such meanness and felt worse by the second. All that poison that had been tormenting him reactivated again and added unbearable pain. Yuuki started threatening and insulting his opponent, but that only caused Rinya to laugh. The guy advised the hero to enjoy an agonizing death because he deserved such an end. But then suddenly Rinya threw a vial of antidote to his opponent and advised him to use it if he still wanted to fight. This remedy could slow down the effects of the poison for a few minutes. Yuuki asked why he would give him this antidote, but it was obvious that Rinya was clearly not being kind and caring. Rinya was really just scoffing and explained that the hero wouldn't last long without the cure, even though his symptoms wouldn't go anywhere. Rinya offered a fair duel, and if Yuuki could win, he would get the medicine that could cure him completely from the poison. The hero, of course, decided to take advantage of this opportunity and promised to destroy Rinya in the most brutal way possible. The arrogant hero realized that in a one-on-one battle, he didn't have a single chance of victory and it would be better to escape. Yuuki immediately ordered all the soldiers to attack Rinya and buy him time and possibly victory. Rinya wasn't at all surprised that the hero had once again decided to use other people's lives as a shield. Yuuki hoped that he would be able to take the antidote and eventually escape the battlefield, and the regular soldiers would do the rest. Yuuki also wanted to try attacking from the back of his opponent, the only way he could hope for his victory. But Rinya knew all the tricks of the hero and expected such a meanness. But as it turned out, Yuuki still had enough magical power to unleash a thunderbolt on his opponent. But even this act was too predictable for the experienced adventurer, and Rinya ended up delivering a piercing blow to his opponent. Rinya called the hero a true fool if he hoped to repeat his trick a second time, for he even moved like he did last time. Yuuki couldn't use magic a second time and was afraid of dying, even though he realized that such a blade strike would leave him no chance of life. Yuuki wanted to take Rinya with him and tried to activate the magic ability, but nothing worked. Activating the magic amulet caused Yuuki incredible suffering, and Rinya only now remembered the gift Kiri the merchant had given him. After a few seconds, the hero's body was completely enveloped in magical threads and he could no longer resist this power. The hero kept screaming that he did not want to die, but gradually he began to be drawn into the magic amulet, and after a couple of minutes he completely disappeared. Rinya did not expect such an effect from the protective amulet, and once again realized that the merchant had deceived him about the effect. The guardian angel was happy with how perfectly her plan had worked, but now she had to get as far away from the city as possible before Rinya found her. The guy decided to put the strange amulet away and give it to Emilia to study. But as it turned out, after the destruction of the hero, the soldiers of the Holy Army began to come to their senses and no longer showed aggression. Thus it was possible to declare the end of the battle. But some units of the Holy Army were still trying to break through the defenses and enter the city. The defenders of the city held back the gates and hoped that Rinya would quickly defeat the hero and end all this horror. Auren and Natalia were determined to mop up their hometown, even though they saw a whole cloud of enemy arrows. Just at that moment, a huge dragon was approaching the city. Riris decided to repel the last attack and defend the city gates from the encroaching enemy. The adventurers were happy to see the huge dragon, for now was the most difficult moment in the defense of the city. Rona hoped for a speedy end to the battle, for she was already running out of time to treat the wounded soldiers. The squad of elves continued to take an active part in the defense of the city. But even in this dangerous situation, the elves continued to think about the opposite field and dreamed of girls. The elves noticed that Rona was in a dangerous situation and rushed to help. The elves wanted to be near the blonde girl even if there were no enemies near her. The attention of a beautiful girl was above all else for the elves. The elves instantly organized a real competition during which everyone wanted to be the best defender for Rona. The archers had an advantage in this situation because they could shoot from afar. But as it turned out, Rona was a skillful warrior and was able to defend herself on her own. Then the girl noticed the elves, who were watching her movements carefully. Rona asked the surprised elves why they were here and left their posts. The whole seduction plan had failed and the elves didn't know what to say. The elves were enraptured by the blonde, and Kroll meanwhile tried to contact Renia. The adventurer immediately reported his victory, and that the enemy soldiers were beginning to recover. Elphika understood why the enemy soldiers had gone on the defensive, and were no longer attacking the city walls. Just at that moment, the Duchess turned to the soldiers of the Holy Army and offered them to listen to a great offer. Lydia, she said about the defeat of the hero and that further battle has no sense, so it is enough to lay down arms and make a peace agreement. The Duchess reminded that this war was instigated by the heroes, but he no longer exists, and if the ordinary soldiers surrendered, they would be guaranteed life and liberty. Lydia advised the enemy troops to return to their homes and not engage in any more criminal acts. But if the commanders still decided to continue this senseless war, the consequences would be disastrous. The Duchess spoke of her elite troops who would destroy anyone unwilling to lay down their arms and make peace. Lydia then gave her time to think and ordered them to prepare for the attack. The elite troops began to approach the enemy army, showing their bravery. The soldiers of the Holy Army didn't want to fight such huge guys and started to gradually retreat. But some foolish commanders tried to give orders and continue this battle. In the end, Captain Casey's elite squad rushed to attack and easily started to destroy the enemy soldiers. The elite soldiers felt their complete superiority and enjoyed the battle where they had no equal. Shin was also enjoying the battle and could barely keep up with the elite troops. The girl had finally found her true calling and was excited about her new opportunities. The commander-in-chief of the Holy Army couldn't believe how easily his troops were defeated in front of a small enemy unit. The commander realized that Lydia's words were not a bluff and now he was losing the battle. As a result, the commander-in-chief ordered a retreat and an end to this battle, for she no longer had any reason to fight for obscure targets. Commanders did not want to lose soldiers in a senseless battle, began to organize a return home. They were also all hoping for Lydia's promise to make peace and not pursue them. As it turned out, the outcome of the battle was decided not only thanks to Renia, but also thanks to the efforts of an elite group of soldiers who finally demoralized the enemy commander. After the General Assembly, the commander-in-chief addressed the troops and officially announced that the combined forces of the Holy Kingdom had returned home. This was the best event of the day and everyone involved in the battle was truly rejoicing at the end of the futile extermination. The wounded received treatment and the survivors laid down their weapons. Duchess Lydia thanked her troops for their steadfastness and dedication during the defense of the city. Mary surveyed the aftermath of the siege and savored her success. A real celebration was beginning in the city and Renia was pleased that he had been able to prevent the crimes of a hero and save the honor of a young princess. After a grueling battle, Renia decided to relax in a hot bath. The conditions in the capital were great and the only thing missing was real Japanese sake. When the lying hero lost the battle, Trident and the Holy Kingdom made a peace treaty. And since the whole war wasn't started by them, there was no problem to sign this agreement. All the minor battles ended quickly without the sides suffering much damage during this short war. Even so, the Holy Capital promised to pay for all the damage that had been done during the battles. As it turned out, Duchess Lydia was an experienced politician and was able to secure excellent terms for her country. Thanks to Mary and her assistants, all the families of those who suffered or died in the war quickly received their compensation from the state treasury. And all the soldiers who proved themselves during the battle received a guaranteed reward for their services. As a result, no one was spared the attention of the Duchess and everyone appreciated her generosity. Since then, half a month passed and the city returned to its normal quiet life, while Renia continued to enjoy the Duchess' hospitality and relax in the hot water. Lydia eventually decided to give the adventurer the title of Count and land as a reward for his incredible services. The Duchess explained that Renie's fame was so powerful that he simply could not help but reward him, because otherwise many people simply would not understand her. Lydia recalled the devious act when Renia addressed a speech and a challenge to a false hero. Especially this victory happened in full view of everyone, and now Renia became a real hero among people. And Shin could leave the castle and become the master of his own destiny. Renia realized that he simply could not refuse the reward and now cornered by the cunning Duchess. The girls explained to the hero that now he can establish his own city, and they will easily lend him the money to build it. Renia accepted the offer and 3 months later the grandiose construction of the new city began. Thanks to his magical abilities, Renia easily cleared the territory and accelerated the construction work. Transportation of materials was handled by a dragon, which could carry huge weights from anywhere on the continent. The construction of the new city also involved elite troops, who did not know fatigue and worked without interruption. After a while, the outlines of the new city began to rise on a high hill. Emilia was busy designing and utilizing the newest inventions for construction. Soon a magnificent city called Clinge was built, with the illustrious victor of the battle against the false hero as its master. The city was built in only 3 months, though it usually took at least a few years. The main attraction of the city was a huge bathhouse that could accommodate many visitors at once. All the girls enjoyed the hot water and socializing, and the elfess admitted that there were no such conditions even at her home. Emilia had installed a lot of magical technologies in this castle, among which were hot water pipes, freezing cabinets, automatic lights, and means of communication. Also installed were security mechanisms that were easily controlled by magic. These technologies were far beyond their time and they were unique. Everyone was delighted with these conditions, for nowhere else in the world could one have such excellent rest and comfort. Of course, Duchess Lydia also did not deny herself the pleasure of using the excellent bathing facilities in the new city, though her mother's visit was a bit disconcerting to her daughters. Elphys Kroll was generally shocked by the Duchess' huge breasts and felt jealousy and anger, but Captain Skull did her best to calm Kroll down. After all, one could not insult the Duchess. Verd reminded the Elphess that Renia was not at all worried about women's forms, for none of that mattered during a frank conversation. Meanwhile, Renia was enjoying the solitude in the hot water and decided that it was a great idea to make separate baths. The girls, meanwhile, could not understand why the Duchess had chosen to join them in such a frank manner. Lydia explained that she had decided to personally cement the friendship with her visit and strengthen the bond between the cities. According to the Duchess, such frank communication fostered friendship and a mutually beneficial relationship. Emilia decided to support the Duchess and used her next unique invention. As it turned out, cunning demoness designed a common bath where it was possible with a special mechanism to remove the separating wall. Renia did not know this and was suspicious of the strange sound. After a few seconds, the separating magical wall disappeared, and Renia realized at the sight of a whole group of naked girls that his paradise of solitude had been completely destroyed. All the girls immediately wanted to hug the real hero and thus show their friendship and appreciation. Even Kroll, who hardly possessed any female breasts, decided to keep up with the rest and strengthen the friendship. But Renia decided not to give up without a fight and instantly bared his blade. But as it turned out, such a desperate act failed to scare the naked girls, who were ready to do anything to strengthen friendship. Similar situations occurred for a few more days, and finally Renia made conditions to build a dividing wall so that he could safely take a bath alone. But even such small troubles could not spoil Renia's mood, because now in his new life in this magical world a new period was coming and he was ready to live and enjoy every minute in his own city.